Welcome back to our channel 217 Prince YT. The chapter begins. Outside a quiet police precinct, the day began like any other, still, cold, and strangely hollow. The crisp banners read, "The police are always by your side." Inside, another cheery sign promised protection and safety. "You can count on the police to keep you safe. Dial 112. But even surrounded by such reassurances, something gnawed at the soul. Jin-Woo stood amidst the familiar environment of the Violent Crimes Division. For years as an officer hadn't dulled his instincts, yet lately they offered him no clarity, only questions. A faint, persistent ache haunted his thoughts, like the memory of a dream lost upon waking. Sometimes he felt a sense of loss so strong it robbed him of air. He couldn't explain it. Jin-Woo exhaled slowly, watching his breath crystallize in the winter air as he stepped outside. Snowflakes drifted lazily around him, painting the evening in silence. The more he tried to grasp the nature of what he'd forgotten, the deeper the void inside him seemed to grow. "Why are you so deep in thought, sir?" came a voice from behind, pulling him out of the spiral. A junior officer held out a warm can of coffee, its steam curling between them. "Thanks," Jin-Woo muttered, taking the drink with a nod. He let the warmth spread through his hand as he recalled something someone once said, "A busy bee has no time to be sad." Maybe that was true. Maybe it was better not to think about what was missing. With a soft sigh, he turned and walked toward the entrance of the Violent Crimes Team 2 office. It was time to get to work. But inside the station, a question hung in the air, murmured in curiosity, edged with concern. Who are they? The atmosphere shifted as Jin-Woo entered alongside his fellow officer. Tension trickled through the air. Several detectives were already seated at their desks, their expressions grim and unusually alert. A man seated in handcuffs at one of the desks trembled as he struggled to speak. "A monster emerged from the shadows," he stammered. "No, the shadow, it rose from the ground. It spoke to me." His words, scattered and breathless, sent unease rippling through the room. Sweat poured down the prisoner's temples as he nodded desperately. "It told me. I'd regret it for the rest of my life if I didn't turn myself in within 24 hours. His voice broke, panic surging as he gripped the desk. "Oh, officer. It's all my fault. Please, put me behind bars," he cried, his words collapsing under guilt. Jin-Woo raised an eyebrow, watching this strange confession unfold. "So you guys all saw this shadow monster?" he asked, the skepticism in his voice thinly veiled by the gravity of the moment. A second man, pale and jittery, shouted, "Yes. I'm telling you." Jin-Woo sipped from his can, processing the bizarre consistency in their stories. "How should we report this to the higher-ups?" one officer asked quietly. "Jin-Woo, let our junior officer take their statements," his superior ordered calmly. "Come to the meeting room." He nodded. "I'll take care of things here, sir." And as Jin-Woo turned toward the dimly lit conference room, the gravity of what was being said behind him weighed heavy. Something was happening, something that pulled at the strings of memory, something born of darkness and shadows. Something familiar. In the closed room where the discussion turned heated, doubt clashed against mystery. One officer leaned against the wall, arms crossed and skepticism dripping from every word. "I'm sure seeing monsters is just a side effect of some drug." The idea felt reasonable, safe. But Jin-Woo's gaze darkened. "Their drug tests came back clean," he said flatly. "I went to the National Forensic Service myself. I double-checked the results. There's nothing." A beat of silence passed as the reality of that statement sank in. "But that's impossible," another muttered, visibly shaken. Jin-Woo stepped closer, voice low and steady. "And does it make any sense that all these suspects, who have zero connection to one another, all confess to different crimes after experiencing the exact same thing?" Behind iron bars, two of the men who had confessed sat quietly. Their eyes were distant, haunted. They didn't look high, they looked terrified. "We were asked to figure this out a long time ago," one officer added bitterly. "But we still have no idea why this is happening." Another voice chimed in, frustrated. "We don't have any leads. No direction. All we can do now is create the right conditions to provoke more of that nonsense." Jin-Woo furrowed his brow. What if something actually does happen? There was a pause, and then snickers. Two officers chuckled behind their hands, unable to contain it. Jin-Woo looked at them, confused and unimpressed. "Officer Woo," one of them grinned. "Do you believe in ghosts or something?" The other laughed. "Didn't know you had such an imaginative side, Jin-Woo." Their amusement echoed in the room, but Jin-Woo remained silent, expression unreadable. "Ha ha ha. Nothing's going to happen," the man chuckled, giving Jin-Woo a firm pat on the back. We'll take one of those guys to a quiet storage room and watch him. A few strong officers will be on standby. No way he escapes." A sly grin curled his lips. "And if a monster does appear in 24 hours like these lunatics say, well, wouldn't that be good for us?" The plan was simple. Use one of the men as bait. Observe. Confirm. Deny. We just need some volunteers. He turned to Jin-Woo. "You don't have to join if you're not comfortable, Officer Woo." There was a pause, a flicker of hesitation in Jin-Woo's eyes. "No. I'll go too." That night, under the pale violet haze of street lamps, an old rusted warehouse stood silently at the edge of the district. Inside, the suspect, the same man who had begged to be imprisoned, thrashed against his cuffs in sheer panic. "Officers, you seriously can't do this," he cried out. "I'm going to die." His voice echoed through the hollow interior of the warehouse. His face, drenched in sweat, twisted in terror as the time drew near. "Just stay still," an officer replied calmly. "There's something we need to investigate." The man trembled violently. "I'm telling you, I'm going to die." Another officer scoffed. "Hey, who says you're dying? We'll be right here beside you, guarding you." Officer Kim, he turned to the one holding the timer. "How long until the 24 hours are up?" Officer Kim glanced down. "Let me see, about 10 minutes left." The group waited in tense silence. The cold air in the warehouse crept in through the walls, stinging their skin. "Really? Geez, it's so cold in here." Jin-Woo rubbed his arms, his breath fogging up in front of him. For some reason, a strange sensation stirred in his chest. The air around here feels different. Time ticked down. The countdown finally reached its end. "Sir," Officer Kim said. "The time is up." "Really?" he asked in disbelief. The warehouse remained quiet. No change. No shift. No shadow rising. "Huh? What the? Why isn't anything happening?" Officers began to exchange glances. The tension gave way to skepticism once more. "Hey," one of them said dryly, "did you guys really do drugs together or something?" Another added, "Stop stalling and tell us the truth. That'll make this easier for all of us." The suspect's voice cracked. "No." The suspect's voice trembled as he clung to the last threads of sanity. "That day, we definitely saw it," he cried. Sweat streaked down his face, wide eyes searching the dimly lit corners of the warehouse. "There were 4 of us at first." Jin-Woo's gaze sharpened. His breath caught. The prisoner shouted into the emptiness, "Show yourself." Silence. And then, a cold gust of wind swept the room. The lights flickered as an ominous shadow twisted across the concrete floor. Before anyone could react, a vortex of purple-black energy surged violently across the space. "I said, show yourself," the man screamed again, but it was already too late. From the void came a monstrous force, fast and formless. It struck one of the officers, sending him crashing backward. Another scream followed as the entity tore through the air with lethal speed. The shadows carved through the room like blades, hurling 2 officers violently into the far wall. Cracks splintered up the concrete as their bodies collapsed to the floor, unconscious or worse. The prisoner, wide-eyed and soaked in sweat, felt every ounce of fear return. He collapsed to his knees, staring into the abyss as it churned to life before him. In the glint of his eye, it was visible. A creature. A shadow. Alive. A hulking figure began to rise from the floor itself, black armor crackling with infernal energy, glowing lines pulsing through its limbs like molten lava. And then another emerged. And another. The air quaked with their presence. 3 figures now stood at the center of the warehouse, towering over the officers. A monster really appeared. Mr. Woo gasped, face drained of color. "And there are 3 of them too." The prisoner shrieked in terror. His chains rattled as he staggered back, but there was nowhere left to run. The central shadow creature lunged forward, fast, merciless. The air split open with an ear-splitting whoosh, and in an instant, its clawed hand ripped into the man. Blood exploded across the walls. Screams echoed. Limbs twisted. The room fell into chaos as the creatures continued their brutal assault. The monsters now turned their gaze, eyes glowing, jaws snarling. They looked directly toward the remaining officers. Jin-Woo flinched, horror tightening across his face. Tremble. The fear wasn't irrational anymore. It was real, and it was standing right in front of them. From the darkness, the monsters rose again. Their hulking forms emerged with glistening claws and crackling energy, the void swirling around their limbs like coiled smoke. Blood from their latest victim still clung to their armored torsos, dripping and sizzling as it touched the floor. They rose not like mindless beasts, but as predators who remembered, who recognized. One of the ants twisted its grotesque head and grinned. Officer Woo stared, breath caught in his throat. That smile, could it have been directed at him? A horrible chill ran down his spine. Did that thing just smile at me? But no, it wasn't just a smile. The way its glowing eyes locked onto him, there was familiarity there, like a loyal dog waiting for its master. More terrifying than anything was the feeling that washed over him. It was almost like they were glad to see him. Woo's knees faltered as he struggled to reconcile the unthinkable. Why does this feel familiar? Why do I feel like I've been in this kind of situation before? But before he could grasp it, the world returned to blinding white. And then black. The next scene burst with fury. Inside the station, the commanding officer exploded in anger. "You're all useless," he roared, voice shaking the ceiling tiles. "How could you screw this up so badly?" Bandaged, bruised, and blank-faced, the officers who had been inside the warehouse stood silently, their heads bowed. He paced before them, seething. The man who confessed, he vanished. Not a single trace left behind. "And you all fainted." His eyes narrowed and landed on Officer Wu. "You called the ambulance. You remember anything?" Wu looked down, then answered quietly, "I'm sorry." When I snapped out of it, the others were unconscious. The captain exhaled through clenched teeth. "Ugh, seriously." He looked around, eyes scanning the room, voice lowered now. "This hasn't been reported yet, so keep your mouth shut. As far as anyone's concerned, you got hurt chasing down the Guro District gang. Got it?" The group mumbled in unison, "Yes, sir." "Good." Outside the interrogation room, the nameplate gleamed quietly, Violent Crimes Team 3. But within the calm, Wu sat at his desk, hands flying across his keyboard. His face was unreadable, yet his mind raced. "There's definitely something going on here." Another officer approached. "Sir, are you still investigating that case?" he asked nervously. "Didn't the captain say to drop it?" Wu didn't even look up. "I know. I'm just checking it, for personal reasons." As the screen loaded, his colleague leaned over. "Whoa. Looks like there were tons of criminals who confessed at other stations too. Not just ours." Wu narrowed his eyes. "Yeah, apparently." A pause, then a sudden spike of intrigue from the officer beside him. But the number of confessions dropped sharply between the end of February and the beginning of March. Weird, right? Wu's eyes flicked up. "What is it? What are you thinking?" The younger officer smiled sheepishly. "Oh, it's probably nothing special. It's just, my aunt used to run a small book rental shop. And," Wu asked, brow raised, "I remember she'd always complain about slow business during that time. End of February, early March. That's when school starts up again." He laughed awkwardly. "Pretty useless information, huh?" Wu paused. Then, almost imperceptibly, nodded. "No. I'll keep that in mind. Just in case." Beyond the windows of the station, the world moved on. A crowd of middle school students gathered at the entrance of their school. Laughter echoed, backpacks shifted, shoes clicked against tile. And in the center, one boy stood still, framed by the bright blue sky behind him. A silhouette. A quiet heartbeat in a world beginning again. The school office was drenched in the warm hues of morning light, as a tall man in a red jacket stood at attention before the school administrator's desk. The principal looked up from a file and spoke sternly. "A troublemaker student is coming to our school, Mr. Park." Mr. Park remained quiet, listening as the administrator flipped through a report. "Let's see, his father is a firefighter, and his mother is a regular housewife. He also has decent grades. I don't see any big problems on paper." He handed the folder to Mr. Park, who raised an eyebrow while scanning it. But the principal cut in sharply. "Not so fast. Take a look at the comments below about his absence from school." Mr. Park's eyes widened as he read further. "Wait, he ran away from home for 2 years when he was fresh out of elementary school and in his first year of middle school? Not even high school." The principal closed the folder with gravity. "Yes. So? Do you think you can handle this student? You know why they call me the Cobra, don't you?" He boasted to no one in particular. "Give me any troublemaker, and I'll teach them not to cause trouble ever again." The morning assembly was underway. Students stood lined up in neat rows on the school grounds. Mr. Park's loud voice rang out like a whip. "Quiet down. Who's still talking?" He stood tall, a baton in hand, as the students quieted. He squinted toward the crowd. "There he is," he muttered under his breath. All eyes turned as a tall figure walked confidently through the ranks. A dark coat flapped slightly in the breeze. "That boy is some Jin-Woo." Mr. Park narrowed his gaze, recognizing the one he had read about. "You may have been a troublemaker, but I'll turn you into an obedient lamb." As Sung Jin-Woo passed, Mr. Park's eyes locked on something that broke the dress code. Jin-Woo was wearing a black glove. That's against the school dress code, he thought, his internal monologue crackling with anticipation. In that case, I'll give him a taste of the black flaming dragon sealed within me. He stormed toward Jin-Woo. Hey, you. You're wearing a glove. Where do you think you are right now? But as Jin-Woo turned to look at him, Mr. Park froze. A single glance from Jin-Woo pierced through him like a spear. His eyes glowed faintly violet beneath his bangs. Mr. Park's pupils widened. A powerful, shadowy pressure erupted from Jin-Woo's frame, surging into the air with a violet blaze. A black storm of energy danced around him like living flame. A monstrous silhouette formed behind him, shifting, coiling. Mr. Park could only stare in awe and fear as a force far beyond human comprehension revealed itself. All around them, the other students were unaware. But to Mr. Park, it was as if a god had descended among mortals. He stumbled back, face pale. Was he hallucinating? No, he had seen it. He felt it. Jin-Woo turned calmly and walked away, the energy vanishing like a shadow at dusk. Within the swirl of fading magic, a voice echoed softly in the recesses of Jin-Woo's mind. My liege, just now, that man, Jin-Woo replied internally. Yeah, I think he saw you guys. And then he wondered, almost to himself, is this also part of the effect that I'm having on this world? The soft morning sun trickled through the classroom windows, glancing off the chatter and laughter of students milling about in their uniforms. Amid the bustling energy, a figure sat alone in quiet detachment. Sung Jin-Woo, eyes low, leaned over a book with one arm supporting his head. The lockers behind him stood cold and silent, a stark contrast to the noise filling the room. From the door, a familiar face stepped in. Hey, you're Jin-Woo, Sung Jin-Woo, right? Said a voice. Jin-Woo didn't lift his head, but his focus shifted as the voice continued. It's me, Oh Yongle. We were in the same class in middle school. Do you live in the area? I moved here last year. Before he could finish, another boy stepped in and pushed Oh Yongle aside. The tone in the room changed. Hey, step aside for a sec. 3 students surrounded Jin-Woo, one leaning in close with mock curiosity. Whoa, are you some sort of hotshot? You're even wearing a glove. But why only on one hand? You got a black flaming dragon sealed in there or something? Laughter erupted. Another boy mimicked Jin-Woo dramatically. Ugh, my hand. I also have a black flaming goat bleeding in my right hand. Jin-Woo didn't respond. One of them reached out and tapped the glove. Take it off. Let me try it on. The murmurs turned demanding. Can this guy even hear us? We told him to take off the glove, so why isn't he answering? What's wrong? Do you have a tattoo on your left hand or something? Inside his mind, Baru flared with fury. My liege, with your permission, I shall rip their bodies to pieces so they can never disrespect you again. Jin-Woo's eyes stayed calm. I'm not giving you my permission for that. Don't do it. But the tension in the air grew unbearable. Jin-Woo pulled the glove. Beneath it was a hand twisted with deep scars, rough, discolored, and rigid. The burn was grotesque. Jin-Woo's voice remained quiet but carried power. My hand got injured in my fight against the Dragon King and Terry's. It was the only wound that couldn't be healed. His fingers flexed slowly. What's wrong? Have you never seen a burn before? The laughter dried up. The boys recoiled, unease replacing their smugness. Why are you acting so serious? We were only kidding around. Hey, just put that glove back on, or I'm gonna see your hand in my nightmares. It's so gross. They backed off quickly, whispering to one another as they moved away. Jin-Woo sat quietly again, the shadow behind him flickering. Hey, don't follow them. What are you even gonna do to them? The shadow urged, flaring with unrestrained rage. But Jin-Woo only smiled. It's nice and quiet now. He glanced sideways. Moments later, a crash echoed in the hallway. The students who had mocked him stumbled and tumbled over each other, crashing into walls, desks, and lockers, their faces pale and eyes wide. A low murmur filled the corridor. The shadow blinked, confused. My liege. Jin-Woo looked down at his book, his chin resting lazily on his hand, and smirked. That was just for laughs. Later, walking side by side down the hallway, Oh Yongle looked at Jin-Woo in admiration. You sure have changed a lot in these past 3 years, Jin-Woo. You didn't seem intimidated by those guys at all. Did you start working out while you were gone? Jin-Woo smiled. I did train a lot. Yongle grinned. Then, are you going to join a sports club? Jin-Woo paused. A club? There is a club that I want to join. They arrived at the school's track and field zone. A student captain, tall and stern, stood outside waiting. You want to join the track and field club? Asked Choi Taiwan. Jin-Woo nodded. Yes. Both of you? No. Just me. Curious eyes gathered as upperclassmen from the club approached. What's going on? Do they want to join our club? We've never had a freshman barge in and ask to join like this. You're something else, kid. Are you a student athlete? No. Did you have any running experience in middle school? No. The club is made up of student athletes only. If you don't have any running experience, why do you want to join? Jin-Woo stood still, his hands behind his back, the scarred one clenched tightly. Because there's someone I want to meet at the track and field competition. A memory flashed in his mind, a young girl with short hair running with graceful confidence. She's still in middle school, but she's good enough to enter the regional competition, he thought. After all, she was a talented track and field star before she gave up her dream to become a high-ranking hunter. If I enter the competition for middle and high school students, maybe I'll bump into her naturally. The club captain looked thoughtful. All right. But I have one condition. He pointed across the field. Do you see that guy over there? He's a second-year reserve member, the worst runner in our club. You should be able to run faster than him if you want to join. Jin-Woo turned to the runner. From a glance, the boy looked lanky, but his posture, form, and quiet confidence said otherwise. What the captain said is obviously a lie. I'll give it a try, Jin-Woo said calmly. The club smirked. All right, but just running without stakes would be boring. If you win, you get to join the club. But if you lose, you'll do our laundry and cleaning for a month. Jin-Woo nodded. Sounds good. Meanwhile, in the break room, Mr. Park leaned back in his chair with a sigh. Should I take another break and go smoke? He stepped outside with a cigarette, peering through the window. His eyes widened. What the? Why is that brat running with the kids from the track and field club? A teacher beside him answered. Oh, you mean that guy? Apparently, a freshman showed up saying he wants to join. They tested him, and he was so good they couldn't turn him away. Now they're running with him to test his endurance. Mr. Park squinted. Endurance. The teacher nodded. Yeah, that's his 20th lap now. Mr. Park blinked in disbelief. I thought the kid was a troublemaker, but maybe I was wrong. His expression softened. That's right. I should treat him without any prejudice. But just as that thought passed, something shifted. Mr. Park's cigarette dropped from his mouth. His face froze in horror. What the hell am I seeing now? Out on the track, a stream of black and violet energy raced around the lanes, shadows streaking behind Jin-Woo like ghostly wolves. The air rippled with dark power. I must be hallucinating. This can't be happening. Then he looked up and saw them. Towering, monstrous shadow soldiers, vague but unmistakably real, watching him from beyond the window. One slammed its clawed hand against the glass. Mr. Park screamed and collapsed to the floor, trembling. A teacher rushed over. Mr. Park, are you okay? The shadow loomed over his fallen body. I told you not to do it. The soldier looked out, calm yet menacing. Behind him, other shadows emerged in the sky, rippling with dark energy. It looks like this human can really see us. The air shifts with a new beginning. Outside a cozy eatery with a pig-shaped sign reading nostalgic barbecue, the world seems warm and distant from the supernatural. Families laugh, friends banter, and in the middle of it all, sir. He begins, his voice hesitant yet persistent. All this time, you've been investigating the case of the criminals who came to the station to confess. Mr. Woo doesn't respond immediately. He takes a calm sip from his shot glass, the alcohol cutting a line through memory. The grill sizzles in front of them, beef juices crackling like the static between their words. Woo keeps his gaze fixed on the fire, his voice deliberate. What day? The officer leans forward slightly, locking eyes with him. Come on, sir. You know what I'm talking about. You actually saw something that day, didn't you? The investigator presses, tone quiet yet firm. Mr. Images flash, unforgettable, haunting. He lowers his head, eyes clouded by the memory that never left him. His words tumble out like confession. I mean the day that criminal disappeared from the warehouse. Didn't you see something then? The shot glass trembles between his fingers. Silence folds into darkness. It was an ant. He murmurs, his voice suddenly distant. Visions erupt in his mind, hideous, towering creatures wrapped in darkness and death. Memories once suppressed now scream for release. An ant monster. The image lingers on his face, haunted and grim. The world around him continues spinning in warm tones and casual chatter, but he is elsewhere, back in that nightmare. I'm not sure what exactly I saw back then either, he admits. His voice is steady, but his eyes betray the truth. But to me, it looked like an ant. Across the table, the younger man reacts, brows furrowed, mind racing. An ant monster? Are you saying something that looks like a giant ant appeared? No, Mr. Wu insists. It was definitely an ant. But a pause. Then Mr. Park leans forward. Did that ant monster look like an ant with a human body, by any chance? The mood fractures like shattered glass as unease sets in. Suddenly, the scene shifts. Outside, the school track bathes in soft morning light. Echoes of running feet and shouted encouragements fill the air. Our goal is to win the nationals. One student roars, fire in his voice and sweat on his brow. Teams charge down the red track, lungs burning, hearts hammering. Purpose drives them, but confusion still lingers in some of their eyes. Wait, Captain, wasn't our goal to win the regional competition? The leader turns back briefly, voice unwavering. Come on, set your sights higher. Repeat after me. Let's win the nationals. The chant begins to echo, let's win the nationals. And with it, a renewed surge of determination. But among the pack, one runner stumbles in breath. His legs wobble, face drenched in strain. Why'd he have to join the club with me? The runner thinks bitterly, eyes darting to a figure ahead. He's practically gasping for his life. From the shadows within, a voice whispers coldly, Bellion's voice. Humans are foolish creatures, my liege. As if in response, a sudden spark erupts. A rush of blue energy ignites from within Jin-Woo's glove. His stride sharpens. Light warps around him. And behind him, the same exhausted runner gasps, his body convulsing under a strange new heat. Huh? What's happening? My body. It's burning up. Before he can fully comprehend it, a shockwave ripples down the lane. Dash, the newly empowered Jin-Woo blazes past his teammates like lightning incarnate. A blur of pure motion. Someone cries out. Shock replaces ambition. The new recruit is running with such zeal. A voice shouts in disbelief. You'd all better up your game as the seniors. The bar has just been raised, and no one saw it coming. The sunlight spills gently over the school windows as Mr. Park gazes down through the glass. His stern expression betrays a creeping unease. The conversation behind the pane is quiet, yet its weight is unmistakable. The Mr. Park's brow furrows. Tension clings to his voice as he mutters, his breath visible in the morning light. Did that ant monster look like an ant with a human body, by any chance? His face tightens. He winces at his own words, realizing how absurd he must sound. A pained chuckle escapes him. Oh, geez, what am I saying? I'm sorry. I must be really drunk. He turns, forcing a grin and waving off his thoughts. I'll leave you two to your conversation. As he steps away into the bustling cafeteria, Mr. Wu calls out to him, his eyes sharp beneath his black turtleneck. Wait, he says calmly. That ant. Could you tell me more about it? Outside, bare trees reach skyward under the pale winter sky. Sung Jin-Woo observes quietly from below. His gaze is steady, alert. He's been keeping a real close eye on me lately, he thinks. A voice of shadow coils around his thoughts Bellions. My liege, wouldn't it be better to erase that human's memory and take away his ability? Jin-Woo doesn't respond immediately. His eyes remain fixed on Park, now deep in thought. Not yet, he answers. Let's just keep an eye on him a little longer. The courtyard lies still and serene, but tension thrums beneath the surface. Mr. Wu walks alone, turning over pieces of a puzzle in his mind. There must be some sort of connection, he thinks, between the monsters those criminals saw and the monsters the teacher claimed to have seen around that student. Though it's just a police officer's hunch, he pauses, frustrated. How am I supposed to ask the student about the monsters? Another voice chimes in nearby, lighthearted, someone teasing about shadow monsters and ants that walk like humans. Mr. Wu flinches. I wouldn't blame him if he thought I was out of my mind. But just then, something shifts. A faint rustle. A black mist creeps along the floor behind him. Creeping. Whispering. Mr. Wu stops. His eyes narrow as he slowly turns. And then, he sees it. Just for an instant. A shadow. It vanishes behind the base of a tree, melting back into nothingness. But his instincts scream. There's definitely something lurking in this school. From above, Jin-Woo watches, calm but alert. Did he spot my shadow guard? He relaxes his grip slightly, twirling his pen in his fingers. Then again. I'd expect no less from the former chairman of the Hunters Association, Wu Jinchul. He shouldn't have any memories of the past, but his instincts are still as sharp as ever. Inside the classroom, Wu Jinchul introduces himself formally. Students lean in, murmuring with curiosity. You're a police officer? Teacher asks. You have nothing to worry about, he replies gently. I just have a few questions for the student named Sung Jin-Woo. Gasps ripple through the class. A police officer came here to talk to Sung Jin-Woo? He must have gotten into some kind of trouble. Someone whispers. Wu Jinchul offers a polite apology. I'm sorry I interrupted your lesson. It's all right, Jin-Woo replies, stepping aside. As Jin-Woo and Jin-Chul walk into the corridor, Jin-Woo thinks silently, I haven't seen him in years. If I factor in the time that I was lost in the dimensional rift, it's been dozens of years now. Memories flash of agents in black suits, of bloodied pasts and vanished timelines. I'm glad to see him, but if I act like it, he's going to think I'm strange. Wu Jin-Chul glances at Jin-Woo. Something in the boy's presence unsettles him. This student seems different somehow. He stares into Jin-Woo's eyes, deep, unblinking, and glowing faintly with unnatural light. How can a young student's eyes look like this? Trying to collect himself, Jin-Chul reaches into his coat. Would you happen to know anything about Shadow? No, Wu says smoothly. About the ant. Jin-Chul holds up a drawing, one sketched from survivors' testimonies. Does this drawing remind you of anything, by any chance? Jin-Woo studies it, then nods once. Yes. Jin-Chul's eyes widen. You recognize that thing? Then what is this ant monster? And who are you? Jin-Woo's reply is cool. Isn't this the monster from that TV show with special effects? The one little kids like to watch. Jin-Chul blinks, confused. Oh, thank you for your time. As Jin-Woo hands back the drawing, he asks, is that all you wanted to talk about? Yes. I've talked to your teacher, so you shouldn't get into any trouble because of this. If you don't mind, may I have your drawing of the monster? Baru appears beside Jin-Woo in the shadows, his voice stern. My liege, please do not ask for a crude and flimsy doodle like that. Sure. Here, Jin-Woo replies, ignoring Bellion and handing over the drawing. Thank you, says Jin-Chul, stepping away. My liege, Igris whispers again. Why, didn't you tell him the truth? From the shadows, Igris emerges, black mist coiling around him like living flame. Jin-Woo walks slowly as Igris follows. They say oblivion is a blessing from God, Jin-Woo murmurs. Even if his memory loss was the result of using God's tool. Is that so? Back in the classroom, curious students crowd Jin-Woo's desk. What was that about just now? Why did that police officer come to our school, Jin-Woo? I know him personally, Jin-Woo lies effortlessly. He had something he wanted to ask me about. Wow, that's so cool. You're friends with a police officer? That must be nice. The girls blush. The boys said you have a pretty toned body. Is that true? Do you play any sports, Jin-Woo? I saw Jin-Woo running with the track and field club seniors yesterday. Whoa, look how broad his shoulders are suddenly. A loud thud cuts the laughter. A large student drops his hand aggressively on Jin-Woo's desk, wearing a smug grin. Hey, you seem to be pretty popular. Even the police came to see you. He leans in closer, menace dripping from his tone. I'm just messing with you a bit. Is that considered bullying too? Will you report me to that police officer? He taps Jin-Woo's forehead. What? You want to take this outside? You better turn that frown upside down while I'm asking nicely. Before Jin-Woo can react, the bully yelps as two muscular arms yank him back. It's the track and field team. What business do you have with our beloved track and field ace? The captain asks with a grin, both arms wrapped around the startled troublemaker. The rest of the team piles in. We came to stop our ace from beating these four idiots to a pulp, one jokes. Jin-Woo sighs. Please stop joking around. They laugh. We forgot to tell you, we're holding a welcoming party for the new club members. You and Yongle are free today, right? Yes. Then we'll see you two after school. As they drag the bullies away, Jin-Woo asks, where are you taking them? Haha, these guys? I don't know. What should we do with them? Should we take them for a light jog around the track? Sounds great. They dash out of the building in a blur of speed. Later, as dusk settles over the school, golden light stretches across the courtyard. Jin-Woo walks quietly with his friends. Who are those guys? Anyway, one of them asks, do you want us to have a serious talk with them? It's all right, Jin-Woo answers calmly. I'll make sure they don't interfere with the competition. Then a voice behind him calls out Mr. Sung. He pauses. Wu Jin-Chul approaches again. Can we continue our conversation from earlier? Jin-Woo turns slightly. The others hang back. Don't take too long, the captain shouts. We'll keep Yongle hostage until you show up to the welcoming party. Captain. The campus glows with late afternoon light as they walk beneath a tunnel of trees. Jin-Woo's steps are steady, but his voice is low. My friend's life is on the line, so I can't stay long. The two stop near a bench, shadows stretching at their feet. What did you want to talk about, Mr. Sung? Jin-Chul whispers, voice trembling. Hunter Sung Jin-Woo. He lifts his eyes to Jin-Woo's face, eyes misty with recognition. It really is you. Chapter end here. For more, like, share, and subscribe. Welcome back to our channel 217 Prince White. The chapter begins. The moment passed quietly, but its weight would ripple across history like a drop into still water. In the soft hush of the school hallway, Jin-Woo extended the drawing, a crude sketch of Baru in monstrous form, toward Woo Jin-chul. It was a simple exchange. Sure, here, Jin-Woo said, handing it over. Woo Jin-chul nodded, grateful, unaware of the fate tethered to that scrap of paper. Thank you, he replied, taking it gently. Their fingers brushed. That fleeting contact, that incidental moment, would be recorded, perhaps one day, as the beginning of something much greater. Because some of the most significant upheavals in history begin with seemingly insignificant things. Jin-chul stepped away, his shoes echoing down the stairs in solemn rhythm. The calm returned to routine. The soft retreat from an encounter he still hadn't entirely processed. A sigh slipped from his lips, half disappointment, half relief, as he replayed their conversation in his mind. It was stupid of me to come here, after all, he thought. But then, a voice. Familiar, yet altered, timeless and resonant. Do you trust me, Mr. Woo? He froze. He turned, instinctively scanning for a presence, a source, but the corridor was still. Empty. The silence almost mocked him. His heart picked up pace. His breath shortened. The world suddenly felt too quiet. He looked around the stairwell, suspicion knitting into his brow. Again, nothing. No one. Just him and the weight of something vast pressing in from unseen corners of space and time. Then came the answer, not from his own mind, but from somewhere deeper. Yes, I do. It wasn't a declaration. It was a surrender. A pulse of unknown energy swept through him. The light shifted. The walls blurred. The ground beneath his feet melted into something vast, cosmic. Then I hope you'll believe what I'm about to show you. And just like that, the stairwell became a canvas of memories and visions, unfolding in a flood of color, shadow, and light. They came like waves, figures, faces, places, etched in time yet reborn now in an instant. Rulers, monarchs, titans, hunters, death. Jin-chul's eyes widened as ancient power surged through his mind. What is happening? He staggered. The voices echoed through him, countless appeals, desperate questions, solemn vows. Mr. Sung Jin-Woo. A realization hit like thunder. Sung Jin-Woo. It wasn't just a name anymore. That's the student I just met. And with that, everything inside him began to fracture and coalesce all at once. Sung Jin-Woo. He collapsed, trembling, falling to his knees. Beneath him, the tiled floor offered no stability. Within him, a truth long buried thundered back to life. Memories surged forward in blinding flashes, with Jin-chul in black suits, standing beside Go-Gun-hee, missions, monsters, alliances, shadows. He saw himself in the forgotten world he once guarded. He remembered it all through the eyes of Jin-Woo. The gates, the beasts, the monarchs. His hands trembled. Impossible, he whispered. How can this be? After some time, laughter echoed through the golden light of dusk as the captain of the track team slung an arm tightly around Yongle. His voice was cheerful, but the teasing thread in his words was clear. We'll keep Yongle hostage until you show up to the welcoming party. Startled, Yongle could only squeak, Captain, as he was hauled away, leaving Jin-Woo smiling faintly behind. The scene gently shifted to a quieter place, where the late afternoon sun filtered through bare tree branches. Jin-Woo and Woo Jin-chul walked side by side down a peaceful path, their voices low and reflective. Woo Jin-chul, eyebrows slightly furrowed, broke the silence with a question. How long were you fighting the monarchs in the dimensional rift? The shadows of the trees danced on the brick path beneath them. He continued, half to himself, the record states that Mr. Sung has been gone for 2 years, but that didn't align with the scale of what had been accomplished. Jin-Woo's voice was quiet, but firm, as he responded, 27 years. The weight of time hit Woo Jin-chul like a gust of wind. His eyes widened slightly. Do you regret it at all? He asked, searching Jin-Woo's expression for even a trace of doubt. But Jin-Woo's answer came without hesitation. No. No matter how many times I'm presented with the decision, I'd make the same choice each time. A soft smile formed on Woo Jin-chul's face, a glimmer of peace reflected in his eyes. Well, it looks like you're enjoying your life now. Jin-Woo nodded gently. Yes, I'm happy with it. Then, with a dry chuckle, he added, aside from the fact that I have to keep altering my physical body because I can't age anymore. A faint shimmer of energy pulsed behind him, like an aura lingering on the edge of perception. The narration echoed, the power of immortality has elevated Mr. Sung to the status of a god. Yet even with such enormous power, he has chosen to live like a normal human. Their footsteps crunched softly against the path as Woo Jinchul asked curiously, "Have you thought about what you want to do in the future?" Jin-Woo looked ahead, thoughtful. "I haven't thought of anything specific yet." Woo Jinchul smiled. "Then, why don't you join us?" "You mean, the police?" Jin-Woo replied with a small smirk. Woo Jinchul nodded. "Yes. The felons who have been showing up at our station recently were scared for their lives because of your shadow monsters." Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed playfully. "But if I join the police, the other officers won't have anything to do." Woo Jinchul laughed lightly. "And that is just the kind of world that we're striving to create." A pause. "Let me think about it," Jin-Woo finally said, his tone warm. Woo Jinchul looked satisfied. "I'll look forward to hearing your answer." Jin-Woo's voice was softer now, teasing. "Please don't. I know that you're overworked and get paid next to nothing." Time passed. Days blurred into weeks, and spring slowly began to awaken the earth. Then, one day in April, with May just around the corner, something strange appeared out of the blue. In a remote desert canyon, surrounded by towering red rock and dry brush, a grizzled man wiped sweat from his brow and raised a satellite phone to his ear. Hello. I'm a traveler crossing the desert," he began, his tone hesitant but urgent. On the other end of the line, the sterile hum of a call center greeted him. "You've reached the emergency call center. Has there been an accident?" "No, it's nothing like that," the man replied. "Then what is your emergency, sir?" "No, I'm not calling because I'm in trouble," he stammered. "I called because I wanted to report what I saw." The call center worker's voice sharpened slightly. "Is your situation urgent? Should we send someone to help?" The voice on the other end of the emergency line hesitates, uncertain. "I don't know if I should call this urgent," the traveler admits, his brow furrowed, sweat trailing down his cheek. "To be honest, I'm not sure how to explain this either." The operator urges him gently but firmly. "Sir, you need to describe what is happening, so we can respond accordingly." He looks to the sky again, his voice a whisper more to himself than anyone. "Something's breaking." Back in the control center, the operator, still not understanding, asks again. "Cracks? Is there a building crumbling in the desert? Where exactly are you seeing those cracks, sir?" The traveler turns his gaze upward, the sunlight illuminating the growing web of fractures above. "Well, it's the sky." Suddenly, with a deafening sound that echoes through the canyon, the firmament above him splinters, blue and white cracks tearing across the heavens as if the sky itself were made of glass. "The sky is crumbling," he shouts, the horror raw in his voice. A world away, beneath the soft glow of a full moon, a familiar scene unfolds. In a quiet room, Jin-Woo sits calmly at his desk, surrounded by books and schoolwork. Behind him, a massive silhouette stirs in the darkness. Igris, his loyal shadow soldier, materializes from the shadows like an ancient guardian. "You should approach problem 24 in a different way, my liege," Igris advises, his voice grave. Jin-Woo looks up, distracted. "My liege," he repeats absent-mindedly. Something stirs inside him, something cold and sharp. As he lifts a piece of fruit to his lips, he pauses, a chill running through his spine. What is this feeling? He wonders, his purple-shadowed eyes narrowing. Elsewhere, at a quiet corner cafe called Café Peen, a man sits with practiced ease, a gentle smile on his lips, hands folded neatly before him. "It has been a while, monarch of shadows," he says. Across the table, Jin-Woo meets his gaze, the aura of divinity cloaked beneath a mortal shell. Jin-Woo doesn't waste time. "Are the rulers responsible for this?" The man shakes his head. "It wasn't us. As you know, our method of traveling is different." Jin-Woo leans forward, his voice low. "Then do you have any idea what sort of beings are approaching Earth?" The man takes a slow sip of coffee before answering. "They are outsiders who have visited our world before. I believe they've changed course after being chased out by the heavenly army. But why are they headed here?" His eyes narrow. "They are a tribe of giants who survive by consuming rocks on planets that support life. These vicious beings are called Titans in their own world. And it's obvious why they're coming to Earth." Jin-Woo processes the weight of the revelation. "So they aren't our friends." The man sets down his cup. "No." A new understanding settles over Jin-Woo. This never happened before the cup of reincarnation was used. The man nods. "That's correct. Actually, they came to our world before you used the cup. And now, it's as if that never happened. So they were originally going to target your world, but now, they've changed course toward Earth?" "Yes." A grim realization hardens Jin-Woo's expression. "Then I must be the reason why." Across the sleek table in the dim-lit cafe, the ruler in the black suit finishes his explanation with a somber tone. They followed the trace of your incredible power here, he says, his expression grave beneath the warm glow of the hanging lights. At least, that's what the rulers believe. Sung Jin-Woo listens in silence, his gaze sharp, his features carved with focus. And the rulers? He asks without lifting his eyes. The ruler answers steadily, they've already dispatched the heavenly army. But Jin-Woo's voice cuts through the air like the edge of a blade. No, they won't make it in time. His eyes narrow. Shadows dance faintly in their depths. Within his thoughts, a cold realization emerges. Even if the rulers began creating a gate to Earth right this moment, it would take years. And by then, everything would already be over. His resolve hardens like steel. His voice is low but thunderous with intent. I'll take care of the Titans myself. The narration shifts to a panoramic view, rocky ridges stretching beneath a wide azure sky. A desert in the western part of the U.S. Below, nestled in the canyon's basin, lies a hidden military camp, rows of tents and armored vehicles surrounded by cliff walls. The location is marked with caution, keep out tape, sealing it from the world. The voice of the narrator returns. The U.S. government sealed off the area, hiring experts to determine what was happening, but no one could explain the phenomenon. Inside a command tent, military officers and scientists peer anxiously at monitors and papers. One older expert, gray-haired and weary, admits with frustration, I've studied extreme weather for 30 years, but I've never seen anything like this. A commanding officer replies, confident and firm, don't worry. If anything comes out of there and tries to attack, we'll take care of it. But before another word can be spoken, rumble. The earth shudders. The soldier near the entrance stiffens. He murmurs. And then it happens. A violent roar splits the air. The ground explodes with unrelenting force as tanks and armored trucks are hurled into the sky like toys. The shockwave sends men screaming, flung helplessly into the air. Steel twists. Earth groans. Whoosh, a deadly whirlwind of chaos and might. The sky becomes a graveyard of war machines, silhouetted against the sun as vehicles and soldiers alike are scattered in freefall. High on the canyon ridge, Jin-Woo stands still, unmoved, watching the carnage with solemn eyes. Those weapons won't work on the Titans, he says quietly, a bitter truth confirmed in destruction. Wind rushes past him. His coat flutters. Cracks in the sky pulse with energy. Looks like the stage has been set, Jin-Woo mutters. The sky above him flickers, fractured, unstable. He closes his eyes and breathes in. I can tell, his senses awaken fully now, reaching into that growing void, that our enemies are determined to devour this land. His voice drops further. I can feel them, breathing nearby. Then, with a crackle, glowing weapons form and hover in the sky, dark, menacing, and pulsing with violet energy. One by one, the armory of shadows materializes around him like a storm waiting to be unleashed. Jin-Woo steps forward, the wind screaming louder. Bring it on. He reaches toward the largest weapon, fingers wrapping around its hilt as the blade hums with raw power. Thunder ripples outward. The skies tremble at his command. Now that they're here, these invaders, these Titans, they'll have to fight. And their opponent is not just a monarch. He grips the weapon, the shadows flaring wildly behind him. He is a monarch who is also a hunter. And this time, the hunt has only just begun. Tanks, soldiers, and debris plunged from the sky, pulled violently toward the earth in a spectacle of chaos and fear. The once mighty war machines, now helpless in midair, came crashing down with thunderous force. The moment they struck the desert floor, clouds of dust erupted like shockwaves, swallowing men and metal alike. The impact jolted the command center. Officers reeled from the force, their expressions twisted with disbelief. One commander, stunned and breathless, stared out into the distance. His voice trembled as he whispered, "What on earth?" As he lifted his eyes to the heavens, he saw it, an anomaly swirling in the sky. A vortex, humming with otherworldly energy, formed a glowing storm that seemed to tear at the fabric of reality itself. Above it all, the sky ignited in flashes of light. Crackling electricity tore through the skies as figures began to descend from the blinding light, giant, jagged creatures made of stone and darkness. Their bodies sparked with blue lightning, their hulking forms casting shadows over the desert. A titanic army of monsters, the Titans, began to rain down upon the earth, one after another, rumbling as they landed with seismic force. Their mere presence warped the landscape. Their numbers stretched beyond the eye's reach, endless and overwhelming. From the cliffs, Jin-Woo stood unflinching. His silhouette was a single line of defiance against the wall of looming destruction. The colossal figure of the Titan general landed before him with a quake, sending ripples through the canyon. Its voice, thunderous and mocking, rumbled, "What's this? Do you really believe that you can stop us Titans on your own?" But Jin-Woo didn't waver. Surrounded by swirling blades, his eyes shone with deadly resolve. "Does it look like I'm alone?" he asked, voice calm, unwavering. From behind him, darkness tore open like a curtain, and the shadows poured out. In the blink of an eye, the air was filled with swirling black mist. Shadows erupted from the rift behind Jin-Woo, an unstoppable flood of his army, streaking through the air like smoke and flame. Their descent was swift and surgical, an oncoming storm of lethal precision. As the Titans began to land across the ravine, Jin-Woo's forces streaked through dimensions, emerging from the swirling shadows, one after another. Soldiers in dark armor, knights with burning eyes, monsters of nightmare and legend, all bound by his command. Across the canyon, the colossal Titan monarch narrowed his glowing eyes. His granite skin cracked as a growl of suspicion echoed from deep within. Jin-Woo stared him down, power radiating like a storm condensed into human form. The shadows behind him expanded, and then he spoke a single word: "Charge." With that, chaos was unshackled. Far from the battlefield, beneath the stately calm of the White House, tension thickened like a coiled spring. The president sat behind the resolute desk, brows furrowed, fingers steepled. His face was a mask of disbelief and concern. Through inner monologue, he processed what little information they had. The sky, it had been clear, peaceful. And then it wasn't. Something cracked it open, like glass fractured by pressure far beyond comprehension. And from that fracture, something had come. Something they didn't understand. Something not meant for this world. And for the first time in history, the president wondered, was this something the Earth could not survive? Footsteps echoed as Harrison entered. The president turned to him, voice low but urgent. "Harrison, is what you just said true?" "Yes, sir," came the reply. "The situation is already under control. I'll explain everything in the meeting room." Moments later, in a secure briefing room, satellite feeds and drone footage played on glowing screens. Officers, aides, and intelligence officials watched in silence until silence turned to alarm. The footage showed destruction. A battlefield beyond imagination. "What on earth is that?" someone exclaimed. "And who's that figure standing there? A boy? Is he Asian?" The murmurs grew. "Who is that boy? Where did the soldiers go, Harrison? Why is that civilian standing among those creatures?" The general's face paled as he answered. "I would like to know the answer to that question as well." Back on the battlefield, the Shadow Army clashed against the Titans. Amid the dark energy, one shadow beast unleashed a fearsome roar, charging headlong into the enemy ranks. Stone cracked. Fire burst through the sky. A Titan retaliated, launching a radiant blast of golden flame, a beam of concentrated fury meant to vaporize whatever lay in its path. Blast. The world itself seemed to detonate. Earth split. The sky screamed. Light clashed with shadow in a blinding spectacle. But from the smoke, shadow monsters surged back, relentless and vengeful. One struck a towering Titan squarely, sending it reeling. The tide had turned. The war had begun in earnest. A thunderous impact shakes the earth as a colossal stone foot slams down, pulverizing everything beneath it. Dust explodes skyward, debris cascading in all directions. The mountainous terrain trembles from the sheer force, echoing like a war drum. From the haze of smoke, a burst of black and violet energy surges forward, fast as a shadow and twice as deadly. Shadow soldiers, blades drawn, rush with deadly intent. Their weapons tear across the battlefield with swift, merciless slashes, cutting through the stone giants with chilling precision. Screeching fills the air as another wave of shadow beasts lunges into the fray. Their claws and fangs clash violently against the titanic enemy forces. Sparks fly from their enchanted edges, leaving glowing wounds carved into stony flesh. Then, a tremendous streak cuts across the sky, Jin-Woo himself. He soars downward like a meteor, his sword gleaming with raw energy, crashing into enemy ranks. Bodies scatter from the sheer velocity of his descent. The earth craters under the weight of his fury. He lands gracefully amidst the chaos, surrounded by his summoned weapons that now hover menacingly in orbit around him. One by one, they ignite with dark flame and take flight, homing in on their targets like avenging spirits. Jin-Woo's gaze lifts to the sky, his expression calm yet resolute. He raises his hand, calling forth yet more blades from the void. A colossal arc of dark energy tears through the enemy like a divine judgment, splitting the battlefield with destructive elegance. The aftershock leaves the land shuddering, bodies of enemies flung violently in all directions. Titans reel under the onslaught, but he does not let up. Jin-Woo charges again, his strikes unrelenting. Every swing sends another stone beast tumbling. The rhythm of battle pounds like a drumbeat. The enemy's general, the Titan King, begins to stir. Though wounded, he straightens, his massive frame crackling with fury. Smash. Smash. He returns Jin-Woo's attacks with brutal force, his fists like meteors slamming against the shadows. But the Shadow Monarch is far from finished. As the giant roars in challenge, Jin-Woo meets his gaze and hurls upward into the stormy sky once more. A swirl of shadow follows him, his wings of darkness flaring outward, blades drawn to him like moths to flame. Then he dives, like vengeance incarnate. Jin-Woo's shadow leapt skyward, then descended like a thunderbolt. His blade, glowing with ominous violet energy, drove down through the chest of another towering titan, cleaving stone and flesh in a single unstoppable motion. A tremor surged through the battlefield as the titan collapsed, its last breath stolen by the Sovereign of Death. He landed without a sound, his footfall soft against the shattered terrain. Dust and shadow curled around him like a mantle as he straightened, eyes locked forward, unwavering. The wind hissed through the battlefield, swirling through crumbled stone and scorched air. "Oh ho!" A voice rose from the cloud of smoke, calm, unbothered. The haze parted, revealing another titan. This one, unlike the others, radiated command. Its eyes glowed with red supremacy, its voice carried the calm arrogance of a being that had never been challenged. It regarded Jin-Woo with thinly veiled curiosity. "I didn't know there was such a skilled fighter on a tiny, remote planet like this," the titan said, stepping forward. "But the fact that you must increase your size with mana to maximize your power proves how primitive your species is." Jin-Woo stood still, silent, watching. The titan's form began to shrink, not with weakness, but with purpose. Titans like us, we decrease our size when we are ready to use our full power. From the shifting mass of armor and stone, a more compact, lethal form emerged, refined, hardened, evolved for war. Gleaming plates of black and silver armor etched with crimson streaks pulsed with energy. This wasn't just any soldier. This was a warrior honed by cosmic battlefields. "Only the best Titan warriors can do this," the creature said with pride, flexing his claws. "Like myself." He stepped closer, towering yet contained, a god of war clad in obsidian steel. "It isn't too late to beg for our forgiveness. We will gladly show you mercy." The words hadn't even finished leaving his mouth when a shadow ripped through the space between them. In an instant, Belian, the shadow commander, crashed into the titan with blistering speed. The impact knocked the smug titan back, his feet grinding trenches through the earth. Belian's sword gleamed red, his wings spread in menace. His voice rasped with devotion and ferocity. "Apologies, my liege. Were you in the middle of a conversation with that titan?" Jin-Woo didn't even glance his way. Calm and composed. "No. More importantly, these guys seem pretty arrogant," Jin-Woo replied, his voice like ice. "Looks like you'll have to put special care into teaching them a lesson." Belian grinned, hunched forward, twitching with anticipation. "Please leave it to me, my liege." And like a demon unleashed, he vanished. The titan barely had time to register before sword raked into him again, flinging his massive body through the canyon like a ragdoll. A scream, raw, primal, echoed as he smashed against jagged rocks, his armor fracturing, pride withering. Far away, across the globe, the scene unfolded on a massive screen in the U.S. Command Center. Silence fell over the military officials, the tension thick. The president, leaning forward with furrowed brows, murmured, "That boy, have you found out who he is?" The silence deepened as the CIA officers reviewed footage and files, flipping through reports that had nothing, no identification, no leads. Mr. President spoke. "He's destroying those monsters like they're toys. It's like seeing a scene from a movie. I can't believe this is happening in real life." The president narrowed his eyes. "Is there a way for the CIA to find out his identity?" A voice responded from the corner of the room, measured and certain. "Well, it'll be impossible to do so using normal means." Director David Brennan stepped into the light. His tie loosened, his face grim. "Normal means, that is." He leaned forward, placing both hands on the table, locking eyes with the president. "So why don't we use an abnormal method to track him down?" The question hung in the air like a loaded weapon. "What do you mean?" the president asked slowly, already knowing he might not like the answer. A heavy silence hangs in the air, tension crackling like static across the war room. Then, David Brennan leans forward slightly, his expression sharpening with intent. "Don't you remember?" he says slowly, each word a key unlocking old, buried truths. "There's someone who showed us what no one else could through abnormal methods." The room stills. A bead of sweat glides down a forehead as the realization dawns. "You mean, A voice murmurs, almost afraid to confirm it aloud. Brennan nods, eyes glinting. Yes, I'm talking about Ms. Norma Selner. As he speaks her name, a new figure appears, distant and cloaked in bright light. The silhouette of a woman, composed and upright, her presence serene yet enigmatic. She is the anomaly among ordinary men, the one who sees beyond the veil of reality. I'm sure she'll give us the answer we want, Brennan continues, voice calm, assured. As always. Meanwhile, far from the tense war rooms of powerful men, life unfolds with youthful anticipation in a completely different world. The sun gleams over the track as the National Student Track and Field Competition begins its preliminaries. Young athletes mill around, energized, their laughter and nerves painting the field with life. Among them, Jin-Woo in a purple tracksuit walks silently with his team, his expression calm, detached. A commotion pulls the eye elsewhere. A muscled athlete stretching with confidence turns to his teammate. Hey, Kim-chul, what are you waiting for? Get ready. The call jolts the towering teen, who hesitates before flashing a grin. Oh, all right, he responds, lifting his foot to stretch. But just as quickly, his expression falters. His gaze freezes, distant. His lips barely part, breath catching in his throat. A word escapes, half disbelief, half memory. Iron. His hand trembles as he finishes adjusting his shoe, his towering frame suddenly stiff with realization. The silence is soon shattered by mocking voices, taunting and loud beneath the bright stadium sky. Taiwan stands at the center of the jeers, his confident grin matched only by the arrogance in his tone. I noticed you entered your first-year rookie in every event, he scoffs, arms folded smugly across his chest. You guys must be pretty desperate. Behind the mockery lies pointed intent. Rumors have reached even Choi, the injured Woo Sanjin, once the pride of their team, has taken months off. Now, in his absence, a new face steps up, and Choi wastes no time piling on the ridicule. Across the track, Jin-Woo calmly endures the barbs. His eyes narrowed, his silence sharper than any insult. His teammate leans in, whispering, this first-year rookie's gonna run circles around you. Just wait and see. Taiwan sneers, rolling his eyes. Wow, I see you've been honing your jokes instead of your running. But something in the air shifts. As Kim-chul steps forward, the so-called rookie, unease ripples down Taiwan's spine. A sweat begins to beat on his forehead, unnatural and cold. His thoughts begin to spiral. The urge I feel, it's overwhelming. His heart thunders. His breath catches. Something primal coils inside him, a submission, foreign and terrifying. Why does he feel the urge to kneel before a boy he's never met? The presence emanating from Jin-Woo is like nothing he's ever encountered. Shadows curl from beneath his feet. Something ancient lingers behind his calm gaze, a king cloaked in the body of a student. Kim-chul trembles. Could it be that I'm afraid of a kid who's in the same grade as I am? His fists tighten, his pride howling in protest. No, like hell I am. His outburst startles those around him. Teammates glance his way with concern, asking if he's all right. I feel perfectly fine. He snaps, masking the storm within. He forces a grin, striding up to Jin-Woo, glaring into the void of that unreadable expression. How could I possibly be afraid of this scrawny runt? He thinks, desperate to smother the instinct that screams otherwise. He doesn't stand a chance against me, no way. He challenges Jin-Woo outright. Hey, what are you looking at? If you've got something to say, we can take this outside the stadium. Laughter erupts behind Jin-Woo. Whoa, are the two of you already fighting? The competition hasn't even started yet. Another student shouts playfully. Just make sure you don't kill him, Jin-Woo. But the moment remains tense. You're not gonna murder someone on the day of the competition, are you? One jokes nervously. Just ignore him. Be the bigger man and let him live. Jin-Woo offers a slight smile. Nothing like that will happen. Don't worry. That's a promise, Jin-Woo. Someone calls out. That guy better walk back to the track on his own 2 feet. You hear? Yet beneath the bleachers, Kim-chul isn't done. He corners Jin-Woo by the stairwell, grabbing his collar with open hostility. Hey, do I look easy to you just because I'm standing in the same stadium in a school uniform? The shadow responds first. Darkness pulls behind Jin-Woo, and with it, a familiar face emerges. Tusk, glowing violet eyes. It's nice to see him again like this, whispers a voice from the abyss. Igris appears, flanked by the Shadow Monarch's lieutenants. So the original Iron is alive again. Welcome back, Iron. In that instant, the weight of the abyss bears down on Kim-chul. He gasps as invisible pressure crushes his bravado. Belian speaks with cold devotion. My liege, with your permission, Bellion, we'll teach him a lesson so this sort of thing never happens again. What's going on? Why? Kim Chul's thoughts falter as sweat trails down his brow. He stumbles, overcome, dropping to his knees. Tears he can't explain well up in his eyes. Why am I? He kneels before Jin-Woo without understanding why. Jin-Woo looks down at him, a faint shadow in his eyes. He's living as Kim Chul the human now. Jin-Woo thinks silently, not as one of my shadow soldiers. Jin-Woo casts one last glance over his shoulder. In his thoughts, he decides it's best to leave Kim Chul alone. Whatever hold the shadows once had on him has clearly vanished. But as Jin-Woo turns away, a sudden voice from behind breaks the silence. Wait, hold on, Kim Chul stammers, still kneeling on the floor, his body trembling. Confused, dazed, his face flushes red. His heart pounds wildly against his chest, blood rushing through his ears like a drumbeat. Could this feeling be love? He wonders, surrounded by an absurd burst of flowers blooming in his mind. An overwhelming and ridiculous realization. Jin-Woo turns, expressionless, clearly disturbed by the strange shift in mood. What the hell are you talking about? He mutters coldly. Kim Chul blinks, embarrassed, reaching out as though trying to salvage some dignity, only for Jin-Woo to snap his fingers with authority, his expression hard as steel. Reality slams back into Kim Chul like a wave. Sweat beads down his temple. With a nervous, twitchy grin, he begins to blurt out an incoherent lie. You picked a fight with me, but then found out I'm your father's friend's kid. So we're good now, right? He rambles, chuckling awkwardly. Also, try being a better person from now on, he adds, snapping his own fingers weakly, mimicking Jin-Woo with pitiful bravado. Jin-Woo walks away without a word. But just before disappearing, he turns back once more and delivers a final, grounding statement. You were also one of the people who fought to protect the world. You should be proud of yourself. His voice is calm, firm, unshakable. Kim Chul jolts upright at the remark, heart caught between confusion and shame. He utters, watching Jin-Woo walk off with steady steps. The guilt, the honor, the embarrassment, it all swirls inside him. He glances around anxiously, eyes wide and darting. The hallway feels smaller now, more exposed. He mutters again, kneeling on the ground in disbelief as an announcement echoes through the stadium. The junior high-level preliminaries will begin soon. We ask that all participants gather inside the stadium. Meanwhile, a shift in scenery carries us far from the stadium across a quiet, tree-lined neighborhood to a modest house with clean white walls and a garden out front. David Brennan steps out of a sleek car and approaches the door. It's been a while, Miss Sellner, he greets formally. Inside, Norma Sellner opens the door with a warm, familiar smile. Come on in, Dave, she says, ushering him into her home. The smell of food lingers in the air, and Dave hesitates. I smell food. Did I interrupt your meal? No, she replies, already turning down the hallway. Actually, I have another guest here who arrived earlier. Another guest? Dave raises an eyebrow. Then I'll get right to the point so I won't take up any more of your time. As they walk, she interrupts softly but firmly. Dave, I already told you. I haven't been able to see anything. Not since he came to see me. Dave's brows furrow. Oh, are you talking about that god of death again? Norma smiles quietly, the kind of knowing smile that seems to hide the weight of entire worlds. I'll answer the questions you're about to ask me, Dave. She pours tea into 2 cups. The answer to your first question is yes. And the answer to your second question is no. Dave's hand freezes mid-motion. Wait, how did you know that I? Norma turns to face him, eyes clear and serious. Dave. The questions you wanted to ask me are. The air grew still in the quiet warmth of the kitchen as Dave's voice, heavy with frustration and purpose, clattered against the soft ambience. His hand gripped the wooden edge of the chair tightly, knuckles pale with restrained urgency. Across from him, Norma Sellner sat in gentle contrast, serene, unwavering. I only ever spoke about the past, she finally said, her words like a gentle stream smoothing over jagged stone. All I did was look into it and give the answers I thought you'd want. A moment passed in silence before the soft clink of porcelain echoed as she set her teacup down. Calm but firm, she continued. So, may I go into more detail with my answers? She looked up. I sincere. You're right, Dave. I know who you wanted to ask me about. Her voice held a subtle edge of finality as she followed with a sharp pivot. But I won't tell you anything about him. Dave recoiled in disbelief. But Ms. Sellner. Her refusal had landed with steel certainty. His words tumbled over one another. You must know what that boy did. He's someone who could threaten our country. How could you refuse to? But his protest was halted by the simple, resolute voice of a mother. I know. That is exactly why I am saying this. At that moment, a child entered, quietly clutching the doorframe, innocently observing the adult tension. Yet Selner remained calm. You've seen the footage from that day, haven't you? She asked softly. Dave looked away as the memories flashed vividly in his mind. Jin-Woo, dark and towering amidst a wasteland of fallen monsters and broken earth. Surrounded by his summoned shadows, he stood not as a tyrant, but as a guardian. I did see it. Dave murmured inwardly. He recalled the boy who faced impossible odds with unshaking resolve. I saw a boy who didn't back away from all the vicious monsters in front of him. His power was terrifying, yes, but at the end of the day, he used it to save humanity. Norma's expression didn't change, but her gaze gently urged him to remember what truly mattered. Dave's tone softened, laced with curiosity now. Would you believe me if I told you this wasn't the first time something like this happened? Her silence let him go on. So something similar has happened before? He pondered aloud. Are you saying that humanity has faced the threat of extinction multiple times and never even knew? The truth weighed heavily in the quiet room as steam rose from untouched tea. Inside his mind, doubt continued to swirl. Maybe Miss Selner is right. Maybe that boy really is. He looked up, catching sight of her face once more. Her calm conviction unsettled him. Can you guarantee, he asked, voice trailing as the question solidified in his mind, that the boy from the footage isn't dangerous? She didn't hesitate. I can. He blinked. The absolute confidence in her voice stopped him cold. All right then, Dave said, shoulders relaxing ever so slightly. I'll pretend I didn't hear you say that you know him. Norma, warm and composed, smiled as she reached for a small parcel. Wait, Dave. I made some cookies. Would you like to take these with you? She held them out, a small gesture of peace amid the storm of questions. Inside the quiet home, a warm, soft light spills over the polished floorboards. Ms. Selner stands at the top of the staircase, her calm presence contrasting the towering figure of Thomas Andre as he approaches her from below, his hair wild and untamed, matching the ferocity he's known for. With a subtle but confident air, he offers, "Want me to handle him for you?" Her response is poised but firm, a gentle warning carried in her voice as she reminds him that if he gets into trouble again, professional fighting might not forgive him a second time. Won't you be banned if you cause another scene, Thomas? Thomas chuckles, rubbing the back of his neck. Well, yeah, but his bravado falters slightly as the maternal figure before him exerts a quiet authority he can't ignore. He holds up the gift of cookies she had wrapped earlier. The rustling of the plastic echoes softly. Hey, can I ask you something? Still munching, he turns slightly serious between bites. There must be other people doomed to die in accidents. Car crashes, disasters, there must be plenty of them. His voice trails off, lost between genuine curiosity and personal reflection. The cookie crunches loudly in his mouth, echoing like punctuation after a long thought. But I was able to dodge it, because of your prophecy. His tone shifts. Why did you save me back then? Selner's smile is calm and knowing. Because you did a lot of good in your past life. He stares at her blankly, blinking in disbelief. I did. His voice lifts in disbelief as he shouts. But I'm Thomas Andre, the bad boy. No, the devil of the UFC. Outside, the sunlight cuts through the glass, painting the floor with golden streaks as Dave exits the house and steps into his car. From the window, Thomas watches, still holding the bag of cookies. His question carries a playful edge. So what did that boy from the video do to make that geezer come looking for him? Selner's reply is simple, yet it ripples with weight. He saved the world. Thomas glances back at her, narrowing his eyes. Sometimes, I can't tell if this lady is joking or being serious. He thinks to himself. Then again, that's what makes her so damn interesting. He looks over his shoulder, curiosity now mixed with admiration. Then where is this hero who saved the world? And what's he doing now? Selner, gazing out into the golden-lit horizon, answers with a distant voice. I'm not sure. A shift in scenery. A girl with golden hair, eyes filled with questions and wonder, gazes ahead in silence. Around her, petals drift in the warm wind, lit by a soft amber glow. And there, beneath the glowing canopy of a tree, two figures meet in quiet stillness. One stands, calm and composed. The other sits on a bench, light-hearted, relaxed. Leaves spiral gently through the sunlight, and the city behind them moves unaware. The world has moved on, healed, and somewhere in that peace, the hero, Jin-Woo, might simply be enjoying the youth he once never had the chance to live. Perhaps, just perhaps, he's finally free. Chapter end here. For more, like, share, and subscribe. Welcome back to our channel 217 Prince. The chapter begins. The stadium echoed with a murmur of anticipation, a vast arena basking under the open sky as the loudspeakers boomed the call. The junior high-level preliminaries were about to begin. Sunlight poured through the clouds like a spotlight, casting warm glows across the sleek track lanes. Young athletes crouched into their starting positions, breath held, hearts pounding, a quiet before the storm. Muscles tensed, fingers gripped the ground, and then, whip, the signal reverberated through the air. The gun fired with a sharp bang, and they launched forward like arrows, slicing through the tension with explosive energy. Their feet pounded the track as adrenaline surged, each one racing not just against their competitors, but against their own limits. In the chaos of the sprint, a girl surged ahead, her form flawless, her will etched into every step. Behind her, others strained to keep up, gritted teeth, narrowed eyes, drenched brows. Every breath burned, every heartbeat thundered louder. Then came the red-haired girl with the tied ponytail and black knee brace. Her acceleration was supernatural. She carved through the wind like it parted for her, passing runners one by one, her shoes thundering against the ground with relentless force. The crowd blurred as she pushed forward. The entire field curved around her momentum. She wasn't just running, she was ascending. Her breath sharp, her determination raw. She outpaced every rival and claimed the finish line in a streak of motion. Whoosh, a trail of all left behind her. She crossed the line victorious, gasping for air, hair clinging to sweat-slicked skin, eyes bright with pride. Applause followed her wake like a tide. Later, as the sun dipped low and shadows stretched long over the city, she sat beneath a tree at the plaza. The cheers had faded, replaced now by silence and her own heavy thoughts. Her ankle ached, bruised and tender. She rolled up her pant leg to check the swelling, frustration lining her face. I made it past the first preliminary round, she thought, her brows furrowed. But will I be able to run the rest of the events with an injured ankle? A wave of uncertainty settled in her chest. Her fingers laced together tightly as she stared down at the sidewalk, her shoes discarded beside the bench. This is so frustrating. Then a quiet voice rose from the golden light, drifting through the rustle of leaves. Are you going to hide your injury and keep running? Startled, she looked up, and there he was, standing beside the tree. The boy. The same boy from earlier. Calm. Steady. His presence like a soft breeze in late summer. She didn't answer, but her eyes said everything: surprise, confusion, curiosity. In that still moment under the golden canopy of leaves, the world paused again. Two paths had crossed, one burned by speed, the other cloaked in quiet strength. And for now, they just looked at each other, framed in the falling light of dusk. Her mind, however, was turning rapidly. A track and field student. Is he in high school? He spoke calmly, like someone who had walked many paths and returned with wisdom to share. If you run on a damaged ankle, he warned, you might end up spending a whole year just getting physical therapy. Her expression shifted. She was listening now. Then you'll be bad at running and regret your decision for the rest of your life. She stared at him, uncertain, taken aback by how earnestly he spoke. There was a familiarity in his words, one that lingered in memory. He was speaking from experience, or something close to it. That happened to someone I know, he added softly. There was silence. She lowered her gaze. The golden hue of the leaves danced across his silhouette as she caught a whiff of something comforting. He smells nice. The moment slowed. Thank you for your concern, but ugh, she exclaimed, reaching instinctively for her ankle, struggling to adjust. But before she could react, he leaned closer. Could you stay still for a moment? She blinked, startled. His hand reached out, firm but gentle. What? Her mind screamed. A rush of warmth glowed at her ankle. A soft, radiant light surged from his fingertips. She looked down. His hand hovered just over her skin, a glow weaving around her injury like a quiet miracle. You only get one chance, he said, his voice like dusk whined through the leaves. You should do your best and run as fast as you can. Her breath caught. Wait, she stammered, the realization dawning too late. Haven't we met somewhere before? But he didn't answer. Instead, he turned, his eyes sharp with something unreadable. Let's run. She blinked again, confused. What? If you can run faster than me, I'll answer that question. The stakes had changed. She straightened, alert. You're in high school, right? He asked, knowing full well the answer. I saw you taking first place in all the preliminary events. She nodded, slowly. Really? Then I take it that you're throwing in the towel. Her eyes widened. They'll announce the results of the final round of the preliminaries soon. She stepped forward with resolve. Could you answer my question once I beat your record? Even if it takes some time? He smiled faintly, watching her from behind those calm, knowing eyes. She's younger now, he thought, but she's still as innocent as ever. Their feet aligned beneath the sinking sun, hers poised with defiance, his grounded with patience. The wind stirred. All right, he said with a nod. It's a deal. The scene shifted, lines of the track stretching out into a promise. A red maple leaf fluttered past. And then, for a moment, the air remembered another time. Another life. The golden hues of sunset bathed the streets in warmth as Jin-Woo weaves through the crowd. His eyes catch a glimpse of her again, older, more radiant, dressed in her school uniform and waving with a cheer that cuts through the bustle of the evening city. Her presence is vivid, her joy unmistakable. It's a moment that makes time pause. Later, the calendar on the wall marks D40. The pressure is immense, but he remains composed, focus sharpened by silent shadows hovering protectively behind him. In the dim light of his room, his resolve is forged in solitude and effort. But once the exams pass, the silence of his nights is replaced by the soft hum of city lights. Walking down a lively street, Jin-Woo reflects on the time he spent buried in books and test sheets. He passes a mannequin dressed in a tailored coat and pauses. There's a thought he can't shake. Maybe he should have paid more attention to how he looked. As he stares at the coat, his shadows shift again, silent, fluid, and loyal. In the next moment, the coat is his, adorning him with elegant confidence. He steps back into the flow of the city, the coat flaring behind him as he walks. The crowd feels different now. He's not hiding in it, he moves through it, as if it parts for him. Then, as if on cue, a thought crosses his mind. He counts silently, 3, 2, 1, and a hand lands gently on his shoulder. There you are, says a soft voice. Jin-Woo turns to see Cha-hae-in. Her presence is calm and familiar. It's like you have eyes in the back of your head. She smiles, stepping into pace with him. You took your college entrance exams last month, right? Congrats. He nods with a quiet smile. Are you still planning on going to the same university you chose before? Her tone is casual, but her eyes are searching. Jin-Woo responds calmly. They offered me a full scholarship and a chance to study abroad. And someone I really want to meet is there. She looks suspicious. It's not a woman, is it? He smirks. That's a secret. They walk side by side beneath holiday lights twinkling in the night sky, laughter and conversation buzzing around them. But between them, there's something quieter. Something deeper. She finally breaks it. Do you remember your promise, Jin-Woo? He tilts his head. What promise? You promised to answer any question I had, if I could run faster than you. He chuckles. Right. I do remember. She points ahead with playful challenge. Shall we see who can reach that Christmas tree first? The tension softens, replaced by something almost childlike. A game between two people with history that runs deep. He asks, what do you want to ask me about? She turns, her gaze sincere. Everything. Everything. I want to know what you're thinking about, and whether that person you want to meet is a woman or a man. She pauses. Also, he leans in, intrigued. Also, her eyes glimmer beneath the winter lights. The question trembling on her lips now carries the weight of something far deeper than simple curiosity. I want to know if we've ever met before the track and field competition. She speaks gently, almost afraid of the answer. The festive glow dances in her eyes, soft pinks and whites flickering like cherry blossoms in the wind. Jin-Woo stands frozen, his usually unreadable face caught in a brief moment of surprise. But then he lowers his gaze and nods. All right. She wraps her scarf tighter, almost as if to brace herself for what comes next. Then, with a sudden determination, she pulls it off and throws it around his neck. Jin-Woo, if you like me, stay right here and don't move. She turns and bolts. A swift dash into the crowd. Lights blur around her like a dream in motion. What? Jin-Woo blinks as she disappears into the festive haze. Around him, his shadow soldiers murmur like mischievous spirits. Wow. Looks like our monarch lost. You shouldn't have agreed to this, my liege. My liege. You can still win if you start running now. But Jin-Woo only smiles with a sigh, a rare flicker of warmth playing on his lips. As the lights twinkle above, his thoughts wander into memories layered beneath time. He recalls her from another place, another world. From the dungeon depths where danger loomed, and life was lived one heartbeat from death. She'd once stood by him there too. "Are you on the mining team?" she had asked. "No." He remembered saying it, hesitant yet clear. A friend. A friend who had come to rescue someone. Even in that twisted world, she had carried that light-hearted spark, that brave innocence. "Do you like all of them?" she had once asked, her voice echoing over battlefields and dreams. "Yes," he had answered then, and answers now, every single one. A promise had been made under shattered skies and trembling hands. She had looked at him, blood on her cheeks, yet smiling through the pain. "Promise me. You'll come to see me." "I promise," he had whispered into the receiver, voice filled with quiet certainty. "I'll come to see you, no matter what." And now, the promise had led him here. She reaches the Christmas tree, bright and full of ornaments, light spilling warmth across the plaza. "This means I won, right?" she calls out, a grin spreading as she catches her breath. Jin-Woo rubs his temple, flustered, exasperated, maybe even amused. "Shadow soldiers," he mutters. "Close your eyes." His footsteps are calm, measured, as he begins to walk toward her beneath the silent snow. Above them, the sky shifts. Clouds part like velvet curtains as snowflakes begin to fall, gentle, steady, perfect. She looks up, eyes wide, breathing slow. The soft flakes melt against her lashes as she waits. He walks to her, each step echoing with quiet resolve. The world fades. The lights, the crowd, the war, the past, all fall away. And in that stillness, they embrace. No words, just arms tightening. Two lives touching across timelines, across rewritten fates. Behind them, the Christmas tree glows brighter than ever. Merry Christmas beams above, shining like a new beginning. Snow drifts down as their silhouettes stand beneath it, wrapped in warmth, memory, and the fulfillment of a vow long promised. The screen fades from white into a cascade of violet skies, where light fractures through jagged peaks and Gothic towers that pierce the heavens. The camera drifts over an ancient, magnificent cityscape hidden amidst rocky mountains, spires stretching into a void lit with the glow of countless stars. This is no place of mortals. This is the world of eternal slumber, a realm forged beyond time, veiled in ethereal silence and everlasting twilight. Below the spires, shadow-cast architecture stands tall, monolithic and surreal, glowing with an otherworldly luminance. Through colonnades of shadow and light, the silence is broken. From the darkness, a vast draconic silhouette emerges, cloaked not in flesh and scale, but in writhing shadows, trailing mystical energy as it soars past the towers. A deep voice greets with regal gravity. "Greetings, Lord Tusk." The camera pivots down the polished stone halls of the great citadel. There, General Tusk awaits. Cloaked in crackling power, tusks curving from his jaw, a shadow soldier, he bows courteously, his voice composed. "Hello, General Tusk." Tusk steps forward next, his presence commanding and eyes aglow. "Good morning," he declares joyfully, then pauses, amused. "Or rather, that is what I would like to say, but there is no night and day in the world of shadows." The shadows coil tighter around them as Tusk chuckles, the eerie echo of his laughter bouncing through the halls. Baru leans forward, a grin splitting his face. "Kiki, I see it has been completed, Marshal Baru." And just then, a dramatic reveal, Baru steps aside to present a robe glowing with subtle enchantments, stitched from the shadows themselves. It's designed to match the hooded jacket their king once wore, a quiet homage to Jin-Woo. Haha. "So, what do you think?" Baru roars, arms stretched wide in excitement. "Oh." Tusk gasps, genuinely stunned. "It's a robe that looks just like the hooded jacket our king wore recently." Baru glows with pride, placing a clawed hand to his chest. "You wanted to be more like our king. How could I turn a blind eye to your wish? If you like the robe, that is good enough for me." Tusk's expression turns earnest. "I love it. So much so that I'm tempted to make all the shadow mages wear it as their uniform, Marshal." Baru laughs softly. About that orb, the conversation shifts playfully, Baru suggesting it might be better to attach the powerful orb to a cane for ease. The camera pans as red-armored mages and squat-bearded dwarves enter the hall. The dwarves bow respectfully. "That is an excellent idea, Marshal. Bearded dwarves, at your service. We would be happy to forge this with the holy materials bestowed upon us by our king." The narration pauses, then continues, as a voice echoes through the void. "This is the world of eternal slumber. A vast, Limitless space that is home to nearly 10,000 soldiers, living in harmony while helping each other. A map unfurls in animated layers, marking places like Bellion's soldier training camp, Ashbourne's battlefield, the demon castle, the player job change area, and the bearded dwarves' workshops. As our king grows more powerful, we grow more human. Though we once lived only for destruction, now we evolve. Tusk floats above, dark wings unfurled in the cosmos. Experiencing emotion is refreshing. He swoops down through the void. Stand up straight, Titans. The next scene cuts to a flurry of life, soldiers training, dozing off, bickering, sparring, even falling asleep in classrooms. For the first time, they are individuals. Maru watches it all, voice steady. All the soldiers are forming unique personalities and leading different lives in this world. As twilight bleeds through distant stars, the scene tilts downward into the mountains, revealing a magnificent black dragon unfurling its colossal wings, gliding beneath an endless sky of purple and silver. The beast soars past colossal towers and snow-dusted cliffs, its tail coiled in streams of raw energy. Beneath the wings, the shadows of dozens more follow, silent as whispers. A single thought carries over the scene, narrated with reverence. I too am grateful to my king for introducing me to a brand new world I never could have imagined. The view shifts upward to the shimmering heights of the citadel, where spires stretch into galaxies. A quiet pause settles. I like my king. The next moment cuts to within the castle walls, where a powerful presence breaks the stillness. A familiar voice, booming with joy, exclaims, "Oh, have you finished crafting it at last?" The camera pans across a stunning tower. How impressive! It looks magnificent. The voice belongs to Tusk, eyes wide as he gazes at the orb mounted atop a dragon-shaped staff, its crimson glow pulsing with power. From across the room, Dwarf responds calmly, "I believe you are the one who looks magnificent in your robe, General." Laughter erupts as the mood turns lighthearted. A clash of shadows and muscle greets each other with gusto. "Haha, you have a good eye for fashion," Tusk boasts. "You look so gallant, Lord Tusk," another soldier comments in admiration. The sounds of merriment echo through the hall. Then a deep thud lands like thunder. Massive footsteps announce the entrance of the mage soldiers, lined in rows of ominous black armor. Their glowing eyes meet Tusk's. He raises a brow. What are you mages doing here?" "We were sent by Lord Bellion," one of them answers. Tusk steps forward as the newcomers take position. "So there are mages among the new soldiers as well." He glances at the massive bodies of the new recruits and thinks aloud, it seems like a waste for them to stand around casting spells with such giant bodies. Then again, I suppose I've been doing the same thing. With the stage set, Tusk raises a hand dramatically, cloak billowing. "Very well. Now I shall describe my role in our great monarch's first battle against the Dragon King, and the contributions I made in the dimensional rift. So listen closely," but his words are cut off. From behind, a commanding voice booms. "Why are you loitering around here, Tusk?" Tusk jolts. "What? I was just about to tell the new soldiers about my glorious achievements in this dashing robe that resembles our king's." He spins to face the tall figure behind him, draped in red and black, radiating sheer force. The marshal eyes him. "How dare you call it loitering?" Tusk's voice falters. "I love you, Marshal." The room stiffens. Igris narrows his gaze. "I am always thankful for your loyalty." Tusk nods respectfully, swallowing his pride with a sheepish smile. Tusk continues, "Anyhow, what brings you here today?" Tusk straightens, clearing his throat. "It is almost time." The marshal lifts his eyes to the heavens, his voice solemn. "Shouldn't all the soldiers that are generals and higher gather together to cheer on our king?" A silent beat. Tusk walks to the tall window and gazes out. Light glows beyond the magical veil. Then it hits him. "Oh." He turns, eyes wide. The light intensifies as the view sharpens into a portal, revealing a scene on the other side. Did our king finally reunite with Lady Heian? Yes, comes the quiet confirmation. The news explodes like fireworks. Cheers erupt. Hooray! From within the magical portal, Cha Heian appears, radiant and smiling. Her golden hair dances in the light, eyes filled with quiet happiness. Back in the citadel, the portal reflects in Igris's eyes as he watches her. Reverent silence falls upon them all. The camera begins to fade, until another voice, calm and distant, takes over the narration. "I first met my current king, inside the space my previous king created." The image darkens. A Gothic chamber is shown. My job was to test the human who entered that place. The scene explodes into motion as an enormous blow strikes from the shadows. Thunk. A cloaked figure, Jin-Woo, lands in the center of a ring of monsters, sword drawn, eyes fierce. My previous king said he wanted to find out whether this human was worthy of being his vessel. Time seems to freeze as Igris's voice echoes again. I knew then. A towering presence looms behind the test, a shadow crowned in pale flame. The past and present begin to converge, that this was the one. The words of his king echoed like an oath within the heart of the crimson-armored knight. This was the final command he would receive. And though no words were spoken aloud, he understood. It was time to say goodbye. Within the fractured stone and the chaos of light, surrounded by divine wings and heavenly might, he emerged, a shadow shaped by loyalty, by sorrow, by silent reverence. His presence alone parted the host of radiant beings. Though no blade was drawn, it was clear he came not for war, but for farewell. He remembered it clearly. When his king forgave the rulers, his thirst for conflict vanished as well. So, when he took sudden interest in a single human, insignificant in power, humble in standing, he knew there must have been a reason deeper than any of them could grasp. To him, his king's will was law, unshakable and absolute. It was never his place to question it, only to carry it out. He had followed that path without hesitation. Now, stripped of most of his power, he stood alone. In this dark replica of a dungeon, forged as a crucible to test the one his king had chosen, he waited. It was the same space as before, reconstructed perfectly down to the ancient weight in the air. He remembered this version of himself, the one before he met his king. He pondered aloud, was this place what humans called a dungeon? A battlefield where fate was judged and destiny sharpened. He was awed at the architect's ability to mimic the very sensations of the past using only his king's essence. The accuracy was flawless. Every step he took in this sacred hall was a step toward reenacting the most important moment of his long existence. His thoughts sharpened. This simulation wasn't for nostalgia. It was to test, to refine, to mold a human into a vessel capable of containing the divine weight of his king's will. He paused. The air shifted. He could feel it, just beyond the grand door. The presence of the one chosen. He stood before the massive threshold, his hand brushing its frame. Come, human, his voice resonated, not in threat, but in challenge. His armor glinted under the pale torchlight as he settled into the dark throne, sword by his side, posture regal. I am waiting for you here, he declared to the void. But as silence followed, his confidence faltered. Was he being too bold? Too proud? Sitting atop a throne when the man he was to test bore the soul of his king? He began to doubt himself. Would this be perceived as arrogance? Disrespect? He shifted, unease clawing at his mind. This human carried his king's consciousness. How could he sit upon a throne before such a being? He glanced around the hall nervously, searching for a place worthy of the moment. Then where should I stand? He wondered, heart pounding. Suddenly, the flames flickered higher. Footsteps echoed like thunder across the marble. And there he was, the boy, walking down the misty corridor with silent resolve. Cloaked in shadows, calm yet resolute, Jin-Woo entered the arena not as a human, not as prey, but as the king reborn. From behind a pillar, the Crimson Knight observed him. Is he truly the one my king chose? Whether it was the final command or merely a new test, he did not know. But what he did know was this. If the man before him was unworthy, then he would die. No hesitation. No mercy. That was his oath. His duty. His last devotion. The grand chamber trembled with each heavy step as Igris the Red, Knight Commander of the Shadow Army, emerged from the mist. His crimson armor reflected the faint torchlight, and the echo of his boots striking the stone floor beat like a war drum in the still air. His eyes glowed beneath his helm as he stared forward with silent conviction. All right, his voice resounded, solemn and deliberate. I shall test you. He lifted his gaze toward the throne ahead, the very seat that once belonged to the Shadow Monarch. To see whether you are worthy of sitting on this throne. And with that vow, he descended the steps of the dais with majestic grace, his black cloak rippling behind him like the trailing night. From the edge of the hall, Jin-Woo stood ready, silent but steadfast. He clenched his fists tightly, eyes burning with resolve. I won't be able to inflict any damage unless I get past that armor, he thought. This is my only choice. Igris paused, surprised. Is he planning to defeat me with his bare fists? His respect deepened. I admit that he is brave for a human. With a blinding dash, Igris struck with crushing force. The blow slammed Jin-Woo across the chamber like a ragdoll. Slam. Utterly disappointing. The knight's voice growled. How could someone so weak be worthy of being my king's vessel? Dust and shattered stone rose in the air as Jin-Woo's figure tumbled and skidded. Give up, you weak human. Crash. The chamber erupted. Pillars cracked. Rubble rained down. Amid the chaos, Jin-Woo's body landed with a brutal thud onto the seat of the throne. His limbs hung, blood staining his hoodie. Igris stepped forward, sword raised. You are not worthy of that throne. Golden arcs of light shimmered around his blade. Now, I shall grant you an honorable death through beheading. He brought the sword down with divine force. But as the blade neared its mark, it stopped. For the first and only time. Igris felt relief. If the human wasn't worthy of inheriting his power, it meant my king would be able to remain a monarch a little longer. I shall behead you in an instant and give you a painless death. But just as the final blow was to be delivered, boom, a shockwave exploded outward, blinding blue light consuming the darkness. Igris's eyes widened, his posture shaken. He staggered back. But then, I was startled by the following turn of events. It wasn't the strength. It wasn't the blow. It was the will. The way Jin-Woo refused to give up. Even on the throne, wounded and beaten, he rose. It wasn't the fact that he had blocked my sword, Igris realized. I was more surprised by the way he refused to give up till the end, despite the situation he was in. Fingers crackled with blue arcs of energy, every tendon of Jin-Woo's hand trembling as he gripped the enemy's sword. Sparks of determination burned in his eyes. He refused to yield, refused to fall. Not yet. Through gritted teeth, he roared, I haven't lost yet. And in one explosive burst of raw instinct and power, he plunged a weapon into the eyes of his towering opponent, Knight Commander Igris the Red. The mighty knight staggered back in stunned silence. Was he truly going to fall to a human weaker than himself? And then he saw it. Not in Jin-Woo's stance, not in his strength, but in his eyes. There, deep within the human's gaze, was something hauntingly familiar. A glimmer. A flicker of someone he once pledged eternal loyalty to. Perhaps it was that faint resemblance to the king he once served. The mighty Igris collapsed to his knees with a thunderous thud, a cloud of dust rising around his defeated frame. The shock rippled across the chamber. He had been meant to test this human's strength, to measure his worth. And yet, despite being clearly superior in skill, he had lost. Was it his own carelessness? Or was this a miracle born from Jin-Woo's ironclad will to survive? As Igris knelt, his thoughts spiraled in quiet reflection. He didn't know whether to mourn his own defeat or feel honored that his king had chosen so wisely. The silence was broken only by memory. After that fateful duel, Jin-Woo had taken him in, not as an enemy, but as a companion. He had become his servant. And yet, Jin-Woo had treated him with grace, kindness, even respect. So many times, Igris found himself thankful for being under the human's command. Together, they fought, side by side, no longer as foes, but as master and loyal knight. Comrades, friends. In those endless battles, his loyalty to Jin-Woo grew deeper. The void left by his old king began to fade. Eventually, he stopped mourning the past. He accepted his new king. And when the rest of the Shadow Army, those lying dormant in the dimensional rift, were finally summoned back to this world, their strength surged once more. Among them stood a familiar presence, Bellion, his old brother-in-arms. The reunion was powerful, but fleeting. Not long after, even Bellion began to change. Influenced by his new surroundings, by the comically unrefined yet fiercely loyal Baru, Bellion too adapted. Hey, look at this black flag, Bellion said one day, staring up at the peak of the Shadow Castle. Don't you think our king would like it if we put it up at the top of the castle? Igris stared blankly, baffled by the trivial concern. Are you serious? But Igris's pride would not be swayed. When Bellion beat me up, I honestly relished his defeat a bit. Then, Baru, is that flag for our king? And then, Jin-Woo's calm voice came from behind. Get over here, Baru. With a childlike loyalty, Baru turned sharply. My king. Jin-Woo smiled lightly. Put your head in the ground. The wind howled around the high towers of the Shadow Fortress. Jin-Woo's sharp voice cut through the air, tinged with disbelief and irritation as he stared at the black flag fluttering atop the highest spire. And why the hell did you put up that flag? Silence met his question, until a mighty whim echoed across the courtyard. A figure crashed to the ground, kneeling in exaggerated guilt. Oh, so that was your idea, huh? What began as a humorous exchange soon gave way to remembrance. Through a solemn internal voice, Igris recalled the days of bloodshed and unwavering loyalty. Soon, we used our determination to fight our war against the monarchs. His memories painted a world awash in shadows, fierce, relentless, glorious. They fought together as one, not just as warriors, but as a family. The bond between him and the new king grew deeper, forged in the fires of battle. Our master became better at warfare, and we became stronger as well. Victory after victory, their power grew. Even when the cup of reincarnation turned back time, their war continued. We fought for 30 years and destroyed our enemies. Eventually, only the army of destruction was left. Yet peace never lingered for long. One of those enemies, a great and terrible dragon, growled in fury. Igris, you used to be one of the two wings of the army of shadows. Are you not ashamed that you are following the orders of a monarch who used to be a mere human? Igris stood silently, gazing down at the beast, armor gleaming with ancient battle scars. The doubt was sharp, but his resolve sharper still. Indeed. I had forgotten. He had once belonged to another king. But now, standing beside Jin-Woo, he no longer felt torn. I felt so honored to be with my new king that I hadn't thought about my previous king at all. He didn't know when the shift had happened, when one loyalty faded and another bloomed. But at some point, my previous king had completely vanished from my thoughts. Later, in the modern world, as Jin-Woo walked alongside Igris, a voice whispered from behind him, "My liege, why didn't you tell him the truth?" A faint hiss accompanied the flicker of shadow energy. The presence of the old world lingered behind them. "They say oblivion is a blessing from God," Jin-Woo replied, his voice heavy with meaning, even if his memory loss was the result of using God's tool. Igris pondered the words silently. The blessing of oblivion, it was comfort, perhaps. Maybe even kindness. That's right. I don't have to think too hard about this. It really is you. His voice echoed in the void of his thoughts. After all, this does not mean that I have forgotten my former king. Feelings had shifted, transformed, but they remained real. Could this feeling be love? Elsewhere, greed and iron had settled into their new lives, now humans shaped by the world's rewritten timeline. Yet Igris had remained unchanged. Greed and iron have forgotten everything and are living as humans in this world's timeline. But I am still by my king's side. A familiar voice broke into the memory. Haven't we met somewhere before? The girl's words stirred something in her. It's just that my feelings for him have been transferred to my current king. I am a knight and my master's sword. I am one of the two wings that lead the army of shadows. In the present day, Jin-Woo studied at his desk, preparing for his exams. The date circled in red. "My liege," Igris offered softly from the shadows, "the first answer is the correct one for problem 14, not the second." "Oh, really? Thanks." Igris beamed inwardly, pride swelling. Who else would be able to assist my king? His thoughts turned with mischief. Grand Marshal Bellion, whose only advantage is his mountainous body. Or Marshal Baru, who may be smart but is an insect at the end of the day? He knew the answer without question. No one could serve his king better than him. Igris stood tall. "I graduated from the Knights Academy with excellent grades," he declared inwardly, a slight pride swelling in his chest. "So I should be the one to assist my king." But even as he reviewed the test paper behind Jin-Woo, doubt flickered in his mind. "But it says here that the correct answer to question 14 is the first answer." He hesitated, narrowing his glowing eyes. "Can you bet your life on the second answer being correct?" His voice trailed off. Silence filled the space between them. Realizing the gravity of the moment, Igris flipped through the notebook again with determined claws. Flip. Each page a page of battle. Each word a new strategy. I suppose I still have some training to do. He closed the book with quiet resolve. "I shall work harder to serve you better, my liege." In the next breath, he reaffirmed his vow not through swordplay or war cries, but in quiet, dignified thought. "I am my king's knight." His cloak swayed behind him like a banner of honor as he stood watch behind Jin-Woo's chair, as well as his sword. "My king's battlefield is my battlefield." The room now is war zone, the math problems his enemies, the pin in Jin-Woo's hand his lance. And as his king had stepped foot into a new battlefield, a life of study, peace, and new purpose, Igris understood something with clarity and satisfaction. It seems, his days of glory would continue for the time being. Chapter end here. For more, like, share, and subscribe. Welcome back to our channel 217 Prince White. The chapter begins with a whisper from the void, a closing note of a saga written in blood, shadow, and sacrifice. A swirling vortex of pale blue light churns in the center of the panel. The gates, rifts between worlds, pulsate with arcane energy. These are no ordinary portals. They are vast, otherworldly wounds in reality itself, tearing open passageways for magic beasts to descend into the human world. The narration hovers solemnly over the image. Gates, they are holes, portals that allow magical creatures to enter. To survive, hunters must seal them swiftly. After defeating the boss within, they have only 1 hour to escape before the portal collapses. And yet, one hunter failed to do so. Jin-Woo father stands alone in the dim void of the dungeon, his back to the viewer. His armor bears the signs of battle, and the weight on his shoulders is not just steel, but fate itself. He didn't make it out in time. And because of that, he was trapped, locked within a dimensional rift, his world erased. Through the cascading memories, he recalls the moment the rulers approached him. Their presence was immense, divine, and distant. They did not offer salvation, but instead a mission, bestowing their power upon him and asking the impossible: stop the monarchs. Then came the final vision, the most powerful among the rulers, the greatest fragment of brilliant light. In a blaze of golden radiance, it gave Jin-Woo father a new command. His fate twisted again. Protect the monarch of shadows. The fragment had spoken. And so, that is why he intervened, why he stepped into Jin-Woo's story and turned the tide. This unseen guardian didn't want his truth to be known. I didn't want you to see this side of me. The figure admits softly as the scene shifts to a quiet snowfall. Bathed in pale violet light, Jin-Woo listens, silent. The figure bows his head and says, "I'm sorry." A trembling voice follows, nostalgic, regretful. "I missed you. Did you miss me? I mean us." The moment hangs in the air, still as snowflakes. Jin-Woo's father's eyes widen, his breath catches. The flinch of realization is not just seen, it's felt. He opens his mouth, voice cracking under the weight of emotion. "Yes, always," he finally says, tears threatening to fall. "Not a moment went by without thinking about you." He raises his arm to shield his eyes, but a single tear escapes anyway. Drip. From the glowing silhouette comes warmth. "You've become a fine young man," the figure says. "I would have liked to talk to you more." The glow spreads across his chest and arms, the golden light cracking like porcelain. "I wish I could have spent more time with you." The final words come gently, apologetically. "I'm sorry I wasn't a better father to you." As Sung Il-hwan sat quietly, the corner of his lips tugged into a faint smile. But that expression slowly faltered. His eyes narrowed, and his brow furrowed as he clenched the newspaper in trembling hands. The weight of unspoken memories stirred within him. Silently, he lowered the paper, concealing the pain behind it. His shoulders sank. At the breakfast table, surrounded by his family, he bore the burden of knowledge only he carried. The warmth of the morning light cast long shadows over his form, as if the past still clung to him. Later, in a quiet cafe, he faced a man dressed sharply in black. Calm, composed, and curious. "What did my son decide?" Il-hwan asked, his voice steady. "The monarch of shadows decided to remain on Earth," the other replied with a small smile. "He said every second he spends here is precious to him." A pause lingered between them, charged with shared understanding. "Are you going to continue hiding the truth from the monarch of shadows?" "I mean, your son?" the man asked. Il-hwan nodded gently. "Yes. After all, he doesn't want anyone around him to remember what happened." "I see," the man mused. "Like father, like son." As the sun slanted through the cafe windows, casting warm amber tones, the emissary of the rulers continued. "After I leave, the rulers will no longer get involved. That means this will be my last time visiting this world." There was a wistfulness to his tone, not sadness, but solemn farewell. This was quite an interesting experience. I was excited to see what would happen as we waited for the monarch of shadows to return. He extended his hand with dignity and said, "The rulers are grateful to the monarch of shadows, and you as well, Mr. Sung Il-hwan." Then, gently, "Is there anything we can do for you?" Il-hwan set his cup down with a nod. "Could you erase my memories of the time that disappeared?" The man looked slightly surprised, but not for long. "Of course, that is possible. But why would you want us to do something like that?" Il-hwan smiled faintly, gazing downward. "It's really challenging to pretend not to remember anything in front of my son. He's very perceptive when it comes to these things." He looked up, sincere. "Also, I want to live as a normal father who worries about his son." A silence passed before he added, "To me, Jin-Woo is my precious son, not the monarch of shadows." The emissary responded with a graceful nod. "Very well." He raised his glowing hand, a soft flash blooming between his fingers. Once you leave this cafe, your memories of the time that disappeared will be completely erased from your head. And as he rose to leave, cup in hand, he offered one final parting wish. You won't remember what happened, but I'd like to wish you peace in the days to come. The soft evening glow spills across the cafe as Jin-Woo's father quietly finishes his coffee and steps outside. The door closes gently behind him. Elsewhere in a lively restaurant, a gathering of freshmen is underway. The welcome party buzzes with excitement. Faces lit with curiosity, awkward glances, laughter muffled behind half-raised hands. But amid the noise, one figure sits alone by the window. Jin-Woo, stiff and nervous, his hands trembling as he wipes sweat from his brow. His thoughts spiral. This is my first time attending a freshman welcome party. But what's going on? He stares at the sizzling meat and side dishes scattered on the table. I grew up as the second son of a well-to-do family, but this frozen pork belly restaurant feels familiar to me for some reason. Before he can dwell on the déjà vu, one of the seniors throws an arm around his shoulder. Relax, Jin-Woo. You're acting like we're about to swallow you whole. Flustered, Jin-Woo shoots upright in his seat. Not at all, sir. The upperclassman laughs. Like I said, stop being so formal. It's not like the olden days anymore. You can relax around me. But be careful around the other seniors, just in case. There's one upperclassman in our department who's a little scary. He glances toward the entrance, gesturing discreetly. It's not that he tries to intimidate anyone, but his presence, just standing next to him, makes people go quiet. Jin-Woo forces a nervous chuckle. Well, he can't be as bad as my father. The conversation shifts quickly. Hey, remember the track star who got famous recently? Was her name Cha Eun-young? A spark of recognition flashes across the table. Oh, are you talking about Cha Hae-in? That's right, Cha Hae-in. Anyway, you've heard about her, right? She's that upperclassman's girlfriend. Suddenly, one of the students stiffens. Speak of the devil. Here he comes. Heads turn as footsteps approach. The laughter dulls. Welcome, sir. Sir. Jin-Woo leans over, whispering in frustration. Anyhow, why isn't anyone coming to our table? Another student sighs. Maybe I should go talk to some cute freshman. But before he can move, a shadow looms beside him. The student leans awkwardly, then freezes in place as the upperclassman sits directly across from Jin-Woo. Oh no, it's the upperclassman. Jin-Woo panics internally. There are so many empty seats here. Why did he have to sit right in front of me? The tension thickens. I'll go tend to the other upperclassmen. One guy blurts out and bolts from the table. A hand reaches forward. Here, drink this. A glass is poured, completely filled. Jin-Woo stares wide-eyed. He filled a regular water glass with soju for my first drink? He gulps down the liquor nervously. Ugh, this upperclassman sure is scary. What do I do? I'm a lightweight. Then, unexpectedly, another bottle is opened. The upperclassman smiles gently. This is just soda. He pours carefully. You're a lightweight, so you should stay away from alcohol. You and I can just drink the soda. Jin-Woo blinks, stunned. This is just soda. The upperclassman meets his eyes with calm assurance. And why are you being so nervous around me, Jin-Woo? Just relax and talk to me normally. Jin-Woo barely manages a nod as the drink trickles into his glass. What's the matter? The senior asks. Do you want me to go away? Not at all, sir. Jin-Woo blurts out. Then something flickers in his eyes. Why does calling him sir feel so natural? And when did I tell this upperclassman my name? His heart skips a beat. Something is eerily familiar. Something he can't quite remember. The clear clink of glasses echoed softly under the warm restaurant lights as Jin-Woo smiled gently, raising his drink. His voice calm and warm, he uttered a simple word, cheers. Across from him, Jin-Woo brightened, matching the gesture with youthful enthusiasm, responding loudly, cheers. Their glasses met in a silent toast, an unspoken bond bridging old memories and new beginnings. The world faded into morning. A new day painted the city skyline in blue, towering buildings standing still under the clear sky. Students began to gather across campus grounds, walking paths leading to yet another ordinary school day. Jin-Woo's voice called out as he caught sight of Jin-Woo. Oh, sir. Why didn't you come to the study room? Jin-Woo turned, backpack slung over his shoulder, his expression as casual as ever. I have to do something today. Oh, and Jin-Woo? Yes, sir. Jin-Woo responded promptly, always the dutiful one. Jin-Woo continued walking, saying over his shoulder, something important came up, so it'd be great if you could sit in for me at my afternoon class. There was no room for refusal, just trust. As Jin-Ho hesitated, he protested. What? But all the professors know who you are. They'll notice if you're absent. But Jin-Woo was already dialing out. Jin-Ho's voice chased after him. Where are you going? Jin-Woo smiled faintly as he answered. I'm going on a field trip to our university's hospital. Jin-Ho blinked in confusion. What? But our major has nothing to do with the medical field. Why are you? The line disconnected. I'm counting on you, Jin-Ho. The last words echoed as a beep cut the call short. Jin-Ho could only mutter, Sir? Sir. Meanwhile, on another walkway shaded by spring trees, a young woman walked quietly, lost in thought. I was happy I got accepted into a university in Seoul, but is my Busan accent too thick? Her inner doubts whispered with each step. She sighed gently, brushing strands of copper hair from her cheek. Getting used to the standard dialect is hard enough. On top of that, so many nursing terms are in English. Her eyes lifted, and suddenly, her gaze met his. She stopped, startled by a flicker of recognition. Haven't we met somewhere before? She asked softly. Jin-Woo paused. His voice was quiet, final. No. They passed each other in silence, a calm breeze drifting between them, the path ahead splitting like fate itself. Both continued walking in opposite directions. He didn't look back. But she did. Just for a moment. The sun lit her hair as she stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by a strange familiarity. Her heart thudded. Why did I suddenly talk to a stranger? She covered her mouth, embarrassed. Does he think I was trying to flirt with him? Or worse, does he think I was trying to get him to join a cult? She dashed off, cheeks burning, while Jin-Woo moved on, calm and unshaken. The city stretched ahead of him, and before long, he arrived. The towering sign above read, University Hospital. Inside, the corridors were quiet and professional. Staff in scrubs and white coats moved efficiently through the polished halls. A doctor passed a nurse holding a tray, normalcy in motion, uninterrupted. But somewhere within these sterile walls, something was about to change. The hospital room was quiet as the doctor approached, flanked by two serious-faced bodyguards standing at attention. With a soft click, the door eased open, revealing a sterile chamber bathed in pale morning light. Machines hummed steadily beside the bed, where Chairman Go Gun-hee lay resting, pale but alert. As the doctor stepped inside, the chairman opened his eyes. His voice, though raspy, carried the weight of a man used to being heard. Could you help me sit up? He asked, his tone both weary and resolute. The doctor nodded respectfully, supporting the old man's frail body upright. Thank you, Go Gun-hee said, eyes drifting toward the ornate bottle resting ominously on the table nearby. Its swirling red and violet pattern shimmered faintly under the hospital light. The doctor's gaze followed his. What's this, sir? The chairman's voice was faint, reflective. A young man dropped it off just now, he began, his eyes distant as if still processing the moment. It was the strangest thing. My bodyguards were right outside the door, yet somehow he got in and left this bottle without anyone noticing him. The story deepened. In the explanation he gave me, Gunny hesitated, then chuckled lightly. It was even harder to believe. He said that I've fought monsters alongside him, in a time that no longer exists. The doctor's eyes widened as the weight of those words sank in. And that he brought me that bottle over there, as thanks. Go Gun-hee paused again. After that, he disappeared, like a mirage, as if he was never here to begin with. He turned his gaze to the doctor. He told me that I'll be completely cured of my illness if I drink the liquid in this bottle. He smiled faintly, half in irony. Haha. The doctor frowned, troubled. Sir, you don't really believe that, do you? Gun-hee didn't answer right away. His eyes closed as if drawing strength from within. I'm tired, doctor. Tired of fighting this disease. His hand reached slowly, almost reverently, toward the bottle. What does it matter whether he was telling the truth or not? Holding the bottle tightly now, his expression grew sharper. Let me ask you one thing. If I don't drink this, how much longer will I be able to live? The doctor didn't speak. The silence was his answer. Gunny's voice lowered. If something happens to me after I drink this, have them write this on my tombstone. His words were quiet, solemn. Here lies Chairman Go Gun-hee, who battled his illness till the end without giving up. Fingers trembling with both age and resolve, he popped the bottle open. The sound echoed faintly in the room. Raising it to his lips, he drank. Gulp. The potion slipped down his throat, red liquid glistening like a final prayer. The bottle was placed gently back on the table. The chairman sank against the pillow, breathing steadily, eyes closing. I'd like to rest now, he whispered. The doctor bowed his head slightly. Of course, sir. Please call me immediately if you have any problems. With a quiet rustle of his coat and a respectful nod, the doctor turned away and stepped toward the door. The handle clicked softly as it opened, then closed again with a gentle shut, sealing the room in tranquil solitude. Bathed in the blue-white hue of daylight, Chairman Go Gunhee lay motionless in his hospital bed. The contours of his face were calm, the lines of a lifelong thought softened under the warmth of the sun. His chest rose and fell slowly, rhythmically. Time seemed to stretch in the stillness, as if even the ticking of seconds paused to witness this moment. Then, something stirred. His eyelids fluttered open, gaze lifting toward the ceiling as the clear sky painted itself across the room. Soft clouds drifted overhead, light filtering in through the tall glass, illuminating his lined expression. Outside, the hospital towered with silent dignity, its high windows catching the brilliance of the sky. But inside, in this one quiet room, the silence began to break. A sudden pulse. Then another. His hand twitched, barely perceptible at first. The rhythm intensified, his fingers curling as strength crept back into once ailing veins. His other hand joined in the awakening, a slow but sure tremble echoing through each movement. Color returned to his skin, warm under the blooming sun. His hands, now resting over his chest, lifted slightly as if defying the weight of sickness. His heart surged. Louder. Stronger. A burst of life coursed through him like a second sunrise. Go Gunny's eyes opened wider. The color in them had returned. His breath deepened, his chest lifted higher. Every beat echoed with clarity. He was changing. Then he sat up, slowly, purposefully, light brushing the edges of his face. His expression held no pain, only awe and gratitude. A faint smile curved beneath his silver mustache. The sun feels so warm, he whispered, voice hoarse with long silence yet filled with new life. He turned toward the brilliant sky outside. It looks like, he paused, shutting his eyes momentarily as the golden rays kissed his skin. Winter won't be coming just yet. He leaned back gently, fully awake, fully alive, as the wind stirred and light swirled around him. Hope, peace, and life reborn. But in the depths of the abyss where darkness once reigned supreme, a voice, ancient and resonant, echoes through the void, proclaiming a name steeped in fear and legend. My name is Antares. Towering amidst an inferno of crimson skies and winged monstrosities, the speaker stands as a titan clad in obsidian armor, draconic and regal. Vast, demonic dragons coil behind him, bearing fangs that could shred the world. He is not just any monarch. I am the first and strongest monarch born from the darkness. He is the embodiment of calamity, the apex of dread. I am the king of all dragons, a symbol of fear and destruction. The dragons roar behind him in unison as if to affirm their master's claim. They tower like mountains of muscle and malice, their wings eclipsing the blood-tinted skies. This is no mere army, it is a legion of the end times. Those who know me call me the Dragon King with reverence and respect. A solemn declaration. A prideful title. Antares is not a myth. He is devastation incarnate. But then, the tale takes a curious turn. One day, he continues, while I was hiding in the dimensional rift, preparing to invade Earth with my 10 million soldiers, the glow in his eyes dims for a moment, the memory strange even to him. I opened my eyes. In an instant, the scene shifts, violently, unexpectedly. A gasp. A jolt. Antares is no longer standing atop his draconic mountain. He finds himself staring at an unfamiliar reflection in a bathroom mirror. The image of a young man blinks back, wide-eyed and confused, and found myself inside a human's body. The transition is jarring. The mighty Dragon King now housed within the frail shell of a human. He stares at his reflection, leaning heavily over the sink, bewildered by the image before him. Disbelief pulses through his thoughts. Why does this human look so weak? A pause. The realization sinks deeper. How pathetic. He studies the body again, eyes narrowing. This human has been through battles, wounds, pain, yet he lives. This human's name is Sung Jin-Woo. Antares pieces together what he can. Jin-Woo, a young man, a mere E-rank hunter in a country called Korea. The Dragon King scoffs, yet notes the irony. Although he is weak, he has been awakened as a hunter. He must have come close to death countless times, yet he still hasn't given up. His eyes fall to the bandages on the abdomen as he lifts his shirt, revealing a body riddled with damage and fatigue. Bruised ribs, scrapes across the skin, faint surgical lines. Is it because of his mother's illness? A moment of pause. The thought simmers in the back of his mind. I could have easily healed a petty disease like that with my magic. That arrogance, that divine contempt still burns brightly within him, even as he's locked in mortal flesh. Suddenly, a buzzing sound interrupts the brooding thoughts. The phone on the table lights up. Jin-Woo walks to the desk and answers it with a blank tone. Who's this? But the question isn't met with silence. A voice replies urgently on the other end. Where are you, Mr. Sung? It's almost time for our raid, but I don't see you here yet. And Terry's blinks in quiet shock. The audacity of the voice, the expectation that he should answer to anyone. Are you going to be late again? A nerve twitches. His crimson eyes widen, not in fear, but insult. Tardiness is the act of arriving later than the designated time due to one's failure to be punctual. He repeats the definition with a venomous sneer, like it's a personal offense. In other words, this woman, this insignificant voice on the other end, is daring to question the almighty Dragon King. If I will commit an act that is a symbol of incompetence, a pulse of red aura begins to flare behind his eyes. I simply cannot let such a thing happen. The phone trembles in his grip. His expression darkens, consumed by wrath wrapped in bewilderment. His eyes blaze again as he sharply responds. Oi, where are you? The woman on the line sounds confused now, defensive. Where do you think? We're all waiting in front of the gate right now. And why are you talking to me so rudely all of a sudden, Mr. Sung? He doesn't answer. His attention shifts inward again. It must be close. He shuts his eyes, centering all his power. I must focus. The aura tightens, glowing violently from within him. So I can find the place where this arrogant woman's voice is coming from. A wide aerial shot spins above his apartment as his power pulses outward, tracing the direction of the signal like a monstrous sonar. A burst of purple energy floods the frame, narrowing in with precision. Then, a crisp voice through the receiver. I found you. The image cuts to the woman outside, a hunter, now alarmed. Her eyes widen. Excuse me? What do you mean? You found, the call cuts. The screen darkens. A moment passes as she stares down at her phone. What the heck was that about? Then with burning red eyes, Sung Jin-Woo loomed over the frightened woman in the delivery uniform. The atmosphere crackled with intimidation as he leaned in closer, his voice devoid of softness. Am I late? He asked, his gaze sharp enough to slice through steel. Her eyes widened, her voice caught between fear and confusion. But Jin-Woo wasn't interested in stammers. He pressed again, this time with a darker tone. I asked if I arrived late. His fingers closed around her arm, not violently, but with enough force to draw a whimper. Trembling, she managed. No. Jin-Woo's expression eased slightly. Good. Elsewhere, in the light of a quiet morning, a friendly exchange unfolded. A man passed over a warm pastry to a blue uniformed worker. Here you go. Good luck with today's raid, he said cheerfully. The worker smiled, grateful. Thanks. But just beyond the calm, Sung Jin-Woo's steps disturbed the peace. Sung, what's up? Have you had anything to eat yet? A fellow hunter called out, but Jin-Woo's thoughts were disconnected. Who is this man? Is he my subordinate? His glowing eyes barely acknowledged the friendly greeting. From the coffee stand, another worker informed him. Mr. Sung Jin-Woo. I'm sorry to say this, but all the coffee has just run out. Without hesitation, Jin-Woo's hand shot out and snatched a coffee from a nearby table. The man holding it stumbled backward in surprise. Jin-Woo raised it to his lips and drank, unbothered. That won't be a problem, he said coldly. Laughter broke out behind him. Haha. The strong take from the weak, he declared with unnatural glee, his mouth twisted in a monstrous grin, eyes glowing like molten fire. That is the way of life for us monarchs. The bystanders looked on in uneasy silence, unnerved by the transformation in his aura. Among the group, hushed whispers began. Don't you think Sung seems a little odd today? One murmured. I agree. The look in his eyes is a bit scary, another replied. He's been giving me the chills since he got here. Then, a voice pierced the murmuring. Jin-Woo, you're hurt again. It was a familiar face, a concerned young woman rushing over. What happened to your face this time? Jin-Woo's mind stirred, echoing with disdain. Why are all the humans here so noisy? He thought, standing stiff and still under the piercing blue sky. The girl paused before him, breathless. Geez, what happened to you? A voice rang out behind them, drawing the group's attention. Listen up, everyone. The raid leader stood tall, addressing the crowd. I'm sure we're all looking to have a good time and hit the jackpot today. That said, even though I'm not in any place to say this, I'm thinking about taking charge and being the party leader. How's that sound to everyone? There were murmurs of agreement. Song, you're the highest rank out of everyone here. I approve. Yeah, we can count on Song. Let's see those skills. Smiles and nods followed. Yes, I'm on board too. Me too. The group buzzed with anticipation, rallying around Song as the leader. But Jin-Woo stood silently beside the red-haired girl, his thoughts unaligned with the others. That gate seems quite suspicious, his inner voice muttered. A shadow hangs over his gaze as he stares ahead. Though he doesn't speak, his thoughts ripple like thunder across the void. That gate, it seems too quiet, too smooth, too still, too suspicious. The team begins to move, their breath turning to mist under the pale blue light of the portal that hums like a living thing. All right then, let's all head in. Someone shouts, "Let's get cracking." But Jin-Woo doesn't move. His eyes are locked on the swirling vortex of energy that marks the entrance. He feels it, the unease, the shift in power. This gate doesn't feel like the others. All the gates on Earth have been products of the rulers. A method to repel the darkness, to counter the monarchs. But this one pulses with a different rhythm. The energy is cold, familiar, and ancient. It feels like a monarch. His thoughts harden into resolve. I better investigate this. He steps forward, quiet but sure. From behind, someone calls after him. Huh? Of course you are, Sung. As he approaches, another voice offers lighthearted concern. Sung, keep behind us so you don't get hurt. Take it easy. Jin-Woo gives no reply. But within him, Terry's watches. That man, he is weak. And yet, there's loyalty in his voice. A genuine concern for someone stronger. A subordinate who would die for his master's safety. It is pathetic, but in some strange way, also worthy of note. The moment Sung Jin-Woo steps through the glowing veil of the gate, the world around him changes. Bathed in radiant blue energy, his silhouette cuts a striking figure, silent, determined, unwavering. Darkness gives way to the interior of the dungeon, a place carved in ancient stone, with looming arches and ominous silence. And then, chaos erupts. Without hesitation, Jin-Woo lunges forward like a shadow torn from light. His fist crashes into the nearest beast, and with a deafening whack, its body contorts and flings backward. Another follows, and then another, each blow cracking bones and shattering flesh, a brutal storm of violence carried out with surgical speed. He's relentless. His fists, cloaked in red-hued energy, slice through the enemies like blades, carving a path of absolute dominance. Stone trembles. Monsters fall. Behind him, stunned hunters look on with disbelief. One of them finally speaks, voice tinged with awe. Seriously, doesn't Sung seem different today? Another, still watching the massacre unfold, tries to rationalize it. Maybe the beasts in this dungeon are just that weak. But even as they say it, their eyes can't track his movements. I can't even follow him with my eyes. Jin-Woo turns, calmly standing amidst the broken bodies of magical beasts, as though the battle hadn't even begun. What are you waiting for? He says coolly. We must go this way. But Song, the party's nominal leader, steps in hesitantly. Wait, we should decide these things with a vote. His voice trails off as Jin-Woo, without pause, slaps him aside with blinding speed. The force sends him crashing to the ground, stunned. Jin-Woo's crimson eyes burn. Who else wishes to vote on this? Silence. The others quickly rally behind him, fear settling where skepticism once lived. They follow, step after step, into the darkening cavern. A new tension hangs over them. Aren't we venturing in too deep? Someone whispers. Another checks the time. We've been walking for 40 minutes now, they calculate. 1 hour until the gate closes after the boss is defeated. That leaves them with just 20 minutes to escape, if they make it out at all. And then, at the end of the winding stone path, something unexpected. A door. Massive and regal, etched with symbols older than memory. Why is there a door at the end of this cave? One mutters, eyes wide. Even the seasoned hunters have never seen anything like this. Seems rather strange, someone finally says. Jin-Woo narrows his gaze. He can feel it. The pressure. The wrongness. I feel like this place is dangerous. He glances over his shoulder as murmurs ripple through the group. Nervous eyes. Tense fingers gripping weapons. Jin-Woo remains composed, but inside, he's alert. Well, I agree that this place will be dangerous. I can sense the daunting energy coming from that room. And still, he moves forward. As the heavy stone doors creak open, a voice behind him cries out, "Wait, Sung." But it's too late. From the darkness ahead, the man's bravado melted into fear as Jin-Woo suddenly appeared before him. Before he could react, a hand shot out like a striking viper, swift, precise, and merciless. The man gasped, eyes bulging as Jin-Woo's fingers closed around his collar. In an instant, his feet left the ground. He flailed, sputtering, but there was no escape. With a casual motion, Jin-Woo threw him across the threshold of the dungeon entrance like discarded trash. He hit the stone floor with a thud, scraping forward on his hands and knees. Ack, he groaned, stunned and humiliated. What do you think you're doing? The man barked in outrage, turning to face his assailant. Jin-Woo stood tall and unbothered, shadows clinging to his form. Nothing's happening, he replied calmly. Let us head in. At his word, a chilling breeze swept through the chamber, and the dormant torches flared to life. Blue flames erupted from the carved sconces, one after another, illuminating the ancient, eerie hall with an otherworldly glow. What is this place? Someone whispered in awe as the magical light revealed what lay within. The flames cast their glow upon a massive stone throne and the rows of silent statues flanking it, guardians in eternal vigil. Oh, the torches lit up. Nice, a voice called out, trying to cut through the tension. Never seen anything like this dungeon. Now chop chop. Let's all split up and take a look around. But beneath the surface of excitement, the cold blue fire flickered, as if something ancient and dangerous had just awoken. A towering, weather-worn statue loomed before the raiders, carved into the far wall like a forgotten god peering into the present. Wow, that statue's super huge, one of them whispered in awe. But their reverence quickly turned to caution. That's not the boss, is it? Jin-Woo's eyes flicked upward, calm and certain. It's that one, actually, he said, pointing past the giant figure towards something less obvious, yet far more dangerous. Near the base of another towering figure, a slab of ancient stone stood erect, its surface carved with unreadable symbols. Someone muttered, Huh? Wait, isn't this writing on the stone slate a runic inscription? They gathered before the tablet, gazes filled with confusion and curiosity. Does anyone know how to read it? Jin-Woo's inner voice snarled with silent contempt. These fools. Why can't a single one of them read something so simple? He stepped forward, eyes scanning the worn text. The commandments of the Cardinon Temple. But before he could speak, a hand seized his arm, nervous, trembling. Hey, Jin-Woo. It was her. Panic etched across her face. Over there, that huge statue. Jin-Woo didn't flinch. His voice came low, almost mechanical. Let go of me. He pulled away, unbothered. Before them, the stone commandments gleamed faintly with ancient magic. Jin-Woo recited them coldly. 1. Thou shalt worship God. 2. Thou shalt praise God. 3. Thou shalt prove thy faith. A final line etched into the stone sent a chill through the room. Those who fail to obey these commandments shall not be spared. Suddenly, with a spark, the statue's massive eye lit up like a fuse igniting. A rumble tore through the temple. From the darkness, golden energy erupted, flash. A bolt of radiant, searing force struck out like divine judgment. Lightning lanced the air, snapping and twisting around a figure now cloaked in godlike brilliance. A voice thundered with fury. You dare try to take me down with such little power? From the epicenter of that fury, Jin-Woo's eyes glowed crimson, his mouth curled into a monstrous grin. The power of a monarch surged in waves. The room exploded in light. Heat, pressure, shock. Screams rang out. Dust clouded everything. Debris scattered. Some dived for cover, but many stood frozen and helpless. Amid the inferno, the words tore across reality like prophecy made flesh. The breath of destruction. A cataclysmic blaze roared from Jin-Woo's core, a crimson cyclone tearing across the temple like the wrath of an ancient god. The explosion hit. Crash. Walls shattered. Dust cascaded like a storm. Silhouettes of monsters and humans alike reeled backward, faces twisted in terror. A single, bone-chilling laugh echoed among them. And as the smoke cleared, a voice full of pride whispered, Now, this is true power. A savage grin stretched across his face, revealing serrated fangs beneath wild, glowing eyes. His breath came out in hot, white steam as the crimson hue of demonic energy coursed through his clawed hands, each finger ending in wicked, obsidian talons. This was no ordinary fury. This was the birth of chaos. Suddenly, the temple trembled. Stone cracked, dust rained down. One by one, the massive statues along the perimeter groaned to life. Ancient constructs, enshrined in silence for eons, now stirred from their slumber. Their eyes flared crimson as their armored limbs creaked forward, weapons drawn and judgment ready. They marched with thunderous force. Stomp. The ground quaked beneath their united rhythm. Each statue was a fortress in motion, cold, mechanical, and merciless. But Jin-Woo, no, this monstrous version of him, was already laughing. A deep, unrestrained cackle filled the chamber. Ha ha. You insolent puppets, he roared, shadows crackling around him like a living storm. You're too slow. With an explosion of force, he launched himself into the fray, tearing through the stone titans like paper. Boom, boom. One after another crumbled. The raiding party behind him watched in terrified awe. Wait, don't you think there's another way to do this? Someone cried out amidst the chaos. What about the commandments from earlier? But it was too late. Jin-Woo stood atop a pile of shattered colossi, bathed in red energy. Is this all you've got? He taunted, a bloodthirsty gleam in his eye. This wasn't even difficult enough to be a warm-up. One of the larger statues, still intact, turned to him, its eerie mask glinting under the dungeon light. Who in the world are you? Jin-Woo didn't flinch. He took a step forward, eyes fixed. But before he could speak, the enormous winged statue, the one guarding the commandments, screeched in fury. You have ruined all my preparations, it howled. Shut up. Jin-Woo bellowed, launching a shadowy spear that shattered part of its face. Smash. The whole structure trembled under the impact. I didn't come here to speak with that fake, Jin-Woo growled, eyes narrowed in disgust. The one I seek is the one pulling the strings from the shadows. Show yourself, you coward. A surge of purple lightning danced across the stonework as a towering presence emerged, each step rumbling like thunder. Monarch of Destruction, the voice echoed, deep and resolute. We were destined to meet like this. I shall put an end to our ill-fated relationship here, once and for all. Jin-Woo, standing tall amidst the ruin and dust, cracked his neck and stretched his arms like a predator preparing for the final strike. Shadows coiled around him, hungry. I like the sound of that. Jin-Woo's clawed hand lowers, glowing faintly with the outline of ominous energy as his fingers flex with purpose. The world seems to quiet in that single breath, the tension before a collision of gods. With an earth-rattling leap, debris explodes beneath his feet, and Jin-Woo shoots forward like a missile. His silhouette streaks across the battlefield, hurtling toward the colossal foe with unflinching determination. Come, he bellows, voice like thunder through a storm. His frame is consumed by crimson-black energy as he soars toward the monarch of shadow. Our battle won't end easily, he warns with a fierce grin. But just as their clash is about to begin, the scene fractures. A surge of golden light engulfs everything, then sudden darkness. A gasp echoes in a quiet room. Eyes snap open. Beads of sweat glisten on a startled face. Jin-Woo bolts upright in a hospital bed, chest heaving, confusion written across his expression. Morning light seeps through the curtains, dust floating peacefully in its glow. Everything is calm. Too calm. Breathing heavily, he looks around, trying to anchor himself. What was that? He whispers. He touches his forehead. Reality and illusion blur at the edges. Was it all just a dream? He wonders aloud, his voice trembling. But beside him, barely perceptible in the corner of his eye, the shadowy silhouettes of his minions flicker and stare in silence. Their eerie eyes gleam. They, at least, seem to know the truth. Chapter end here. For more, like, share, and subscribe. Welcome back to our channel 217 Prince White. The chapter begins. As the city pulses with ordinary life, the blue-lit crest of the police station stands resolute. Inside, whispered rumors weave their way through the precinct walls, tales of an officer who moves unseen yet never fails. They call him the Ghost. Among the rows of desks and stacks of reports, rookie officer Lee Se-won walks with a quiet eagerness, still adjusting to the rhythm of his new post. His mind races with hearsay he's heard since joining, the myth of a man who solves not only his own cases but those left in dust by others. An arrest rate impossibly clocked at 200%. A presence so commanding even the fiercest criminals wilt beneath it. Constable Lee Se-won is the name on his badge, but today he's just another new recruit caught in the awe of legend. Inside the buzzing station, chatter fills the air as officers swap files and coffee breaks. Despite his low rank, the Ghost has already become a legend among the precinct's ranks. There's even talk that he turned down promotions just to stay in the field, relentless in pursuit of justice. A choice rare and respected. Se-won, nervous but composed, exchanges greetings with a senior officer offering a warm smile and a cup of coffee. The camaraderie settles his nerves until he casually mentions that he'll be partnering with Officer Sung. That name alone makes the coffee sputter from his colleague's lips. Recognition flickers instantly. The Ghost? The senior officer mutters. Se-won gulps. Whispers confirm it. The elusive officer whose name traveled beyond their station, whose work left no shadow untouched, he's standing right behind them. As Jin-Woo, now a plainclothes officer, approaches with quiet gravity, the conversation halts. The man of legend, stoic, unreadable, glances at the rookie with eyes that see through stories. With a nod, he's ready to begin. I'll go teach him a thing or two, he says simply, and it's not a threat, but a promise. Sewon stiffens as Jin-Woo brushes past. Panic seeps in. Was the coffee his? Is he angry? Sir. Where are we going? He stammers, trailing close behind. But Jin-Woo turns calmly, voice soft but clear. Why did you become a police officer? Caught off guard, Sewon answers earnestly, because I wanted to catch criminals. A rare smile plays across Jin-Woo's face. That's what we're going out there to do. I became a police officer for the same reason. The two walk into the sunlight, shadows stretching behind them. You're coming with me, right? Jin-Woo asks. Sewon responds without hesitation. Of course, sir. His heart thunders with anticipation. I can't believe I'm going to learn how to catch criminals from the ghost himself. Days pass. Inside the precinct's criminal investigation unit, exhaustion has taken its toll. Sewon lies face down, utterly drained, while others watch in amusement. He looks beat. One comments. It's because he spent the whole day chasing criminals with Officer Sung. Another replies. And at his desk, Jin-Woo sits relaxed, tapping away at his keyboard. His eyes remain sharp, ever focused, his legend, still very much alive. A faint, ominous glow pulsed in the dim room, coiling shadows rising like mist around the floor tiles. A voice echoed low and reverent from the darkness, loyal, unwavering. You should just leave such petty work to us, my liege. The authority behind the words belonged to no ordinary presence. It was that of a shadow, a servant of darkness, ever ready. But even in this world of spectral loyalty, the cries of the living still demanded justice. At the precinct, a distraught woman slammed her hand on the table, voice trembling with grief and defiance. I'm telling you, Jeannie never would have committed suicide, officer. Her desperation flooded the air, choking every word with disbelief. Across the table, an officer spoke with the practiced calm of someone who had seen far too much pain. I understand how you must feel as her friend, but all the evidence. His words trailed off as she held out her phone. Just look at this text. She cried, hand shaking. Does this look like something a suicidal person would send 3 hours before? Her voice cracked, words swallowed by emotion. Another officer tried to reason gently. Most people commit suicide spontaneously. It's not always premeditated, but the woman wouldn't back down. Then, as if gravity itself shifted, Sung Jin-Woo stepped forward. His presence drew all attention, quieting the air. Calmly, he extended his hand. May I have a look at the evidence? The senior officer hesitated, discomfort tightening his brow. Officer Sung, please don't make things more complicated. Without a word, Jin-Woo flipped through the file, scanning every line. The report was cold and clinical. A woman found in a bathtub, wrist slashed, death by blood loss. The knife was found nearby, her fingerprints alone on the handle. Her outward cheer masked a known battle with depression. From every angle, it screamed textbook suicide. Jin-Woo set the report down. His tone was flat. I don't see anything odd here. The friend's face fell, shock, disappointment, disbelief. But then, quietly, Jin-Woo added, but I'll go investigate. Just in case. Whispers rose from the other officers. Looks like the ghost sniffed out something again. Another muttered under his breath, doesn't that bastard ever get tired? Unbothered, Sung Jin-Woo turned toward the grieving friend. Hello, I'm Officer Sung Jin-Woo. May I speak to you for a moment? Night draped itself over the city. The apartment loomed still and silent. Inside, the air was thick with residue of emotion, of death. A swirl of black mist coalesced at his feet. Shadows hissed and curled around his ankles as he emerged through them like a phantom. With a quiet breath, Jin-Woo stepped into the crime scene, not as a man, but as something more. His eyes scanned the room, shadows slithering across the floor and walls like silent investigators. Each detail was absorbed, each object analyzed. He moved through the apartment in silence, the bedroom, the sink, the bathroom, and then the bathtub. A dark stain clung stubbornly to the enamel. Blood. Dried. Thick. Real. In the past, Jin-Woo whispered to himself, I needed the body to do this. But now, his fingers stretched forward, darkness shimmering off his hand like black fire. Then he spoke. Arise. The air split as power surged outward. From the pool of death, shadows twisted violently, and a new presence began to take form. A ghostly silhouette, the victim, rose in silence, swirling blackness shaping her limbs as Jin-Woo stood beneath, eyes glowing with command. The truth was about to speak through the mouth of the dead. A shadowy haze surrounds the girl, her form slowly stabilizing within the swirl of dark energy. Her eyes widen in disbelief, and her voice trembles with confusion and hesitation as she clutches her new, unfamiliar shape. Across from her, Sung Jin-Woo stands solemnly, framed by the glow of his summoned aura. Calm and steady, he speaks with assurance, his voice gently cutting through the silence. Don't be afraid. You've escaped the cycle of life and pain. Did you take your own life? Jin-Woo asks, his gaze unwavering. Yes, she confesses, shadows flickering across her translucent face. Jin-Woo's next question comes softly. Why? Her lips part, her voice caught in a trembling breath. But before she can answer, the doorbell rings, abrupt and jarring. The scene shifts to a dim apartment interior. A man, startled by the late-hour sound, sits up from his desk. With a frown etched across his tired features, he mutters, "Who could it be at this hour?" Slowly, he rises, setting aside a pen and half-filled coffee mug. He reaches for the door, unaware of what awaits. Beyond the door, Jin-Woo stands firm. This is Officer Sung Jin-Woo from the Violent Crimes Division at Jungbu Police Station. I have a few questions regarding your daughter. Could you spare me some of your time? The man freezes. Pain ripples across his face. Is the investigation over? How did my daughter die? He demands, his voice raw with anguish. We haven't discovered anything new yet, Jin-Woo replies. I just wanted to ask a few questions about your daughter. He steps aside, and Jin-Woo enters. Could you come with me, sir? The man nods quickly. Of course. I'll do anything if it helps uncover the truth about my daughter's death. They soon sit across from each other in a quiet cafe, moonlight faintly illuminating the window glass outside. What kind of student was Miss Seojini? Jin-Woo begins. The man takes a slow sip of his coffee, visibly collecting himself. I'm sorry. Can you think of anyone who might have resented your daughter? He shakes his head, emphatically. No, not at all. Jeannie never would have done anything to make someone dislike her. She was such a kind and innocent child. He bows his head, burying his face in his hands. I still can't believe my daughter died like that. Jin-Woo watches carefully, expression unreadable. You must have been very fond of Miss Jeannie. Of course, the man replies, then pauses. As you must know, Jeannie wasn't my biological daughter. But I treated her like my own. No, I gave her even more love because of it. If only she had told me she was depressed or going through a hard time. Jin-Woo slowly places a small recording device on the table and slides it toward him. We found a recording while we were going through your daughter's belongings. What? The man breathes, eyes narrowing. Please listen to it, Jin-Woo says coldly. The recording plays. The cafe fades into silence. On the tape, Jeannie's voice trembles through the static. In the quiet of her confession, the truth spills out. The evidence is damning. The adoptive father sits frozen as her words expose years of silent torment. She had suffered. She had endured years of unspeakable abuse at his hands. Since childhood, she had run far away, tried to escape, but he came looking again, hounding her, demanding she return. And so, with nowhere left to run, she chose death in the end. His hands begin to shake. His teeth clench. But there's no escape from what he hears. Why are you making me listen to this? His voice grows hoarse, defensive, angry. If you were going to arrest me, you could have brought a few more officers and put me in handcuffs. Jin-Woo lifts the recording device, dark eyes fixed on the man. He doesn't blink and says nothing. Yet in the silence, the weight of justice begins to press down. The cafe falls under a heavy silence. Jin-Woo's voice, calm and cold, cuts through the air. You have two choices. The man stiffens, leaning forward across the table, wary but trying to keep his composure. Choices. Jin-Woo doesn't flinch. One is to admit all your crimes and surrender yourself to the police. A pause. And the other? The man asks, already suspecting he won't like the answer. A faint, sharp smile forms on Jin-Woo's lips. Instead of admitting your guilt, you can pay the fair price for what you did. The man's expression twists into something greedy. Misinterpreting the words, he leans in, lips curling. How much would you like? Jin-Woo lowers his gaze in disappointment. The room stills. No shadows move, no wind stirs. Looks like you've already given me your answer, he murmurs darkly. His eyes flare purple. The power of the shadow monarch coils behind his gaze. Listen carefully. A chilling pressure floods the space. The man recoils instinctively. This place isn't the world you are living in, Jin-Woo explains. It's a different world, one I'm modeled after the outside. He rises from his seat, shadows pooling around his feet. You are in the land of the dead, where no living creature can set foot without the master's permission. Shadow tendrils ripple along the floor, curling upward like smoke. This is the world of eternal slumber, the name of the prison that will hold you from now on. Confused and terrified, the man stammers, What are you talking about, officer? Jin-Woo's voice drops to a whisper. Think carefully. The man's eyes dart about the empty cafe. The chairs, the tables, the eerie stillness. Can you remember how you got here? Confusion floods his face as his memory fails him. He clutches his head. How I got here. He glances around, now noticing something strange. Now that he thinks about it, the cafe is too quiet. Too empty. Why isn't there anyone else here? His eyes widen with horror. Oh, the realization crashes over him. Panic sets in. He stumbles back from Jin-Woo. Who are you? This is just a dream, right? It has to be. The shadows erupt. Black claws tear through the air. The man screams, scrambles, but it's too late. His body is raked by shadow blades, slashed, pierced, his terror echoing across the unreal walls. Blood sprays across the table as Jin-Woo remains motionless, arms folded, eyes steady, as if delivering a final judgment. Behind him, the newly risen shadow of the girl appears, kneeling. My liege, thank you, she says gently. Jin-Woo turns slightly. Is there anything else you want to say? The girl's voice is quiet, laced with sorrow. If it isn't too much trouble, may I ask you for a favor? A soft expression washes over the girl's face, peaceful content. In this realm beyond life, where shadows obey and justice breathes through silence, she smiles. The bitterness and despair she once knew have faded. In their place remains only gratitude and release. Morning light floods over the Jungbu police station. The city stirs, unaware of the sentence just passed in a world unseen. A plain white box, bound by a red ribbon, exchanges hands. No words, only the gentle weight of a final gift. Officer Sung Jin-Woo stands before the young woman from earlier, her face awash in confusion and surprise. As she accepts the box, she recognizes the handwriting. It's Jeannie's. The name written on the letter is yours, right? Jin-Woo asks softly. The woman clutches the box to her chest, eyes trembling. Jeannie. I'm sure Miss Jeannie would have wanted this gift to find its rightful owner. Jin-Woo continues, his tone steady but respectful. Judging by the situation, it's very unlikely this was a homicide. Our investigation will also end soon. But her heart won't settle. The woman pleads, her voice shaking. Is there really not even a 1% chance that it wasn't a suicide? Hands trembling, she begins to undo the ribbon. The box opens slowly, her breath catching. So Jeannie really, a tear slips down her cheek as the truth presses in. She whispers, thank you, officer. Jin-Woo remains quiet, watching the weight of grief and truth settle together. Then, his thoughts wander cold, sharp, relentless. If Jeannie's adoptive father hadn't sent her that nasty text an hour before she slit her wrist, would she and her friend, the woman stands alone now, her head bowed, the gift cradled in her hands, have celebrated her birthday as planned. Inside the box, wrapped in soft cloth, rests a warm golden mug. A small note lies beneath it, simple, heartfelt. Happy birthday. A gift meant for joy, delivered through sorrow. A soft glow frames the title, hinting at the gentle conclusion of a long, stormy journey. A warm, golden hue bathes the storefront of a place named Nostalgic Barbecue. The late afternoon sun casts long, calming shadows as laughter and sizzling meats echo inside. From the rooftop stairwell, Jin-Ho bursts through the door, flushed with excitement and nerves. Sir, he calls, urgency in his tone. I'm planning to propose to Gina. Inside, Jin-Woo sits across the table, silently tending to the grill. The table is adorned with an array of dishes, meat, vegetables, and sauces, steam curling into the amber light. Jin-Woo looks up, his chopsticks momentarily paused midair. Jin-Ho stands upright, clutching a small box tightly in both hands. There's a still beat, broken by the young man's eager follow-up. I'm serious. I'm going to do it today. Do you think she'll like this ring? He opens the box, revealing a glimmering piece of jewelry. Jin-Woo leans forward, examining it with a quiet curiosity. But instead of answering, he confesses he doesn't really know much about that kind of thing. A sigh escapes the young suitor, but he quickly waves off the doubt. It's okay, he reassures himself. I prepared different gifts just in case. I wasn't sure what she'd like. He leans in, more serious now. We're building something new on the company property. When Gina finishes her residency, she can open her own clinic there. The dream begins to take form, bricks laid down with love, ambition, and a hope for the future. Jin-Woo raises an eyebrow. Wait, the building's worth 30 billion won? Jin-Ho beams proudly. How did you know that? Jin-Woo casually takes a sip from his glass, referencing an offer he received, coincidentally, for the exact same amount. The realization strikes Jin-Ho like a thunderbolt. Is this fate? But Jin-Woo shakes his head with a small smile. You don't need to go that far to earn her affection. He lifts his cup, calm and grounded. You're a good guy, Jin-Ho. Just show her your true self. Tears well up in Jin-Ho's eyes, his emotions spilling over. He stammers with gratitude, voice trembling. Can I hug you, sir? A flat no is all he gets. But he charges forward anyway, arms wide and tears flying as he crashes into Jin-Woo, toppling the plates and silverware. The table shakes, dishes clatter, but the embrace is warm, foolish, heartfelt, and honest. Later, night blankets the sky. Jin-Woo arrives home under moonlight, the quiet hum of the city dimmed beneath the rustle of trees. The front door clicks open. He steps inside. I'm home, he says softly. A tiny voice immediately echoes down the hallway. Dada. A smiling child rushes forward, arms open, and embraces him. Cha-haen greets him gently with, welcome back. She looks over her shoulder, amused. Oh, you're still awake? Jin-Woo chuckles, slipping off his coat. Yes, but why are you up when you can't even get drunk? She cradles the child in her arms, rocking him gently. Jin-Ho wanted to talk about something important, so I went out to meet him. She looks curious. Is he finally going to propose? Jin-Woo answers, cradling their son in his arms. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, Jin-Woo replies. They exchange a knowing glance. Anyway, I'm surprised Suho's still up. It's because he had a long nap during the day, she explains casually. But then, Jin-Woo suddenly narrows his eyes, glancing sideways. There's an odd shift in the air. Huh? What's up with these guys? He mutters. Dark figures slowly phase into view, shadow soldiers, with glowing purple outlines and auras humming faintly in the light. Haen sighs knowingly. Well, she begins, but the shadows don't wait for her to explain. Bellion steps forward first, his voice crackling with power. Why can't we teach our little king how to wield a sword? Does that make any sense to you, Igris? The Dark Knight, standing firm beside him, answers with calm authority. In this world, those with academic prowess are the ones who hold power. Bellion. Jin-Woo can only stare, stunned. Suho coos in his arms, entirely oblivious to the clashing ideologies around him. Finally, Jin-Woo groans in mock exhaustion. Hey, I'm not against Suho learning swordsmanship or studying. He pauses, lifting his son higher. But why don't you worry about that after he learns how to walk? Haen crosses her arms, a smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth. And why don't you come home earlier until he learns how to walk? Jin-Woo? Caught off guard, Jin-Woo freezes, then lowers his head slightly, voice make. Oh, yes, ma'am. The three of them share a light laugh under the soft kitchen lights, the king of shadows, his queen, and their little prince, just a family wrapped in warmth and fleeting peace, if only for the night. After some time, we see. The building looms familiar, its slogan, the police are always by your side. Inside, the corridor stretches toward a door marked Chief's office. Jin-Woo enters, calm and unreadable. Did you want to see me, Chief? He asks, voice low, respectful, yet coldly composed. The chief glances up from behind his desk, concern tugging at his features. He leans back with a sigh. There's a rumor going around that you're still investigating the other officers' cases, he begins, words cautious. Please, keep it to a level where your colleagues won't resent you. He adds a name for weight, Mr. Sung. But Jin-Woo's gaze doesn't flinch. The chief's words float in the air, careful and veiled, but Jin-Woo doesn't rise to them. I'm not a hunter anymore, Chief. And you're my boss now. So you don't need to speak so formally. The chief shakes his head, a quiet smile breaking through the tension. But I still feel most comfortable addressing you that way, he admits. By the way, did you know the adoptive father of that woman, the one who took her own life, went missing a few days ago? Jin-Woo responds flatly. No, I didn't know. A beat passes. Coincidentally, all the security cameras around his house malfunctioned at the time. The chief continues, his gaze narrowing slightly. Jin-Woo offers nothing but silence and a small, humorless smile. What a strange coincidence, he says. But the chief lets it go. Whatever you do, I trust you, Mr. Sung. Anyway, that's not why I called you here. He slides something across the desk, a small, nondescript envelope. Jin-Woo picks it up with a glance. What's this? I thought you might want to know. The chief's tone darkens, the words slower now, more deliberate. The chairman of the Hunters Association, Chairman Go Ga-hee, is in critical condition. The weight of those words sinks in like a falling stone. The next scene opens in silence. A hospital tower gleams under the afternoon sun, sterile and shining. But within its walls, the monitor's rhythmic beeping echoes steadily, each note a metronome marking the fragility of time. Go Gunny lies still, frail beneath layers of white sheets. Tubes and wires wrap around him like vines clinging to a tree in its winter. Jin-Woo stands quietly at the foot of the bed. Shadowy tendrils waver behind him, loyal and silent, guardians of a solemn moment. Then, his eyes flutter open. Slowly, he turns his head, finding Jin-Woo there. A tired smile grows on his withered face. With trembling hands, he taps gently on the oxygen mask, his voice thin but sincere. "It's nice to see you again." His eyes, though dim, hold depth. "I see you've returned, young man." Jin-Woo steps closer. "I've actually been searching for you, for a long time." Gunny's voice trembles, half breath, half hope. "If you wish to be healed again, sir." But the old man raises a hand gently, silencing that offer. "I've lived a long life," he says, soft and final. And in that small room, beneath sterile light and soft beeping, the two men, warrior and mentor, share a moment beyond battles, one rooted in loyalty, sacrifice, and quiet farewell. Lying back in his hospital bed, Go Gunhee's gaze softened with age but burned with resolve. His voice, though rasped with time, carried weight. He thanked Jin-Woo for the 10 extra years of life the Shadow Monarch had granted him. In that time, he had tied all loose ends, fulfilled his last duties, and finished everything he'd set out to do. That alone, he said, was enough for him. But his eyes shifted, shimmering not just with gratitude but something deeper. There was one more thing he needed. A favor, one that had clung to his soul since that fateful day. His voice quivered as he recalled the words Jin-Woo once told him, that they had fought side by side in another world. The memory was faint, but the emotion behind it surged. With effort, he sat up. Muscles, frail with age, strained to obey his will. He asked not for healing, not for more borrowed time. He asked to see, to truly witness the world they shared in battle. His fingers trembled against the sheets as he pleaded, "Show me that world." He wanted to know how it had shaped them, what he had become, and who Jin-Woo truly was when everything was at stake. Jin-Woo hesitated. The memories weren't all noble. Many were steeped in blood, sacrifice, and shadows. But Go Gunhee, undeterred, insisted. He just wanted to reclaim the memories lost to time, to remember the man he once was. Tears welled in his eyes as he searched Jin-Woo's face for affirmation. Without a word, the Shadow Monarch moved closer. His fingertips lit with violet energy as they reached for Go Gunhee's weathered hand. The room dimmed under the glow of magic. Power surged in silence as Jin-Woo's palm met his. A bridge formed, not of time or space, but of memory. In a flash, Go Gunhee's mind plunged into the past. His eyes shot wide open as scenes unfolded before him. There he stood, young, fierce, and proud, meeting Jin-Woo for the first time. "Mr. Sung Jin-Woo," he had said with warmth and strength. "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Go Gunhee. I want to fight." An island, 150 kilometers from Jeju, had been attacked. The ant that emerged flew farther than anyone believed possible, even into the heart of Mokpo. Back then, he had stood tall in the car, making a fateful offer. He had seen potential, destiny, in Jin-Woo. "So, you're planning on forming your own guild?" he had asked with a knowing smile. "Certified S-rank hunters don't need licenses. Just a phone call." More visions swirled around him. "I'll do everything I can to help," he had once vowed. "Please stay." Then came the memories of pain. His own failure. His hand clenched tightly around a glass, shattering it. He remembered the Blade Guild's fall, Japan's chaos, the political disarray. So much blood, so many mistakes. And with his eyes flaring wide and veins pulsing in his temple, he remembered the cost. The sacrifices that were made because of your crafty ploy. Everything will fall on your shoulders. He had warned them then, and he relived it now, his voice trembling with fury and fear. "I wouldn't want an entire country, no, all of Asia, to be plunged into a crisis because of one man's ploy." Go Gunhee's trembling fingers grasped his chest, as if the weight of all his remaining strength was drawn to one final moment of clarity. His eyes widened with realization, as light softly flickered in his gaze. "The greatest fragment of brilliant light," he murmured. In the next instant, within the folds of the veil between realms, a storm of divine energy tore reality apart. From the white brilliance emerged a towering, solemn figure. Go-Gun-hee stood face to face with the being once again, his mind crossing dimensions, embraced by the presence of an entity too powerful to be contained. You isolated my office in a dimensional gap. I'm impressed, the being intoned. The air shimmered with tension. Mana stormed around them as memories and moments collided. Jin-Woo's thoughts raced. If the holy water of life might be able to, he gripped the bottle tightly, the glow of its essence reflecting in his shadowy aura. He crouched beside Go-Gun-hee, pressing the vial to his lips, but the old man gently stopped him. "Don't," Gun-hee said with a soft voice, barely audible over the sound of the beeping monitors. "I came face to face with the will of a supreme being. It's no use. There's nothing a human can do about the power that attacked me." He stared into Jin-Woo's eyes, calm, resolved, but burdened. "But when that day comes, when their plan unfurls, please continue to stand on the side of humanity." Tears welled in his aged eyes, slipping down weathered skin as he smiled one last time. "Oh," he whispered with heartfelt gratitude. "I'm so glad I was reunited with you like this. Mr. Sung." He clutched Jin-Woo's hand tightly, trembling with emotion. "It really was a great honor to have worked with young heroes like you." His voice cracked. "Oh," a silence fell across the room. "Even if my body turns cold," the golden sunlight filtered through the hospital window, casting a warm radiance over the stillness. "In this warm sunlight, these glorious memories will remain with me." His hand loosened its grip. "And keep me warm forever." The monitors echoed. The truth. A flatline. Beep. Beep. Silence. Jin-Woo stood by the bed, his eyes shadowed in grief. He gently reached forward and wiped away the tear resting on Go-Gun-hee's cheek. "Rest in peace, sir." The hero had passed. "You devoted your life to serving many people," Jin-Woo whispered softly. "That makes you a hero as well." Outside, the wind rustled the autumn leaves, casting them in a ballet of red across the sky. Somewhere else, as Jin-Woo walked beneath the trees, his phone rang, slicing through the silence. "Hello," he answered. The caller's voice burst through in panic. "Jin-Woo." A breathless pause. Suho is." Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed, voice urgent. "What is it?" The reply came in a frantic gasp. "Our Suho is flying." Inside the house, chaos reigned. Plates spun through the air. Water flew. Dishes clattered to the floor. And there, soaring gleefully in midair, little Suho floated with a proud grin, surrounded by clapping shadow soldiers and a flapping red-winged beast, his laughter echoing through the room. In the midst of the havoc, Jin-Woo's voice came through the phone, calm yet slightly puzzled. "What?" The response on the other end was panicked but clear. "I'm saying Suho is flying all over the house right now." Jin-Woo's expression shifted from confusion to mild surprise. He paused, registering the surreal update. "That's strange," he muttered thoughtfully. "Considering who Suho's parents are, I thought he'd be running around the moment he was born." In the background, Woo Jin-Chul, chuckling with amusement, added to the moment's lightness, unaware of the scale of chaos currently unfolding at home. Still holding the phone, Jin-Woo smiled as he reassured them. "It's okay. Don't worry about it." "What?" The other voice echoed again, still frazzled. "I'll teach Suho everything, starting with flying." A beat of silence. "You can fly too?" came the amazed reply. Jin-Woo simply smiled, his tone relaxed. "Didn't I mention it to you?" As golden leaves rustled beneath his feet, Jin-Woo stepped forward through the autumn-lit path. A quiet monologue stirred with poetic calm in his thoughts. When autumn comes, winter follows, and spring returns again. The tranquil hospital room faded gently from memory. Doctors moved about in hushed silence as sunlight filtered over the body of Go-Gun-hee. Everything has a beginning and an ending, and after the ending, there is another beginning. A shattering sound brought Jin-Woo back to the present. "No, Suho. Put that down," he shouted instinctively over the call. But his tone softened again as he continued walking through the fading light of the city park. "Cha-Han, I'll be home early today." His thoughts drifted, gentle and warm as the sun setting behind him. But it looks like winter is still far away at our home. Back at the house, chaos reigned. Suho soared gleefully through the air, guided by a flurry of loyal shadow beasts. Dishes flew like comets, shattered glass glittered across the floor. Since our little king can fly, he should learn how to fight in advance. No, nonsense, cried Heian in disbelief, falling to her knees amidst the mess. This means he'll become a pilot in the future. Please hurry home, Jin-Woo, she cried out in desperation, barely dodging another flying bowl as Suho laughed with uncontrollable joy. And with that, the scene closed on the whirlwind harmony of a warrior's legacy, carried into the future by a child born from love, power, and hope. Chapter end here. For more, like, share, and subscribe. Welcome back to our channel 217 Prince White. The chapter begins. The world trembles once more as a kingdom teeters on the brink of collapse. Voices echo, strained and desperate. We do not have any more food, they murmur. The children, once innocent, now turn on one another in primal hunger. Below, insectoid creatures feast upon their own kind in a grotesque struggle for survival. This land no longer has enough food to feed its residents, the voice confesses with chilling clarity. A looming figure, armored and imposing, emerges from the shadows. Its eyes burn crimson with calculated intent. This won't do. The voice is resolute, calm, yet merciless. As the leader surveys the chaos, its gaze falls upon a cluster of eggs. We need a strong soldier who will lead the citizens of this kingdom, it declares, descending before a massive orb, a suspended embryonic form, glowing with ethereal light. The weight of the decision, absolute. This is for the good of the kingdom. From the darkness, the command rises like a war cry. Make the enemies who stand in our way tremble in fear. The vision fades to memories. A young creature, born from desperation and destruction, steps forward, forged to kill, bred to lead. Your king was not outside, the memory says, as if challenging the very heavens. I was born to kill. In that twisted emergence, a question formed. Are there others? The voice asks in the blackness. Others you call king? Then came a moment. A confrontation not with fear, but something else entirely. From the mist of flame and shadow, a being stood undaunted, sung Jin-Woo, cloaked in spectral blue. Are you the king of the humans? The monster asks. And in that instant, the dark soldier felt something new. A talking insect? Huh. Jin-Woo replies coolly, the corners of his mouth twitching with intrigue. The beast's eyes flare with recognition, but not dominance. This was the first time. I met someone who didn't fear me. Then came the roar. A massive clash. Power met power in a collision that rippled across space. And in that moment, something changed forever. Baru's thoughts echo in the wind as he watches the little king, sung Suho, with curious awe. The child's innocent eyes sparkle with delight as he looks up at the towering ant. No fear, only fascination. The moment the towering Baru materialized in front of the young Suho, his eyes lit up with immediate recognition and joy. There was no fear, only excitement. He pointed eagerly, bouncing on his toes as the word, ant, burst from his lips with innocent delight. Again and again, he called out, chasing after the colossal shadow as it moved, arms stretched forward like he was trying to capture a dream. With a sudden turn, Baru moved toward the window, but Suho followed without hesitation, his tiny frame hurrying to keep up. Ant, he shouted, voice echoing with pure-hearted thrill. As the ant leapt from the balcony into the open sky, wings glinting in the sunlight, Suho raced to the edge, eyes wide and gleaming. Perched at the edge of the rooftop, Baru landed gracefully with a thud, wings folding behind him. Below, Suho pointed up once more with a triumphant shout. Ant, he cried again, the word carrying up to where the creature stood watching. How strange, Baru murmured, his tone laced with confusion. Why is the little king always following me? From behind him, a deep, resonant voice answered. It was Igris, his tone calm and knowing. It is obviously because he likes you. Baru turned slightly, unsure of how to respond, his head tilting as he processed the oddity of affection from the child of the Shadow Monarch. A moment of awkward silence lingered as Igris's words settled in, leaving the ant both puzzled and perhaps, ever so slightly, flattered. You are an ant that is bigger than a human and can walk, fly, and even talk, Igris murmurs. What child wouldn't find you fascinating? He pauses, internal circuits humming with new realization. So this is why the little king follows him. A slow scratch at his chin reveals a rare gesture of contemplation. So the little king likes me, because I am big and can talk and fly. Far from the quiet yard and innocent wonder, a dark swirl of shadow spirals into the throne chamber of the Shadow Army. A powerful presence descends through space, Marshal Baru. You're here, Marshal, greets the elder architect. His voice is composed, respectful. Baru replies without hesitation. I would like to make some changes to our plan. The elder blinks in surprise. Pardon, but Marshal Baru. He gestures toward the towering statue in progress, a colossal monument to their king. We've been preparing the sacred statue of our king for months now. In order to commemorate his 32nd birthday, Baru interrupts, calm yet firm. I'm not saying we should scrap the plan entirely. I would just like to make some adjustments. He begins pointing to sections with commanding grace. You should alter this part, and that part as well. The architect, initially stunned, nods slowly. I see. We can certainly make those changes. The panel pulls wide, showing the pair standing beneath the feet of the statue. The sheer scale of the tribute to Jin-Woo is humbling. The architect's voice trembles with excitement. I believe your suggestions will result in an even more grand statue, Marshal Baru. But practicality returns. It will now require more workers. The architect proposes an idea. Would it be all right if I summon the demons from the demon's castle created by the architect? Baru considers, then nods. Of course. If that is all, I will go tend to some other business. The scene shifts. Outside the Shadow Realm, day breaks over a modern house, peaceful and unaware of the storm approaching. A black car idles just beyond the gates. Inside, masked men whisper nervously. Sir, are we really going to do this? You little chicken. Why? Are you scared now that we're here? The older man hisses. No, sir. The tension thickens. Our organization was destroyed because of that bastard, Sung Jin-Woo. He ruined us, so we should do the same to him. Don't you think? You're right, sir. Doors click open. One man steps out, eyes dark with intent. The official story is that Detective Sung's wife and kid were killed by burglars during the day. Got it? Yes, sir. With grim resolve, they move toward the house. How could they not have a security system in place, living in such a big house? It's like they're asking to be robbed and killed. Don't get nervous and make any mistakes. They move low, like rats in the grass. The plan is unfolding. But then, What the? Why are you the only one behind me? The lead man turns sharply. Where are the other two? I'm not sure. A flicker of fear touches his voice. Those little brats. Did they run away because they were scared? Grab. From the shadows, monstrous claws wrap around his face. A towering figure looms behind him, glowing with violet fury. A whisper, soft and deadly. Shoo! The man's eyes widen in terror, caught in the grip of a being born for war and death. The night air hung still as Baru towered protectively over the squirming intruder, his claws curled with quiet restraint. The child, the little king, had only just fallen into peaceful slumber. Baru's tone, though soft, carried menace. He could not allow a lowly invader to break the boy's rest. The man struggled against the ant's iron grasp, feet flailing uselessly in midair, muffled cries lost in the silence of the hallway. Baru's mind drifted. He had seen that look before, the pure terror in the intruder's eyes. But now it only served as a bitter contrast to the gaze he cherished most. His king's gaze, filled with trust. The little king's, filled with innocent curiosity. That was the warmth he protected. That was the purpose behind the blade that now pierced the would-be assassin's throat, silencing him for good. Elsewhere, in the glowing core of the Shadow Kingdom, twilight spilled like ink across an evernight sky. Spires stretched toward the heavens, their silver glow shimmering under eternal starlight. And below, gathered before the base of a massive statue in progress, were Baru's loyalists, reviewing the latest adjustments to their work. What do you think? A shadow soldier asked eagerly. We made all the changes you suggested, Marshal. Baru stepped forward, his claws curled thoughtfully as he gazed upon the monument. It's incredible, he hissed with delight. The colossal statue gleamed proudly, Jin-Woo, eternal sovereign, carved in heroic grandeur. One hand raised high, the other cradling a child, a symbol of strength and protection. Around its base, the shadow soldiers erupted in cheers, pride beaming in their auras. I'm sure our king will be happy when he sees this grand and beautiful statue. Baru chuckled again. Once our little king is able to walk these lands in the future, this will be a meaningful gift for him as well. In the distance, the giggling of a child echoed. Suho's laughter rang pure and unguarded as he ran toward Baru, arms stretched, eyes shining. Aunt. Baru turned at the sound, confused for a brief second before his glowing eyes softened. The child's joy surged. Aunt. With unhesitating glee, the boy leapt straight at him. Eek! Baru flinched, instinctively opening his arms, and caught the little prince midair. Aunt. Years passed like drifting petals on the wind. In a quiet school office, A teacher laid down a folder before Jin-Woo's wife, now older but graceful as ever. "Ma'am, these pictures were drawn by Suho." She paused, looking through the stack. The first drawing was simple, yet peculiar. A strange black ant with glowing white eyes, standing upright like a man. "Why are you showing me this?" she asked softly. "He was told to draw his friend," the teacher replied, "and that's what he drew." Her eyes studied the sketch. "Oh." She turned to the next drawing, blinking in surprise. "Now that I look closely, the ant has 2 legs." The teacher nodded. "There are more drawings in the back." She flipped the page. Suho had drawn his other friends too, an odd collection of strange but distinctly humanoid shadows. Their forms, bizarre to any stranger, held a charm only a child's pure affection could convey. She turned another page and paused. The next picture is how Suho drew his family. The page burst with color. Crayon silhouettes of herself, Jin-Woo, and their son were surrounded by towering shadows. And everyone was smiling. The teacher leaned in gently. "And the last picture is his home. It's why I asked you to come today." She hesitated, voice cautious. "We've met all kinds of children here, but never one who draws his family and friends like this." A crayon-streaked masterpiece filled the page, crude yet bursting with color and imagination. Suho had drawn his home, a warm red roof nestled above a family of stick figures. Surrounding the house, tall and shadowy silhouettes loomed in harmony. These weren't monsters in his eyes, but protectors, friends, family, and at the heart of it all stood Giant Dad. His teacher, concerned, had asked why Suho had drawn so many figures at the bottom of the house. The boy answered simply, "That's where they live. His friends, his family, and Giant Dad." At first, worried. Could a child so cheerful be hiding something darker? But no signs pointed to pain or trauma. Instead, they wondered, could it be talent? A rare artistic gift? Suho himself sat quietly, a splash of purple pastel staining his fingers, deeply focused as he brought to life another memory from his soul. With innocent concentration, he filled the sketchbook with scenes few others could imagine. Meanwhile, a new day bloomed at the police station. "Congratulations on your promotion, sir," rang out with pride. Applause and smiles greeted Jin-Woo as he walked through the gates, modest as ever in the face of his new title. His team surrounded him, warm and casual. "You owe us dinner, Captain Sung," they teased. One of them chuckled, asking why he accepted this time. He'd always refused promotions in the past. Jin-Woo smiled, quietly replying, "I didn't have any more excuses to turn it down." They pushed further. "Don't you have any ambitions? Like making more money?" That made Jin-Woo pause. A memory stirred. In silence, he thought to himself, how could they ever believe that he once made more than even top-tier lawyers when he was far younger than them? He offered a grin, brushing it aside. "Enough talk. I'll treat you to dinner. Stop buttering me up." One of the men suggested gopchang for the night. Jin-Woo gave a light-hearted nod, concealing the weight behind his gaze. Later that night, their house stood under quiet skies, peaceful and still. Inside, Jin-Woo and Cha Hae-in sat across from one another, flipping through Suho's drawings. How can a 5-year-old be so good at drawing an ant? Jin-Woo smiled quietly, but Hae-in's tone shifted. "This isn't funny, Jin-Woo. Look at the last page." She pointed to a page where Suho had drawn a large ant-like figure with gentle wings and glowing eyes. He said he saw a giant dad in the dark land. "Do you know what he's talking about?" Jin-Woo chuckled softly, the memories flickering behind his eyes. "Oh, it's nothing," he said, brushing off the question. But Hae-in grew somber. "The other kids, they're afraid of Suho." Jin-Woo's brow furrowed. "The other kids?" "They said their faces go pale when Suho comes near, even though he's never done anything to them." Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed in thought. He understood. Children, with their untouched innocence, could perceive what adults couldn't. They could sense it. The power. The other children must have felt the shadow of death that clung to Suho. The same deadly aura that once belonged to him. The reason it hadn't unleashed devastation was because he had taken it onto himself. That power, once sealed inside the monarch's most devoted servant, a tool of annihilation, now slumbered within a child. If that power grew, Suho lay in bed, eyes heavy with thought. His son wouldn't be able to live a normal life if things continued this way. He had to act. "I must suppress it," he thought. until Suho can control it. In the morning light, Jin-Woo stood beside Haein once more, looking at the drawings scattered across the table. Photos of their wedding, their family, memories of peace mingled with concern. Haein asked softly, "Jin-Woo?" He turned, a final decision forming on his lips. "I'll have to seal Suho's power," he said, "and his memories of the shadow soldiers, until he learns how to live in this world." A shadow shifted beside him. Baru emerged quietly. "My liege," Jin-Woo handed him the sketchbook. "Here, this is Suho's drawing of you." Baru took it gently, and for a moment, in the eyes of a loyal soldier, the world paused, touched by a child's memory and the weight of the destiny that still lingered in the wings. The ant Shadow Knight, once feared on the battlefield, now stands in quiet reverence, his glowing eyes misted with emotion. His voice trembles as he looks down at the sketch gifted by the young prince. "My liege," he whispers, the words caught in a quiver. "May I say goodbye to our little king?" Tears, shimmering droplets of ethereal blue, begin to fall from his eyes, tracing glowing streaks across his obsidian face. As he gently closes the door behind him, the shadows draw close, wrapping around his form with mournful grace. He kneels before the sleeping boy, Suho, who stirs faintly at his presence. "My little liege, I am here to say goodbye on behalf of all the shadow soldiers," he murmurs. Suho mumbles in his slumber, soft and tender. "Captain Ant, Captain Ant." The Ant Knight lowers his head, his voice thick with solemn honor. "It was an honor to serve you." He rises slowly, his towering form haloed by the fading embers of his shadow essence. "I hope you are well until we meet again. Please do not forget to study, even when I am no longer around. And please look after your health, my little liege." His voice cracks. The tears fall harder now, evaporating into flickers of violet light. He tries to hold it in, but the flood is too deep. The moment lingers, soft, quiet, eternal. Then Jin-Woo steps forward, brushing back Suho's hair. His touch is gentle, warm, aglow with the faint essence of magic. "Sweet dreams, Suho," he breathes. A glowing hand, part light, part shadow, rests upon the boy's forehead. With a final whisper of mana, the seal is placed. Suho's dreams shift peacefully. The door closes with a gentle click. Inside, the room is silent. In Suho's dreams, the Ant Knight and his brothers stand tall again, arms wide to welcome their little king. Suho runs to them, smiling, his face radiant with joy. Outside, the world awakens. Dawn breaks with the soft chirping of birds. Morning light spills in through the window as Suho stirs beneath his blankets, the smile from his dreams still playing on his lips. He rises to a new day, no longer burdened by the weight of a past he never chose. He shoulders his backpack. The city bustles with life around him. Students crowd the streets in waves, but Suho stands out, not because he's extraordinary, but because, for the first time, he's simply normal. A young man now, walking to school in the golden light of morning. Eyes forward, chin hot, shadowless, but never alone. As the screen fades to the first glimpses of morning light, narration echoes gently. High school is a place where only the strongest survive. The scene shifts to a modern school building basked in sunlight, tall windows glinting with reflections of the sky. The calm exterior belies the brewing social currents inside. Inside the hallway, the day begins. Students in their uniforms fill the corridors, laughter mixing with chatter. A fresh sense of change hangs in the air, yet unseen tensions ripple just below the surface. A voice reflects, measured and aware. "Now that I'm here, I'm in a new class with new classmates." The narration belongs to Lee Yunxiao, first-year high school student. He looks around the room, absorbing everything with sharp, cautious eyes. A red-haired boy slouches at a desk, confidently greeting his new peers. "You guys came to this school too?" His tone is casual, his presence commanding, but not yet hostile. The others respond lightly. "I studied a bit at the last minute." Already, invisible lines begin to draw themselves between friend and foe. In the background, the narrator continues. "It only takes a single look around to understand your position." A short exchange follows. "Huh? You're here too, Joe Sungo." "Yeah," comes the reply. But beneath the surface of that exchange is something else. A look. A pause. Calculation. You quickly realize who will become your friend. The voice continues, almost grim. And who you can boss around. Jo Sung-go's expression shifts, watching one student in particular. His confident smirk sharpens into something more menacing. The voice in his head whispers strategy. Let's get along while we're here, man. But behind the friendly shake is a silent thought. I heard he was a real delinquent in the neighboring town, but he doesn't look like much. I guess it's not a bad idea to keep him as a friend. As the group mingles, the classroom slowly divides into unspoken factions. I think the pecking order has mostly been established. The problem is that guy over there. And there, sitting quietly but with unmistakable presence, is a student whose calm demeanor unnerves them. No fear in his eyes. No submission in his posture. What the? Why isn't he lowering his eyes? Jo Sung-go's smile falters. His arrogance quickly sparks into irritation. What's wrong? One of the others asks, noticing the shift. Joe's voice drops low and dark, his eyes narrowing into fury. That bastard over there is being a rude little brat. He rises abruptly, shoving back his chair. The game of posturing is over. A warning hangs in the air like a blade. One of the boys steps forward, his voice low and urgent. Hey, I went to middle school with that guy. Trust me, you should just leave him alone. But Lees doesn't listen. His blood boils. The warning only fuels his pride. He growls under his breath, his eyes narrowing with the intensity of a beast backed into a corner. Hey, Jo Sung-go. The moment that name is uttered, Lee's expression contorts in fury and arrogance. His bloodshot eyes blaze red, and the threat leaves his lips like venom. Do you want to die? Outside, the morning sun glistens on the high school's tall fence, casting fractured light over the courtyard below. It's peaceful on the surface, but tension coils violently in the shadow of the school walls. A punch lands. A body crumples. Lee stands over a classmate, breath heaving, smirking. What's this? I thought you were pretty tough, but I guess I was wrong. His lackeys snicker beside him. Lee leans closer, mocking. Who's the guy you were trying to cover for, anyway? Still gasping, the battered student pushes out a trembling response, blood trickling down his lip. He was the strongest guy at my middle school. His body shakes. Sweat drips down his face. But it's not fear for himself that tightens his throat. It's fear of what Joe doesn't understand. He isn't someone you and I can take down. Lee raises an eyebrow, confused, but before he can retort, the student explains with a grim voice. I was afraid something bad might go down here too, which is why I stopped you. Slap? Lee's hand flashes across the air, cracking against the side of the boy's face. Hey, dumbass. Have you lost your mind? His anger flares, but he doesn't realize the storm he's provoking is far beyond anything he's ready for. Lee Yin-cheol's fists landed with merciless precision. Rage and disbelief flickered in his eyes as he struck again and again, furious that his supposed dominance was being questioned. If he was that strong, I would have already heard about him, he shouted. But his words were hollow, his strikes frantic. Jo Sung-go didn't even flinch. He stood still, composed and calm, as Yin-cheol vented his fear in the form of fists. Behind them, the alley was littered with toppled chairs and broken pride. When it finally ended, Suho turned to the boy behind him with a steady voice. If anyone asks, he said, tell them you beat them up, just like last time. As the weight of those words sank in, Suho walked away, his footsteps echoing through the battered training yard. The wind stirred the dust around him as he passed. Unbothered, unstoppable. Suho turned slightly as if thinking aloud. From the looks of it, it'll probably be considered self-defense anyway. The injured student looked up at him, still shaking. All right, he nodded, dazed but grateful. But Yin-cheol rose again, his voice filled with venom. What? Self-defense. Before he could hurl another insult, a thunderous kick cracked through the air. Suho struck like lightning. The world tilted. The force knocked Yin-cheol off balance instantly. The next moment, a blur of fists and feet erupted across the courtyard. Students watching from the distance barely registered the movement before Yin-cheol was launched across the pavement. He staggered to his feet, but Suho was already there. Another brutal strike crashed through. The sheer velocity of Suho's attack sent his opponent flying again, legs buckling, pride shattered. Cracks spidered through the wall behind them where he landed, the echo of impact still ringing. Then, silence. A slow-motion moment. Yin-Xiao's wide, panic-filled eyes catching the full strength of the blow coming his way. A final devastating uppercut lifted him into the air, body limp, before gravity claimed him and he dropped with a heavy plop among the broken crates and bruised egos. Suho dusted off his hands, turning away from the wreckage. Now that things have come to this, I'll leave the cleanup to you again. The other student blinked, dumbfounded, and nodded. Oh, okay. A few others whispered nearby, astonished. Whoa. Suho beat up all three of them. And in the haze of awe and sunlight, Suho's hand calmly tightened around the strap of his school bag, as if this had all been just another walk through the day. The corridor bathed in soft afternoon light echoed with casual footsteps as students chatted on their way home. Unaware, unburdened, life continued on, oblivious to what was unraveling behind a single locked door. Inside, the boy sat alone, chin resting on his hand, staring vacantly at nothing. His thoughts drifted with the stillness of the classroom, a boredom so deep it felt like suffocation. Life is so dull. He sighed and looked out the window, nostalgic for something he couldn't name. I feel like there used to be more excitement in my life before. Rising from his chair, he decided to head out. Maybe to the arcade. Anywhere but here. But as he tried the door, it wouldn't budge. A cold shiver slipped down his spine. Why won't the door open? Meanwhile, the school day carried on as usual. Students poured through the gates. Friends laughed, voices rising against the golden sky. Others passed a soccer ball around in the dusty courtyard, unaware that, somewhere above, reality was beginning to fracture. From the classroom window, he looked out, but something was off. He blinked. The world outside had stopped. A ball floated midair, unmoving. People stood frozen, caught mid-step, mid-breath. Everything was silent. Inside the school, shadows twisted unnaturally. A tendril of crimson lightning licked the ceiling. Crackles of energy surged through the hall like creeping vines of flame. Time has stopped. But how did this happen? He turned slowly and saw it. A swirling black vortex, glowing and violent, tearing through the air like a portal to another world. It pulsed with malevolent energy, and within its depths, something ancient whispered. His heart thudded faster. Fear twisted in his gut. What is that thing? What am I supposed to do in a situation like this? And then, a thought, his mother's voice, distant but clear, you take after your father. His eyes sharpened. He clenched his fist. What would Dad have done in this situation? The air around the portal buzzed with magnetic pressure. His heartbeat pounded louder. Louder. With determined steps, he walked forward. He didn't know what was waiting on the other side, but he knew what he had to do. And without hesitation, he entered. A sharp clack echoed off the cold stone wall as the torch locked into its holder. Blue flames danced atop the torch's head, casting flickering shadows down the long corridor. Sung Suho's hand gripped the shaft tightly, and for a moment, the silence was broken only by the crackling of magical fire. The hallway came alive with ghostly illumination, revealing a cavernous vault that stretched downward into shadow. His eyes widened. Whoa, the word escaped him like breath and frost as he peered into the seemingly endless chamber below. Weapons lined the walls, swords, spears, axes, shields, each radiating with quiet power. As he descended further, his torchlight caught a sudden glint. A red halberd shot out with a flash of lightning energy. Suho recoiled instinctively, gasping, "Ack." A notification dinged into view. Name, Lightning Halberd. It consumed magic to gain lightning attributes. More screens began appearing in the air, green, translucent, like UI panels from a game. Desert Centipede's upper shell, Assassin's Claymore. The place was a vault of relics, each with stats and effects. Standing in awe, Suho muttered to himself, "What are all these screens?" His eyes darted from weapon to weapon, reading off attack stats, ranks, and magical attributes. He felt like a character at a game's beginning, overwhelmed at the armory menu. "It really feels like I'm inside a game," he said aloud, smiling. Was gonna go to an arcade, but what's going on here? Before him, legendary gear beckoned with glowing data. Naga's reinforced trident, Hammer of Rage, Tusk's Cane of Avarice, Black Flame Dragon's Iron Mace. He scanned the collection with new understanding. Looks like the weapons I can choose are limited by my level, he mused. Can I switch once I level up? His gaze shifted down to blades with humbler stats, Steel Sword, Longsword for the powerful, the 12th Prince's Sword, even Demon King's Longsword, Imitation. Further in, less remarkable weapons caught his eye. What's over here? Are these weaker ones just thrown in the corner? He asked, his voice now tinged with curiosity. His torchlight revealed an assortment of daggers and small blades. Geez, Who would use weak-looking weapons like these? But his gaze paused on one. Name, Night Killer. Its effect, plus 75 attack and extra damage to armored units. Suho turned another corner and spotted a different section. Gauntlets and gloves hung neatly on hooks. There are gauntlets over in this corner, he thought. They shimmered with a blue hue under the flame's glow. They look fun to try out, he murmured with a smirk. A sword would be a boring choice. Maybe I'll play with some gauntlets instead. A grin slowly stretched across his face as he slipped on a pair. The metal plates locked into place with a satisfying clunk. I'm getting a little excited, he thought, the thrill of adventure igniting in his chest. His new gear displayed its modest stats. Name, attack gauntlets. Usage rank, level 1E. Attack plus 4. Not much, but enough to start. Then, the status window opened before him, a glowing blue interface with familiar details. Name, Sung Suho. Level 1. Title, Little Monarch. HP, 100 plus 3,300. MP, 10 plus 1,600. Every stat, strength, agility, intelligence, sense, showed a base of 10. But each was augmented by a mysterious plus 40. No job, no abilities yet. But this was just the beginning. The little monarch had entered the dungeon. A cold, spectral glow lit the ancient corridor, rows of blue flames flickering atop ornate wall sconces that stretched into the abyss. Each flicker cast elongated shadows of massive armored knights, unmoving and silent, their swords buried point first before them. They stood like sentinels of the past, enshrined in eerie stillness. Footsteps echoed steady, cautious. Sung Suho stepped into the heart of the castle's underground. His eyes shifted warily from one towering figure to the next, tension curling beneath his skin. The silence pressed in, unnaturally heavy. Is anyone here? He called out, his voice bouncing off the vaulted walls. No answer came. Suho glanced upward, absorbing the ominous majesty of the arched ceilings, the meticulous craftsmanship that lined every surface. Is this the underground floor of a castle? He muttered to himself. With each step, the suits of armor seemed to tower closer. He slowed, the overwhelming pressure pushing in on all sides. He reached out with curiosity and caution, brushing the cold, dust-laced metal of one knight's gauntlet. A faint shimmer danced across its helmet, then a faint glint. Suddenly, metal creaked. Suho froze as the knight's arm jerked unnaturally to life, the rusted joint shrieking as its massive blade rose high into the air. His eyes widened. The sound of steel slicing the air thundered as the great sword came crashing down. Whoosh! Suho dove, the lethal arc grazing inches from him. Strike, clang. Suho parried, sparks bursting as his weapon met the knight's. His feet slid against the floor from the impact, but he didn't falter. From deeper within the corridor, a startled gasp rang out. Where did that come from? Suho's response was immediate. Power surged through his veins, igniting in electric blue arcs that pulsed from his blade. His eyes shimmered with inherited fury. He moved like lightning. Clank! He met the charging knight head-on. Blow after blow. Wham! His strikes rained down like thunder, each one cracking armor and bone like steel. And finally, with a spinning cleave, thwack! The knight's helmet shattered in an eruption of black energy and metal fragments. The force of the attack sent a shockwave through the air. A glowing blue interface blinked into his vision. Level up. Suho stood in the rubble, his chest heaving. Azure light still danced around his figure. These knights, they can move, he thought grimly, realization dawning as he spun around. Wait, he exclaimed internally. Weren't there a ton of them on the way here? From the corridor behind him, the sound returned, clunk. The rest of the silent army had awakened. Dozens of armored knights were now marching, their weapons gleaming, their stares fixed on him. Suho turned slowly, his lips parting in a breathless whisper. Oh, I knew it. And as his power began to pulse once more, his father's legacy burned behind his eyes. Lightning cracked through the air as Sung Suho moved like a tempest. His fists, clad in glowing gauntlets of power, struck down the armored knights in a ferocious rhythm. Each blow resonated with thunderous thwacks, sending bodies flying and armor crumpling under his relentless assault. The familiar ding of the system rang out in midair, a blue notification window declaring his growth. Level up. Panting, Suho landed amidst a pile of felled enemies, sweat running down his temple. His body trembled, the weight of battle still clinging to his muscles, yet his eyes remained steady. He looked up, only to see another wave of enemies, an army of armored knights, slowly encroaching through the shadowed corridor. The clinking of their steps echoed like war drums. But there was no hesitation in him. Suho clenched his gauntlet fists tighter, the blue light pulsing fiercely around his arms. With a sudden crash, he shot forward again, blasting through the front line like a cannonball. Energy crackled in his wake as he leapt and spun, slicing through the iron ranks with pure velocity. His eyes burned with determination, and with every move, he danced between death and glory. More knights fell. Their black armor shattered beneath his strikes, and the corridor resounded with thwacks, crashes, and the rush of raw power. A final burst sent him flying skyward. Suho twisted mid-air with elegance, dodging spears and arrows as time seemed to slow. The system window materialized again, level up, and below it, the confirmation of his new milestone. Current level, 19. He landed in a crouch, surrounded by the broken remains of his enemies. Still breathing heavily, Suho let out a controlled exhale. Phew. Rising to his feet, he examined the gauntlets, flexing his hands as the electric glow flickered across them. So I can level up by defeating the armored knights, he thought aloud, and become stronger. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. This really does feel like a game. His eyes scanned the battlefield of scattered metal. That must be why I can take on a bunch of them at a time now. Even though I struggled when I first started out, he paused. Aren't these guys on a higher level than me? How was I able to defeat them when I was only at level 1? He gazed at the gauntlets, the answer dawning on him. Is it thanks to the power of these gauntlets? How did I pull that off? Another window opened, revealing his stats: strength, health, agility, intelligence, and sense, all boosted to 28 plus 40. Still, something deeper stirred within him. I want to get a little stronger. Sung Suho stepped forward toward the towering gate before him, its design ominous and majestic, with a crimson glow pulsating at its heart. The air thickened as the massive doors creaked open, flooding the darkened chamber with white light. Flames on the walls flickered to life, lining a path that led to a throne draped in violet shadows. From across the room, the silhouette of something or someone waited. Suho's shadow stretched across the stone floor like a silent challenge. The next test had begun. Suho stepped through the mist-drenched corridor, the shadow of an ancient sentinel looming ahead. From the darkness, glowing violet eyes stirred, drifting within a void of shadows. They locked onto Suho with cautious curiosity. Is he the mob boss? No, this wasn't just another opponent. The gaze tightened. He looked strong. And then movement. Slow, deliberate, as if the monster was awakening from deep slumber. Black tendrils of energy curled around its armored frame. A gauntlet fist, etched with lightning, clenched the throne's edge. The sound rang out as the massive being stepped forward, fully revealing its terrifying form, warped and monstrous, its blades surging with violent arcs of dark lightning. It raised its weapon. Energy swelled around it like a brewing storm. Suho's breath caught. He could feel the weight of the threat before him, but hesitation had no place here. I have to make the first move, he thought. Muscles tensed, Suho clenched his gauntlet, the glowing runes responding with a quiet hum. Then he dashed forward, launching himself straight at the Black Knight. Their clash ignited the air. Huh. Suho's eyes widened mid-sprint. A fraction of a second too late. Kaboom. A deafening explosion rocked the chamber. Suho was hurled through the air, smashed into the walls by the sheer impact of the monster's counterattack. Debris rained from above, and a crack split the floor like a scar. He gasped, eyes wide in shock. Blood flecked across his face. Bolt. His instinct screamed. Scrambling upright, he bolted. Ack. His legs carried him down the corridor, desperate and breathless, driven not by fear, but the need to survive. The cold air stung his lungs as his thoughts raced. What was that? He muttered aloud. He stumbled to a stop in another hall strangely familiar. His eyes scanned the torchlit walls. Am I alive? Is this the place where I first started? The realization dawned on him slowly, chillingly. I thought I was going to die. He moved forward cautiously, eyes flicking across the details. Something was off. One of the torches is out. I'm pretty sure all three were lit the first time. He narrowed his eyes. Is it just a coincidence? No, this can't be a coincidence. Suho looked down at his weapon-clad hands. Since I leveled up, I better change my weapon. He reached into his inventory. With a metallic clunk, a new pair of gauntlets locked into place. Spikes and glowing nodes lined their contours, deadlier, sharper. Name: Needle Knuckle Type Gauntlets. Usage rank: Level 15. C+. Type: Gloves. Attack plus 27, critical damage plus 10%. I better be more careful, he whispered to himself. He stepped forward once again, deeper into the dungeon. The torchlight danced erratically, flickering. There's no telling what'll happen if all three torches go out, and somewhere deep within the darkness, something stirred again. Suho slammed into the cold, unforgiving floor, his breath ripped from his lungs by the sheer force of the blow. Pain surged through his chest as he rolled instinctively, barely avoiding another incoming strike. His hands clenched the tiled ground, trembling with frustration and rising adrenaline. The room glowed dimly under flickering torches, casting long shadows over ancient stone walls. A single torch flared to life behind him, the sudden light a chilling reminder that it is his last chance. He staggered to his feet, panting. Ugh, he groaned, eyes narrowing as he turned toward the flickering flame and the sealed gate ahead. But his reprieve was short-lived. Damn it, Suho cursed, the words echoing in the stone chamber. The enemy was relentless. Towering in the smoke stood a dark knight clad in shadow-forged armor, its burning eyes glowing with malevolence. The gap in power was vast. That dark knight is way too strong. Isn't the gap in power too big here? Suho grit his teeth. His heart pounded in frustration. This is so frustrating. At this rate, I'll never defeat him. Then his gaze landed on a weapon embedded in the wall, an exact replica of the Dark Knight's own. The ornate hilt, the corrupted aura, the flickering embers of flame, it was unmistakable. Wait, that weapon looks like the one he was using, he muttered, stepping forward. A green holographic tag appeared above the sword. Name, Demon King's Longsword, Imitation. Its effect was clear. Storm of white flames will be activated upon attacking. If the one he has is the real deal, that means he's on a way higher level than I am. He clenched his fists, then inhaled sharply. Resolve hardened in his eyes. All right. In that case, I'll have to level up a bit more before I face him. The next moment, Suho stepped back into the armory. With calm precision and unwavering focus, he equipped himself, a new sword, a reinforced shield, armor imbued with magic. His silhouette gleamed under the blue-tinted light as he readied for battle. I'll have to be really careful this time, steel echoed in the chamber. Clunk. The undead knights returned once more, an army of iron and bone marching without pause, their forms resurrected over and over. Their rusted weapons gleamed under the torchlight. Suho stepped forward to meet them, his voice cool and composed. We meet again. Aren't you guys tired of this? His gaze narrowed as he watched them reform. These knights keep getting resurrected. Then it hit him. That must mean they can regenerate an infinite number of times. A twisted grin curled across his lips. Crack. His sword cleaved through one of the knights in an instant. A bright blue alert appeared mid-air. Notice. Level up. Another slash. Another scream. Notice. Level up. His sword danced with speed and precision, each movement fluid, lethal, art born of survival and training. With every enemy felled, Suho's strength surged. The grind was merciless, but it was working. A shadowy archer took aim at him, drawing back a glowing bowstring. But Suho dashed forward like lightning, a blur in the Dark Knight's corrupted dungeon. Wham! His attack landed before the arrow ever flew, sending the enemy crashing back into stone. Notice. Level up. He stood in the aftermath of his rampage, surrounded by shattered armor, drifting embers, and a storm of rising energy. His breath came in heavy huffs, not from exhaustion, but from the thrill of battle. Suho was leveling up, and the tide was beginning to turn. A sudden surge of power ripples through the room as the system screen pulses in front of Suho. With a shimmering glow, the words flash before him. Level up. The blue hue of the notification illuminates his determined expression, locking onto his intense eyes burning with newfound strength and clarity. Ding! Another alert appears in quick succession. The player has reached the required level. The message blinks again, persistent, resolute. You have received a job change quest. The screen then slides into a new query, suspended in digital light. Accept this quest? Below the question, two simple options, accept or decline. Without hesitation, accept. Ding. The entire chamber groans as magic surges through the floors. The announcement is clear. The job change quest will now begin. Violet portals spiral open across the cracked marble floor, spilling ghostly light and dark mist into the air. A new message forms before his eyes, glowing in blue. You will accumulate more points the longer you stay alive. These points are needed to advance to a higher rank class. This isn't just a trial, it's a crucible of endurance and combat, one that will shape his next evolution. Then the enemies come. A powerful stomp shakes the ground. Another step follows. Heavily armored knights, more formidable than before, emerge from the swirling darkness. Their presence radiates pressure and fatal intent. They are not mindless constructs. These are executioners summoned to break the unworthy. Suho's lips pull into a slow, almost delighted grin. Lightning flickers across his body. His transformation is almost complete. A timer appears before him, 14 seconds, counting every second of his trial. A low chuckle escapes his throat as the storm of mana coils around him like a beast unfurling. His gaze locks onto the enemies without fear. Instead, he welcomes them. "I was just thinking I could use a clock," he murmurs, voice edged with fire. "This is perfect." Chapter end here. For more, like, share, and subscribe. Welcome back to our channel 217 Prince White. The chapter begins. A spectral figure, cloaked in tattered shadows, lunges forward as flames erupt from his outstretched arms. The magic swirls like a vortex of heat and fury, illuminating his torn, otherworldly form. With a deafening blast, the spell detonates. The flaming explosion tears through the corridor, incinerating everything in its path. The very air ripples from the shockwave. From above, a form crashes down, slamming into the ground with overwhelming force. Dust and debris explode outward as another fiery impact echoes across the battlefield. Out of the blaze, Suho appears, armored, determined, and unshaken. His breath heavy, sweat trailing down his brow, but his stance never falters. The glow of chaos dances across his blade. Surrounding him, cursed spirits writhe and shriek in silence. Their hooded forms, half consumed by their own decay, recoil from the sheer pressure emanating from him. Suho stands tall against the inferno, shield raised, sword gleaming. His silhouette cuts through the firelight like an omen. The flames spiral higher as the horde gathers once again, relentless. With a sharp exhale and blazing eyes, he charges, cutting through the heat, slashing into their ranks. Boom! The explosion of force and willpower sends monsters flying. Panting, he steadies his breath amidst the wreckage. His chest rises and falls rapidly, battle-worn but unwavering. Suddenly, a dark portal rips open behind him. A chorus of violet energy howls as another wave of shadowy friends emerges, their bodies flickering with cursed flames. Suho turns slowly, his expression hardened, focused. There's no fear in his gaze, only grim certainty. He grips his weapon tighter and braces himself. The earth rumbles. Before him, an enormous army rises, twisted knights clad in ancient armor, their eyes burning with unholy light. They march forward in synchronized doom. But Suho exhales calmly, lowering his shield. There's no panic, only resolve. He tosses the shield aside with a clunk. "I don't need these anymore," he declares inwardly. With one swift motion, he steps forward, and the floor quakes beneath him. A stomp, followed by a deafening barrage of attacks. His sword cleaves through steel and magic alike. A relentless strikes echoes in rapid succession as pieces of enemy armor shatter and rain down around him. As debris crashes across the battlefield, Suho raises his sword once more. "And he swings, don't need this, either." His weapon spins through the air, discarded like an obsolete relic. The battle is no longer about gear. It's about him, his strength, his will, his rebirth. With a thunderous crash, the battlefield shook as blades clashed and steel rang out. A massive sword, glowing with raw energy, slammed into the ground, shattering the tiles and sending shockwaves through the chamber. Debris scattered in all directions as armored knights were flung through the air like rag dolls, their weapons falling uselessly beside them. From the blur of chaos, Suho surged forward. His movements were sharp, primal, fluid, a blur of white and blue lightning that tore through his enemies without mercy. He ducked under a halberd, twisted past a great sword, and in a streak of power, he drove his blade upward through another foe with sheer precision. The knight's massive axe clattered to the floor just as its body dissolved into light and dust. Blades crossed in a deadly X, cutting down the air and stone alike. Suho's sword cleaved through another knight, the clean arc of energy leaving a luminous trail in the air. His face was locked in grim focus, his body a blur of deadly rhythm. Another opponent rose, too slow, and Suho spun, elbow driving with brutal efficiency across the knight's helm, crushing it in an explosion of sparks. A smirk tugged at his lips. Energy crackled across his clenched fist as he dismissed the notion of weaponry with absolute confidence. "I don't need a weapon," he thought to himself, electricity coiling around his limbs like a living force. After all, A man only needs his fists. The dungeon's silence was broken by a soft chime. A blue system window materialized before him. Level up. Then another and another. His eyes flicked across the string of messages, each one marking a rapid ascent. He stood alone, surrounded by the remnants of fallen knights, breathing heavily as the glowing prompts confirmed his rising strength. Another notice appeared. You are qualified for a job placement in a high-rank class due to the number of promotion points you have acquired. The system began to evaluate him, analyzing the storm he had unleashed upon the battlefield. Your tenacity allows you to overcome all difficulties. You do not fear any challenge and trust in your own ability to move forward. Then, with one final chime, the system declared, your job is a fighter. Your job has been decided. But it wasn't over. New messages cascaded before his eyes. Your playtime lasted longer than expected. Your remaining health exceeds 50%. All of your enemies have been defeated. Each metric pushed his promotion points even higher. Then the final announcement landed like a hammer strike. Your total promotion points have exceeded the achievement limit. Your job will change from fighter to soul striker. Energy surged through Suho's body as the new title etched itself into his core. But he clenched his fists tighter, frowning. This isn't good enough, he thought grimly. In order to defeat that mob boss, I have to become even stronger. The fallen knights around him began to shimmer with the promise of regeneration. If you do not move on, the enemies in the field will be regenerated one at a time. He could not afford to waste a second. And then his reward appeared. From the remains of the battle, artifacts floated toward him. A glowing warden's necklace, marked with a powerful A-rank classification, and the shimmering high-ranking mage's ring, gleaming on his hand like a badge of potential. The fight was far from over, and Suho was only just getting started. The scorching gauntlets shimmer with intense heat as they descend, embers crackling off the armor's edges. Their infernal glow pulses with a power born of flame and fury, an S-rank artifact brimming with destruction. They slam into the floor of the grand, shadow-drenched hall, the ground reverberating in response. Within the cathedral-like interior of the ominous structure, columns stretch high toward an unseen ceiling. Shadows pool in corners as firelight flickers along stained glass windows. Upon the throne at the center, a terrifying silhouette broods, clad in jet-black armor, adorned with jagged horns and wreathed in violet flames. His crimson blade pulses like a heartbeat, and in the silence, a breath seems to shake the room. The colossal figure waits with a predator's stillness, his crimson eyes glowing beneath the helm. Then, the air crackles with new presence. A rift in the space bursts open, revealing a young man stepping through with searing blue fire licking around his form. It is Suho, the legacy of a monarch and hunter. Suho's calm voice cuts through the silence. Kept you waiting, didn't I? His expression is resolute, his voice steady. Lightning surges around his gauntlets, red energy dancing along his arms like veins of raw magic. The tension coils. Power surges. It's my turn to take you down now, he declares. From the throne, the shadowed figure rises, gripping his enormous violet blade. The room explodes into violence. With a crack, the dark monarch lunges forward, sword shattering the air itself. Suho braces, his wide eyes momentarily reflect the coming strike, and then boom, the world becomes chaos. Energy detonates around them, walls tremble, and marble cracks under the shockwave. The clash hurls Suho across the floor as the dark figure follows in a relentless pursuit. Blast! Blast! The force of their strikes fractures the foundation as the throne room crumbles beneath them. In a stunning motion, both warriors dash forward, trails of light streaking behind. Red and blue. Shadow and flame. A whirlwind of destruction swirls around them as the battle escalates, their figures darting through the storm of rubble and power. Suho ducks a strike, slides through, then retaliates with a clean hit to the side. The dark armored knight recoils. Another punch, sparks burst on impact, streaks of lightning cut across the air, their duel carving a path of devastation through the battlefield. The war has begun. Legacy against Abyss. Sun against Monarch. The air screams as Suho rockets through the chaos, his body bathed in blue streaks of lightning-fast motion. But it's not enough. Not yet. Gritting his teeth, eyes locked forward with searing determination, he pushes harder, faster, deeper into his well of power. This still isn't good enough, he thinks, his own heartbeat drumming louder than the wind. I have to move a little faster. In the very next heartbeat, he slams into the armored titan with devastating force. The impact rings out, clang, a concussive boom of magic and steel colliding at breakneck speed. Shockwaves ripple out, shattering walls and tearing through the battlefield. He leaps again without hesitation, a blur of momentum rebounding from cracked stone. The battlefield spirals beneath him. Red lightning dances around his enemy as the crimson-armored foe lunges upward. They meet in a thunderous collision of wills, slam, as the arena quakes beneath their feet. Electricity crackles through the aftermath, ghostly arcs of power lingering in the air. The red-cloaked knight reels from the blow, dark armor fractured and sparking. From the shadows, a hushed thought echoes. Our little monarch hasn't even reached his full potential, yet he's already this strong. Their blades crash again, hurling violet shockwaves in every direction. Dust, rubble, and sparks fill the void between them. Suho's fists glow with raw energy. His muscles pulse with restrained might as he throws himself back into the fight. As his gauntlets clash with the knight's sword once more, he begins to realize this opponent is no ordinary enemy. Now that I'm fighting him again after leveling up, I can tell, his gaze narrows, locking onto the red-eyed warrior, that this dark knight is much stronger than I imagined. The realization fuels him, sharpens him. Compared to the average knights he'd fought before, this foe is a whole different beast. Not just a puppet of regeneration, this one feels alive. A commander. A gatekeeper. In other words, he's extraordinary. But Suho smiles through the sweat and pain. If he's extraordinary, then so am I. Their next clash is cataclysmic. Smash. The explosion sends waves of power rattling the bones of the dungeon itself. Statues shudder. Pillars tremble. Everything in the vicinity bears witness to this duel of monsters. Suho's mind flashes back to earlier. The moment he first stepped into this cursed domain. The strange stats. The gauntlets of ancient power. How had he survived? How had he overwhelmed enemies so far above his level? Was it thanks to the power of the gauntlets? He wonders. As he barrels forward again, thoughts flicker like lightning. All of my stats increased by 1 point each time I leveled up. The numbers float before him: strength, 80, plus 40, agility, 80, plus 40, sense, 80, plus 40, health, intelligence, everything boosted far beyond what a level 70 could reach. If I factor in all the extra stat points I gained, then my current level isn't 70, it's more like 110. Whamga! The impact explodes again, walls buckle, magic lights the air in a rainbow of destruction. Suho's power has reached a crescendo. And then, behind it all, a hidden system message emerges from the storm, crisp and absolute. Title: Little Monarch. Due to inheriting the power of the Monarch of Shadows, all your abilities will increase by 40 points. And then silence breaks. A cataclysmic crash splits the stone, debris exploding outward as a towering figure cloaked in crimson and black armor descends like a meteor. The Dark Knight's blade glows with ominous energy, his red scarf billowing behind him like a river of blood. In a blur of motion, Suho shoots upward, eyes blazing, the energy coursing through his gauntlets creating trails of pure destruction. He rockets through the chaos, his fist charged with power, surging like thunder toward the descending force. The impact is instant. A blinding burst of light explodes between them, sending shockwaves across the shattered battlefield. Cracks spiral outward, the force of their collision shaking the very ground they stand upon. The walls tremble, dust rises in columns, and time itself seems to pause for a breath. Suho refuses to yield. In an unrelenting assault, he weaves around the Black Knight like a lightning storm given form. Wham! Wham! Every blow lands with the weight of vengeance, his strikes echoing like drumbeats of war. He spins, launches, strikes again. Wham! The Dark Knight is driven back with each hit, metal clashing with power, shadows clashing with light. Energy ripples through the space around them, distorting everything in its wake. And then, with a swift tap against the stone, Suho pivots and launches a devastating strike. Thwack! His foe is sent crashing into the cliffside, shattering rock and mountain alike. Dust swirls from the impact crater, but Suho's figure remains upright, unshaken. From within the crater, purple lightning crackles. The enemy rises once more, jagged energy wrapping around his frame. Glowing eyes pierce the haze. The little monarch has an incredible amount of potential, the thought echoes from within the abyss. Shadows tighten around him. As the son of our king, who has become one with the previous godlike monarch, and an S-rank born of battle, the ground splits apart as Suho, surrounded by crackling arcs of energy, gathers strength. Power surges from his core, an untamed storm of mana and raw instinct. His eyes burn with the fire of a warrior who refuses to yield. Though he barely understands the vast depths of the power flowing through him, his instincts sharpen like a blade. He leaps. With a booming jump, the floor beneath him shatters as he rockets into the air, propelled by sheer force. Every muscle in his body strains, every fiber tuned for a single purpose, victory. Above the battlefield, time seems to slow. Suho's figure shines amidst swirling light, defiant in midair. A voice, deep, ancient, echoes within the void. Little monarch, you have defeated me. The words aren't filled with bitterness. They carry respect. Finality. A sudden clank splits the air as Suho's empowered fist collides with the monstrous body of his opponent. A devastating shockwave erupts outward, the impact throwing tremors through the chamber like a quake from the heavens. The monstrous figure begins to crumble. From above, Suho crashes down in a final strike, his silhouette a burning comet surrounded by violet flares. The enemy is driven into the shattered floor with meteoric force. Energy erupts in every direction, dust and debris flooding the air as the final blow lands. The once mighty form of his foe disintegrates into shards of dark crystal, pieces scattering across the battlefield like fragments of a fallen god. Suho lands in the aftermath, gasping, surrounded by broken stone and flickering shadows. Then, silence. He slowly rises from the dust, shaking, battered, but victorious. I won. He roars into the ruins, his voice echoing like thunder. A sudden gust of energy pulls Suho's gaze toward the glowing vortex swirling open before him. The portal hums with strange, ominous power, its edge crackling with arcs of red lightning, as if impatient to consume him. He takes a hesitant step forward, his eyes narrowing. It's the exit. His chest rises with relief as he stares into the portal's depths. After everything, the way out is finally here. But the moment his vision clears through the shimmer, outside, the world burns. Suho's feet land with a crunch on scorched debris. Flames dance across the night sky, black smoke rising high as Daesung Tower blazes furiously in the heart of the Songpa district. His eyes widen in disbelief. What's happening? Before the question can form in his mind, a shadow looms beside him. He turns. 3 monstrous figures tower above him, each with the head of a wolf, eyes glowing blood red, bodies radiating heat like open furnaces. Their snarls echo like growling thunder. He stares them down, the crimson glow of their flames reflected in his calm, steady eyes. Not a flinch. Not a step back. They grin, fangs bared. And he simply narrows his gaze, lips curling ever so slightly in the face of the impossible. The searing heat distorted the air, casting rippling mirages over the ruined street as Suho turned toward the hulking beast before him. But something was off. The towering 3-headed creature, flames licking up from each snarling skull, wasn't attacking. Instead, it trembled. Droplets of sweat rolled down its muscular frame. Each of its monstrous heads shifted nervously, eyes darting not toward its enemy, but around the burning chaos that surrounded them. The inferno cast flickering shadows across the ground as Suho narrowed his eyes. He couldn't sense hostility, only fear. He tilted his head, his voice calm and curious. This isn't a monster. Maybe, just an ugly statue. His gaze drifted around the fire-scorched street. Why is everything on fire in this place? The creature whimpered, an unnatural, pitiful sound that didn't match its terrifying appearance. Elsewhere, deep inside the labyrinth of twisted dimensions, a massive set of ornate double doors stood silently. The stillness of the corridor was suffocating. Shadows danced across the cracked floor as Suho stepped forward again. Another chamber. Another set of answers. It's yet another set of doors. His thought echoed in his mind. Well, if I don't open them, nothing will happen. With a low creak, the doors parted. On the other side, the city sprawled beneath an apocalyptic sky, dyed blood red beneath a full moon shrouded in smoke. Flames leapt across the rooftops, and within the blaze, monstrous figures surged forward, horned beasts and snarling devils, their eyes glowing like embers in a furnace. They poured into the city like a tide of living nightmares. Back in the heart of the wreckage, Suho stood tall as the dust settled around his boots. From all sides, demons emerged, claws scraping stone, tails flicking, jaws snapping. Their bloodlust was palpable. The temperature seemed to rise with every breath they took. He didn't flinch. The sky behind him lit up with dying sunlight streaked through black smoke, casting his lone silhouette across the battlefield. One man against an army. Then, from amidst the ruins, a boy appeared. Suho's expression shifted in surprise. Huh. The moment Suho steps onto the 10th floor, a flurry of monstrous claws and fangs lash out at him. But with an expression of calm indifference, he casually swats the first beast aside, its body crashing into rubble like a puppet stripped of strings. Time seems to slow around him as he ascends 20th floor, then 30th. Each enemy that dares confront him is dealt with in an instant, his fists carving through the chaos with effortless precision. Monsters vanish in blurs of motion, pulverized by his overwhelming strength. By the 50th floor, Suho pauses, surrounded by shattered remains and fading embers. What the? Why are they all so weak? The thought lingers in his mind as another giant falls to his strike. He observes the carnage, unimpressed. The challenge he anticipated is nowhere to be found. It only took a few punches to kill the bosses on each floor. This is kinda boring, he mutters, almost disappointed. As he surges forward, a flicker of realization passes through him. Did I level up too much when I was trying to defeat the Dark Knight? He ponders this while crashing down upon yet another elite enemy, splitting it apart in one clean blow. The world seems to bend around his pace, power radiates from him like a storm. Judging by the map, this place does seem pretty big. But if I work quickly, it should only take me an hour to clear each floor. Far above, observers watch his relentless advance with growing disbelief. How is he progressing so quickly on his own without any soldiers? Their voices are laced with disbelief and fear. Bolts of light scream down from the heavens, slicing across the sky. Cries of panic rise as shockwaves ripple through the burning landscape. He already cleared the 87th floor and got this far? Suho emerges through a swirling vortex of lightning and arcane crackle. His eyes, focused and unshaken, shine with unwavering resolve. I'm finally on the 100th floor, he notes. Sparks dance around him, drawn to the surging power coiled in his limbs. Well, I'm sure the 100th floor won't be that hard to clear, either, he mutters, narrowing his gaze. And then, through the storm of golden light, she appears. A woman clad in radiant armor steps forward, flanked by two towering knights. Her expression is calm, confident, almost serene. But her presence radiates authority. Behind her, the light stretches far and wide, casting long shadows across the battlefield. A new force has entered the stage, and this time, it may not be so easy. Suho launched forward with blinding speed, cutting through the air like a blade of light. His voice was calm but determined. He had no interest in wasting time. Before the enemy could even react, he closed the distance. But then, the woman flinched and raised her hand in protest, her voice trembling. Wait. The tension softened slightly as Essel stepped forward, her violet eyes filled with hesitant admiration. She explained that even their king had struggled to climb the castle floors. No one had expected the little monarch to reach this far, this fast, especially without soldiers. She grinned, lowering her stance in respect, recalling how he couldn't even clear this floor in the past. Suho paused at her words. Last time, he echoed, but Essel quickly dismissed it with a nervous chuckle. It's nothing. Straightening her back, she formally introduced herself. I am Essel, the eldest daughter of the powerful Redire clan. Her words echoed with pride and ceremony as she gestured grandly. Welcome to the final stage. Suho looked around, slightly puzzled. Wait, it's already over? Aren't there more stages? Essel shook her head gently. No, it ends with us. She explained that there once existed a stage called the Demon King, but after her clan became the most powerful among demons, it had been eliminated. Then, with a diplomatic smile, she extended an invitation. Firstly, congratulations on entering the demon's castle for the first time. My father, the head of our clan, has prepared a grand celebration in your honor. Suho's gaze shifted toward a glowing formation nearby. You said this is the end, but what's that? He asked. Essel turned toward the structure and answered plainly. That is a gate. It will take you to a space outside the demon's castle. Suho's brows furrowed slightly, curiosity stirring. A gate. The path was opening once more, but this time, not for combat. It was a door into the unknown. And Suho, as always, stood ready to step through it. Crackling with mystic energy, the swirling vortex looms, alive, pulsing with unearthly light. Suho gazes at it, captivated by the raw spectacle of the gate. He ponders its name, the simplicity and power behind it. A gate, an opening to another space, to another possibility. He likes the sound of that. Within the violet currents of dimensional magic, Suho senses freedom, but also a farewell. As he turns from it, Essel steps forward, her voice laced with surprise. Wait, you're leaving already? But the banquet. Her eyes are wide, lingering with hope. The demon soldiers behind her stand tall and still like silent watchers of their realm. Suho gives a casual shrug, that familiar calm in his voice. I don't know what you demons eat, but I'm still too young to drink alcohol. A soft grin tugs at his lips as he adds, we can have the banquet when I'm older. Essel's expression falters, just for a moment, as she accepts his choice. Very well, Then I'll see you again some other time. Her tone is steady, but something flickers in her eyes. A pause. A breath caught in her throat. Wait. The thought slams into her like a cold wind. A memory. A promise once made by a different monarch. Her eyes widen with realization, her voice catching in her throat. The monarch also promised to return, but he never did. Her heart clenches, the weight of the past pressing into the present. Suho, already turning toward the gate, glances back, his voice softer now. You said you're the Radira clan's Essel, right? I'll be sure to remember your name. He raises his hand in a quiet gesture of farewell. See you later. A giggle escapes Essel despite herself, the tension lifting from her shoulders. Her lips curve into a smile, gentle and warm. She gives a small wave in return, her eyes bright. All right. See you later. In that small moment, beneath the crumbling ruins, before the gate, two paths part with unspoken respect. And maybe the promise of another meeting. A swirling vortex churned before Suho like a storm frozen in time, violent, luminous, and pulling at the very air around it. He hovered inches from its surface, the void radiating with ethereal force. His thoughts churned alongside it. This has to be the exit, right? The uncertainty hung heavy in his chest. Could this be a path out, or just another illusion, a trap waiting to consume him? The gate pulsed. It looked like salvation. It smelled like danger. Or is it a trap? He whispered to himself, scanning the currents of energy warping around him. He clenched his fists, his instincts sharpening with each heartbeat. Could it be that the game still isn't over? From the shadows, red eyes began to glow, first a few, then dozens. Their guttural howls sliced through the silence. Crawling from the blackened mist came monstrous, insectoid creatures, their spiked limbs bristling with hostility. They swarmed like a plague, shrieking as they emerged from every corner of the void. Their numbers were endless. Their hunger, unmistakable. Suho landed softly amidst the rising chaos, sweat beading on his face. His eyes darted from shadow to shadow. No words. Just the crushing realization of what awaited him. The ground below shook. Corpses of ancient beasts lay scattered across the cracked stone battlefield. The mist thickened. And then they charged. Dozens of demonic ants, wings slicing the air, descended upon him in a tidal wave of fury. Where did these huge ants come from? Suho dashed to the side, narrowly evading serrated limbs and gnashing jaws. His body twisted, fists flashing with power. Damn it. They keep coming at me. Whack. He struck with precision, each blow exploding through chitin and fong, sending splinters of dark exoskeleton flying into the stormlit air. Still, the swarm thickened, and the gate waited, silent and watching. With a thunderous blow, Suho smashes through another wave of monstrous ants, the crackling energy of his strikes echoing through the cavern like a storm. The glowing message appears, level up, burning itself into his mind. Despite the swarm's relentlessness, a silver lining flickers in his thoughts. Their numbers may be endless, but they're pushing him to grow faster. His fists are bruised, his breath heavy, but his level soars. Level 94. Name, Sung Suho. Each enemy fallen is another step toward strength. Among the battered corpses of slain ants, Suho straightens, his fists tightening. The fury in his eyes dims slightly, replaced by cold focus. He's no longer surprised by their attacks. He's adapting. All right, he mutters under his breath. Since I've gotten used to fighting these ants, I think I'm ready to enter those doors. Before him looms a towering gate of shadowed stone, ominous and ancient. Without hesitation, he steps through. A vast chamber stretches beyond, a cathedral of gloom. His eyes narrow. The space is enormous. Too enormous. His footsteps echo as he paces forward, cautious. In the center of the room stands a lone figure, still and armored in black, its form radiating an eerie violet light. This room is huge, Suho observes. Is it because whoever's using it is also huge? His gaze sharpens. Is that the only monster in this room? The figure begins to move. Each footstep reverberates through the stone. Its dark armor gleams with arcane pulses, twin blades at its sides pulsing with an ominous glow. Suho tenses, readying himself for the clash, but something feels wrong. His breath catches. A glint of light streaks down the figure's face. Tears. Suho's thoughts falter as confusion replaces instinct. But why? He wonders aloud, watching the tears fall, glistening like shards of memory. Is he crying? A guttural roar tears through the air as the black-armored entity charges with thunderous momentum. Trails of violet light distort behind it, warping the space it slices through. Its claws, jagged and ferocious, carve streaks of glowing destruction as it barrels forward like a comet of despair. It reaches Suho in the blink of an eye, unleashing a relentless flurry of strikes, each blow shaking the chamber with deafening echoes of strikes, a merciless cascade of power meant to overwhelm. The entity is like a living storm, rage and precision fused into every motion. But Suho doesn't falter. With uncanny speed, he pivots just in time. One swift movement, and he retaliates. His leg arcs through the air with impossible force. Thwack! The impact reverberates as his foot collides with the monster's flank, sending ripples of energy bursting from the clash. The shadowed knight is knocked sideways, a spray of darkness in its wake. But the attack doesn't end there. From the misty aftermath, the creature lunges again, its massive claw raised high. Suho turns, eyes narrowing, sweat clinging to his brow. For a split second, time slows. He sees it coming. The monster halts, its blade-like arm paused just inches from him, but the reprieve is fleeting. A devastating counterstrike lands squarely on Suho's side. The final image erupts in chaos, explosive force tears across the panel as Suho is flung back, his body engulfed in white-blue energy and shattered debris. The knight, too, reels from the counter, its armor fragmenting under the weight of the collision. The raw violence of battle consumes the chamber, leaving only blurred silhouettes in its wake. The duel has begun, and neither side intends to retreat. A storm of violet energy rips through the battlefield as Baru charges forward like a living thunderbolt. His wings slice the air with crackling arcs of power, his form nearly invisible amid the streaks of light. The sheer speed of his advance distorts the very air around him, as if reality itself struggles to keep up. Without hesitation, Baru halts in front of his adversary, his claw surging with raw might, and delivers a devastating blow. The enemy staggers under the weight of the attack, reeling from the precision and power. A shocked expression flashes across Suho's face as he watches the impact, uncertain of what just occurred, the moment unfolding faster than his reflexes can register. Baru's body begins to glow with an ethereal light. Healing energy pulses from his form, green crosses illuminating the battlefield like fireflies summoned by war. But there's no pause. The very next instant, he launches forward again. This time, the ground beneath his talons fractures from the force of his movement. He becomes a phantom, blades and limbs lashing with ruthless intent. In an instant, Baru closes the gap, crashing down with such velocity that the earth beneath the two fighters shatters like brittle glass. A thunderous explosion erupts from the point of contact, debris exploding outward as if struck by a meteor. The battlefield quakes beneath their feet. A single bead of sweat trails down Suho's face as he stares into the epicenter. His breath halts as he sees the damage, the chaos, and the brutal elegance of the assault. For a moment, silence hangs, then, through the dust and debris, Baru's body glimmers with faint steam, his expression unreadable. Suho is stunned. Just as he begins to process Baru's actions, the ant shadow suddenly hesitates. For a brief, flickering second, it freezes, its movements no longer flowing. The pause is just long enough. Suho seizes the moment, striking with instinct. His fist collides with blinding force. The impact echoes like thunder in the still air. The clash sends tremors through the room, Baru reeling backward, his body flaring with violet and black shadows. What the hell is this ant doing? Suho thinks, eyes narrowing as he watches Baru twist in confusion. The shadow ant lets out a primal roar, uncharacteristic and filled with something uncertain. The battlefield darkens, and as Baru stands, shaking, emitting a distorted cry, the tension shifts. Something has changed. His form trembles unnaturally. Suho watches him collapse to the floor, shadows dissipating with each labored breath. Baru whispers, I let my guard down. Suho, breathing hard, steadies himself. Relief washes over him like a wave, his muscles relaxing as he sees his opponent falter. Thank God, he gasps. And then, faintly but unmistakably, he hears the sound. The tone of level-up messages ring in his ears. A flicker of triumph. A reward for surviving. This is such a relief, Suho thinks, glancing at the motionless figure of Baru. The ant had wings, and he fought fiercely, but something had felled off. He didn't even attack me properly. He hesitated. He left openings. A seed of confusion burrows deeper in Suho's thoughts. He barely won, but it was clear. Baru had been holding back. Just then, a sharp crackle tears through the air. Suho turns, eyes widening. A vortex of crimson-black energy begins swirling violently behind him. Its presence chills the room. A new gate begins to form, twisting, unstable, and growing. Another gate, he murmurs, disbelief shadowing his face. A violet storm of light encircles Suho as he steps into the portal, his eyes sharp with resolve. He mutters inwardly, believing this time the battle is over. Level 99, his status etched clearly as the energy vortex coils around him. But as the dimensional current twists, something goes wrong. He emerges into a twilight battlefield once more. Not home. Not safety. A familiar dread washes over him. Before him stands a horde, monsters twisted and grotesque, their red eyes gleaming from the shadows of ancient trees. Winged fiends perch above, beastly titans lumber below. It's the same nightmare, endlessly repeated. Suho exhales sharply. Not this again. His body remains tense, his aura flaring. He lifts his eyes toward the moonless sky, where dragons and horrors roam freely. The question presses deep into his heart. Will this game ever end? As if mocking his thought, the monsters charge. Suho darts upward, fist charged with blinding light, hurling himself into the fray. He strikes with divine fury, his blows cracking through scaled hides and snapping bone like thunder. Yet still, his level refuses to climb. Still 99. From above, another creature streaks toward him, with icy breath. It barrels down like a comet. Suho doesn't flinch. He counters with a flash, launching the beast with a single punishing strike that sends tremors through the ground. The rhythm of war intensifies. A giant ogre swings down with a crude axe, its roar shaking the forest. Suho meets at midair, blades clashing in a streak of white. Sparks scatter, and the echo of steel against steel crashes like rolling thunder. He vanishes for a breath, then reappears, hammering into the ogre's skull with explosive force. Blood sprays. Bones shatter. The beast topples back, crumbling into dust. But there's no time to rest. Two more rush him, massive, green-skinned brutes with sharpened tusks and foaming rage. He lands lightly between them, a single step igniting a shockwave of power. The earth cracks beneath his feet. He spins and delivers punishing blows, smashing one into the dirt. A blur of claws, fangs, and steel surrounds him. Still, he doesn't retreat. One by one, his enemies fall to his relentless speed. Whack, thwack, wham. His fists and elbows turn each strike into a weapon of absolute judgment. A thunderous crack exploded across the battlefield as his blow connected, shaking the monstrous tide that surged before him. Shadow energy surged around him, and in the midst of chaos, he carved his way into the fray. Towering beasts with axes and sharpened claws lunged, but Suho's momentum was relentless, his body a streak of destruction plunging through their formation. From above, more of the winged horrors descended, their grotesque forms eclipsing the sky. Suho lifted his gaze and narrowed his eyes, the reflection of his enemies dancing in their glowing blue light. He leapt forward, spinning in midair with surgical precision, dodging the descending swarm as he unleashed a shattering counterattack. The ground splintered beneath the weight of battle as monsters slammed down all around him. Suho slid between them with blade raised, narrowly escaping the jagged maw of a reptilian beast that lunged with a deafening roar, teeth bared and ready to devour. He skidded to a halt, eyes wide, breath ragged, but still, he stood. A sudden shift rippled across the air. Dozens, no, hundreds, of shadow creatures burst from the battlefield, sweeping the enemies into the sky. Black wings clashed against green claws in an aerial whirlwind, ripping through the monsters in a dark flurry of shadow and steel. The ground seemed a distant memory beneath him as he steadied his blade. So he wants to fight in the air. Huh, Suho muttered under his breath, his instincts locking onto the new threat. Before him, the red demon let out a furious snarl. His bloodshot eyes glowed like molten coals, his clawed hand curling with malicious intent. With a lurch, he shot forward, clashing with Suho in a burst of power. "Let's do this," Suho growled, and with that, the sky ignited with a violent shockwave. His fist, sheathed in brilliant light, slammed into the demon's chest. The air fractured as if reality itself trembled under their blows. In the distance, dragonkin and flying beasts swirled into the chaos. Light and shadow crossed paths like dueling blades in the sky. Energy blasts streaked across the firmament, exploding in bursts of electric blue. One after another, they lit the heavens, each collision ringing out like divine thunder. The red demon howled and charged through the lightstorm, undeterred, his savage grin widening. And then, Suho emerged from the lightning haze, framed by the jagged mouth of a mountain cavern. Backlit by a radiant aura, he stared into the heart of the storm with unwavering resolve, his gauntlet-clad hand gripping his weapon tighter. From beyond the clouds, a colossal presence stirred. Crystalline and vast, a monstrous figure descended, its body covered in jagged shards of diamond-like armor, towering far above the battlefield. With a heavy thud, it landed. Its voice boomed like an echo from a forgotten age. "Ha ha. It has been 30 years since I joined the soldiers in the world of eternal slumber. The ancient titan had awakened. A towering presence radiated in the darkness, cloaked in flowing shadow flame, his silhouette clad in obsidian armor streaked with violet energy. With every breath, the air trembled around him. His voice carried with heavy gravity, dripping with condescension. Only those of commander rank were permitted to participate in this war, he explained, meaning his very presence was a testament to his strength, to his king's favor. He spoke with pride, but also with menace, directing it at Suho. You may be the little monarch, he sneered, but I doubt you can withstand my strength. A blur of movement. A sudden flash. Before the shadow commander could finish his thought, Suho's fist detonated against his face with brutal force. The armored behemoth's head snapped to the side. Suho hovered in midair, fist clenched, eyes blazing with calm defiance. Huh? Did someone say something just now? He muttered, almost bored. And then he unleashed hell. Blow after blow hammered the commander, each strike echoing through the void like cannon fire. The darkness exploded with shockwaves of light. A relentless barrage of pure, unfiltered rage, punches colliding like meteors, tearing through black armor and shadow flame alike. The commander was sent crashing through the air like a ragdoll. Suho didn't relent. With lightning-fast movement, he dashed forward, diving through the shredded remnants of air and darkness. His shadow rippled behind him like a wave, eyes locked on his prey. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the enemy, smashing him down to earth with spine-cracking force. The entire ground quaked from the impact. Runes etched in the fabric of the battle arena rippled with residual energy as the commander hit the ground like a meteor. And yet, amidst the aftermath, a single thought crawled into Suho's mind. What was that pressure? He stumbled slightly, his body suddenly straining under an invisible weight. A pulse, an overwhelming force, pressed down from above, crashing into his very soul. It wasn't just brute strength. It was something far more terrifying. He looked around, eyes narrowing. That pressure, it was coming from another source. From the shadows, a figure rose, wreathed in a storm of arcane glyphs and swirling darkness. Massive, skeletal, and cloaked in regal fury. His very presence warped the battlefield. And now Suho saw it. Those same rippling shadows had been around the Dark Knight and the Dark End earlier. This one had them too. These weren't ordinary monsters. They were bosses. Stage bosses. Suho landed hard on shattered stone, the realization settling in his chest like lead. If he could defeat this one, maybe, just maybe, he could advance. But then something shifted in the sky. He looked up. 3 more shadows emerged from the veil above, each one cloaked in the same ominous, warping darkness. Suho's eyes widened. Did he guess wrong? Were there more of them? Were there 3 more shadow monsters, each stronger than the last? The answer came not in words, but in the glow of their charging energy, spheres of destruction swirling in their monstrous jaws. A violent cascade of flame and lightning erupts across the night sky as 2 colossal dragons clash. A thunderous blast tears through the darkness, the air splitting with heat and fury. The shockwave ripples outward like the wake of a falling meteor, searing the clouds and throwing the battlefield into chaos. Above the carnage, monstrous wings unfurl. One of the dragons rears back, its breath glowing like molten sunlight, and unleashes a roaring inferno downward. The opposing beast counters with a stream of pure white lightning, streaking across the sky like divine judgment. The elements collide, tearing the heavens apart. Shooting through the storm of fire and lightning, Suho becomes a blur of blinding motion. The electric energy surrounding him crackles like a living storm, casting long shadows across the scales of the black dragon he targets. He surges upward, a spear of light in human form, splitting the clouds with a single, upward arc. The moment he breaches the upper sky, Suho turns his fury downward. A blade of gleaming light in his hand, he drops like a meteor, cleaving through dragon wings and flame alike. The battlefield explodes in motion around him, claws clash, fangs snap, shadows writhe, and still he pushes forward, carving a path through the chaos. Lightning pulses violently from beneath his feet as he rockets forward again, eyes burning with determination. His movements distort the space around him, each step launching him faster, higher, and deeper into the horde. Pow, pow. The explosive force of each strike echoes across the battlefield, shaking the very foundation of the war-torn sky. He leaps again, leaving behind a crater of shattered stone and pulverized earth, a column of dust rising where his feet once stood. The surge propels him above the dragons, above the battlefield, into the heart of the storm. Nearby, another fighter hurls themselves into the fray, fierce, fast, and merciless. A dark wyvern screeches as it takes a spear through the chest, and a rider is struck with a punishing blow midair. Shadow creatures churn around them, endless in number, endless in rage. I'll take care of the most pesky-looking one first, a voice declares in the void. Above them all, a burning sphere begins to form. Radiating apocalyptic energy, it swells with growing intensity, blotting out the stars. Suho hovers before it, channeling his power, pulling every ounce of his fury into that singular point of annihilation. His gaze never wavers. The dragons below brace as the sun of destruction descends. Then, impact. The fireball erupts like a newborn star, swallowing the sky in a cataclysm of red and gold. Light floods the horizon, devouring shadow and smoke alike. Enemies scatter in panic, too late. The heat, the force, the sheer overwhelming power cascades downward, unstoppable. A blazing sphere of raw destruction tears through the sky, crashing down upon the mountain with cataclysmic force. Flames erupt like a supernova as the mountainous terrain explodes in molten chaos. The air trembles, thunderous shockwaves ripple outward, and the once silent forest is consumed by roaring fire and collapsing stone. Above it all, a monstrous black dragon watches coldly, its wings slicing through the ash-laced sky, bearing its rider in grim silence. Suho recoils, eyes wide in stunned horror. Behind him, the demonic sorcerer known as Cardinal Tusk stands triumphant, violet flames dancing along his cane, an extension of his newfound power. Tusk grins with wicked pride. Excellent, he muses, admiring his work. Now that I have my cane, my explosions look even grander. Suho chuckles nervously, sweat beading down his temple as he stares at the blazing aftermath. His laughter is hollow, a mask for the growing dread within. The war has only just begun, and the inferno before him is only the beginning. Chapter end here. For more, like, share, and subscribe. Welcome back to our channel 217 Prince Y. The chapter begins. With a deafening wham, Suho's strike lands, his gauntlet fist shattering the twisted jaw of a monstrous foe. His eyes burn with unrelenting focus, every motion refined by war, every impact echoing like thunder across the fractured stone. A second blow follows, thwack. The creature's form collapses under the raw force of Suho's assault. Bones break, shadows scatter. The enemy barely registers the hit before another whack propels it backward, cracking its armor like brittle glass. In the heart of the maelstrom, Suho stands alone but unshaken. His body bruised, blood clinging to his skin, yet his posture is sharp, composed. A quiet step, and he advances again. His face, slick with sweat and smeared with violet blood, narrows in grim determination. He doesn't need to speak. His gaze alone is a vow. From the abyss above, titanic beasts and armored specters descend. Wings blot out the sky. A purple glow churns within their forms like dark lightning. They circle a massive, dark figure hovering in command, the towering monarch whose laughter cuts through the air like a blade. Ha ha, little king. The abyssal entity sneers, his voice crackling with malice and pride. Do you really think you can take me down with an attack like that? But before his sentence completes, Suho barrels forward, launching himself through the storm of darkness with one searing blow, thwack, slamming into the king's core. Still afloat, the dark monarch scowls, baring his fangs. After joining my king's army, I've come this far by putting my head down and working hard, he snarls. The others may not remember me, but this time, I will make a significant contribution and show my loyalty to the king. He strikes again, wham, wild and unrelenting, hurling energy like tidal waves. Suho dodges, then counters, weaving through the storm of glowing death, landing on the enemy's back a blur of control and fury. Launching himself into the air, Suho evades another wave of gnashing jaws. Yet even he can feel it now, the limits of his strength drawing close. If these monsters keep coming at me, I won't last long with my current strength. The thought cuts through him sharply, a flicker of warning that only steels his resolve. High above the battlefield, Suho's body glows, his gauntlets sparking. I need, he breathes, fist pulsing with power, to control my power a little better, with more accuracy, and without wasting any of it. Electric light explodes outward, tracing every vein in his body, swelling like a second skin of flame, so that I can handle an army of monsters, all on my own. His eyes ignite. The smoke curls. The storm is far from over. A streak of darkness hurtles across the air like a meteor, feral, unrelenting, and cloaked in violet fury. The monstrous beast with blazing white eyes tears through the sky, its velocity bending space, trailing with jagged lines of warped light. Its roar is a harbinger of devastation, echoing before its claws even reach the ground. With each breath, its presence deepens, the very air seems to split under the weight of its charge. The beast's jagged maw, illuminated by its inner rage, reveals fangs meant for annihilation. It bears down like a storm incarnate, ripping through the remnants of silence. Then, in a blinding instant, it slams into Suho with the force of an avalanche, the impact tearing the landscape apart. A sharp kaboom rips through the battlefield, sending waves of destruction in every direction. Sparks and shadow clash in a chaotic ballet of fury and resistance. From the chaos, a second figure rises, more composed, more precise. Cloaked in pulsing red energy and anchored in purpose, this new enemy wastes no time. With explosive speed, he engages Suho directly, clashing against the youth's crackling aura. The sky becomes a whirlpool of power as Suho skids back slightly, then stops the momentum with a counterforce of his own. His eyes, focused and cold, lock onto the crimson-eyed foe. If this is how things were to end, it would be too boring, he mutters, his voice sharp with disappointment. Energy swirls around him as he raises one arm. But if you don't have anything more to show me. His tone hardens. Get lost. In one swift motion, Suho slams his empowered fist into the enemy, a bone-rattling smash that explodes into a burst of raw energy. The ground trembles. Dust clouds erupt. From the debris, all that remains is a hand, severed, glowing, disintegrating into ash. Silence returns, brief, trembling. Above it all, Suho floats in a swirling sphere of crimson and white, divine threads of power coiling from his back like tendrils of awakened wrath. Before him lies the carcass of the monstrous beast, fallen, defeated. His body bears no signs of growth, but within, something has shifted. My stats haven't increased, but after fighting so many times, Suho says, inspecting the dark energy rippling along his gauntlet-clad arm, I've gotten better at using my power. From the haze of destruction, something stirs. A titanic figure begins to materialize, an imposing silhouette wrapped in obsidian armor and cloaked in black mist. Its steps quake the earth, each footfall a declaration of dominance. Suho looks up at the towering being approaching him. The power radiating from this one is on a completely different scale. His instincts scream. He's strong, Suho notes internally. A flicker of thrill dances behind his gaze. The monster halts before him, wings outstretched like the herald of doom. Suho's eyes narrow, mind flashing back to past battles. In fact, he might even be stronger than that ant from before. The air tightens. The next storm is about to begin. Suho stood tall beneath the swirling purple sky, his gauntlet glowing with crimson veins. His breath was steady, but his gaze held urgency. You can talk too, right? He asked, facing the massive armored figure looming ahead. There's something I want to ask you before we start fighting. The dark figure's eyes pulsed with ethereal light. Suho narrowed his own. What percentage of all the monsters here have I fought so far? A low voice responded, calm and grave. Even if you exclude the soldiers at the demon's castle, you have only battled about 1/3000th of those gathered here. Suho's eyes widened slightly, staring down at the carnage behind him, twisted corpses of ogres, wyverns, armored beasts, and yet it was barely a fraction of what awaited. I thought I took out a lot of you, he muttered, clenching his fist. But I guess I wasn't even close to defeating you all. He drew in a breath, the weight of reality hitting him. Then, he tightened his grip. All right. Dust swirled around him as he stepped forward with defiance in his stance. Let's fight. From the shadows stepped a towering figure, radiant with black armor crackling with violet energy. His presence warped the air. Each footfall sent tremors through the earth. You have grown into a splendid young man, my little king. Suho's eyes widened as he stepped back, stunned and confused. With a flash, he leapt into the air, blazing with motion. Why the hell do you guys keep calling me little king? His voice echoed with frustration, fist glowing with raw power. Does that have something to do with why I was dragged into this world? The instant he finished his words, his strike collided with the armored foe, a deafening thwack erupted as force met immovable strength. And why the little, anyway? He roared, throwing another strike. Are you trying to mock me? Suho's fury ignited into motion, his body a blur of violet lightning. He roared through the air, fist blazing, intent unshaken. Then he was slammed back, violently, by a crushing counter. His eyes bulged, the wind knocked from his lungs as he crashed into the ground with brutal force. Smash. Before he could recover, the dark figure moved again faster than the eye could follow. Shadows screeched with violent velocity. Suho's terrified eyes caught glimpses of his foe shifting and flickering. In a blink, the entity reappeared before him, shrouded in storming darkness, and with a devastating howl of power, kaboom, the earth erupted in a cyclone of violet destruction. The eerie crackle of energy laced the air as Suho darted around his towering opponent, as narrowing with realization. That sword, twisting unnaturally mid-swing, elongating like a lash, wasn't bound by physics. It moved like a serpent, deadly and unpredictable. He can turn his sword into a whip. The revelation didn't stall him. It only sharpened his focus. Steel clashed against shadow-forged blades with a deafening clang, again and again, until the world blurred with purple sparks and shockwaves. Suho's gauntlets burned crimson against the violet chaos, his every strike fueled by precision and fury. Sparks burst in his wake, scattering like shattered lightning as their weapons met, over and over. Then he found his rhythm, ducking low, closing the gap. The monstrous knight's strength lay in his weapon's flexibility. But that versatility had a limit. Suho's smirk cut through the chaos. The weapon might be versatile, but all I need to do is grab hold of it to stop it. He lunged, fingers tightening like a vice around the seething weapon. The knight hesitated, just a fraction of a second too long. That pause was all Suho needed. An instant later, his footwork exploded into action. He shot forward, tearing through air and armor alike, the impact detonating with blinding force. A beam of raw light cracked the battlefield, splitting the ground beneath like a wrathful god's judgment. Boom! The world trembled. Dust rose. Shockwaves spiraled outward in every direction, carving out a crater beneath the knight's massive frame. But Suho wasn't done. Riding the momentum of destruction, he launched into the air, gauntlet pulsing. A downward strike followed, piercing through the haze like a lightning bolt descending from heaven. The knight staggered. Suho blurred behind him, his voice calm, clinical. If you use both arms for defense, you'll end up leaving your stomach vulnerable. He slipped beneath the knight's block, light weaving behind his eyes, then struck, full force, into the exposed core. The sound shattered the sky. Kaboom! Energy spiraled in all directions. The crater widened, splitting earth and stone as the force surged outward. The dust cleared with a deafening rumble, and at its center, Suho stood tall, backlit by a storm of rising wind and power, flames of energy curling around his fists. Still, the enemy remained. Though wounded, the knight hadn't fallen. Suho stared down the chasm they'd carved into the battlefield. I don't think this is enough to defeat you. If we keep fighting like this, we'll be here all day. He lowered his arms slightly, scanning the shadowy form. You aren't the master of this place, are you? No reply came, but silence confirmed everything. That's right. This guy isn't the real boss, Suho realized, eyes glinting cold as frost. His gaze sharpened, scanning the rising haze of purple beyond the night. My real enemy, from the edge of the battlefield, something stirred. A new shadow, deeper than the last, took form. Wings outstretched, horns curled. A beast-like silhouette, leaping from the darkness like a phantom rising from a forgotten dream. And Suho watched it ascend, his next trial now looming before him. A torrential storm of light and electricity crashes into the battlefield like a wrathful god descending from the heavens. The explosion engulfs the sky in a blinding violet burst. Cracks rip through the terrain as if the earth itself is recoiling in awe. And at the epicenter of it all, Suho hovers, his silhouette trembling with destructive energy. Electricity spirals and lashes around his body as his cracked armor begins to regenerate, consumed by violent arcs of purple lightning. His ragged breathing steadies. His eyes lock onto the figure before him. He sees the truth now. That towering, otherworldly form cloaked in shadow and energy, it's him. The very presence that's haunted the edges of his soul. The silhouette before him radiates unmoving calm, imposing, deadly, silent. Then he sees it, a dagger glimmering faintly in the figure's hand. A memory, perhaps, a symbol, a weapon, but Suho doesn't yet know what it means. His instincts scream danger, but his mind hesitates. He steadies himself, breathes deeply, and takes a cautious step forward. This is the first opponent he's encountered here who retains human form. Could they talk? Could this be resolved without bloodshed? Suho calls out, voice firm but not hostile. Excuse me, but there's no reply. Just silence, dense as gravity. The figure doesn't move, doesn't blink, doesn't breathe. Suho narrows his eyes. He isn't answering me. Suddenly, Suho's attention is stolen. A ripple in space behind the shadowy enemy, a swirling, luminous gate bursts open like a wound in reality. He gasps. A gate. But I haven't defeated him yet. His heart pounds. A fist clenches at his side. The answer becomes clear, undeniable. This is going to be my last battle. No more uncertainty. No more restraint. The surge of will hardens into resolve. Energy floods through his limbs like a divine current, and his body rises with a force that splits stone and sky. Twin blades of lightning erupt from his back like wings born of storm and vengeance. This was it. His final stand. I can go home, His thoughts echoed with steely conviction, if I just defeat that man. From the very ground beneath him, bolts exploded upward as his power surged. The earth cracked beneath his feet, his claws clenched in unrelenting focus. His body radiated the sheer will of survival and return, the deep yearning for the end of this endless cycle. No more running. No more testing. Only one obstacle remained. And then, he moved. From the epicenter of chaos, Suho launches upward in a streak of energy, closing the distance in a blink. His body is wreathed in arcs of electricity, and the ground beneath him erupts as he takes flight, crumbling to debris under the immense pressure of his launch. The battlefield is painted with ruptured rock and surging mana, and in that instant, a shadow looms. His enemy is descending with merciless force, blades poised like a guillotine. Suho meets him head-on in midair, their weapons crashing with a deafening clash that echoes across the horizon. The collision splits the very sky. A thunderous wave of power ripples through, sending shockwaves exploding outward, hurling shattered stone in all directions. The momentum doesn't falter. Suho is already on the move, ducking and striking, caught in a dance of death at incomprehensible speed. Thwack! A brutal counter lands, and Suho is driven downward, his body skidding through the battlefield in a trail of sparks and dust. But he doesn't fall. He snarls against the pressure, eyes ablaze, blood trailing down his face but resolve unwavering. The opponent lunges again, claws gleaming, but Suho intercepts with raw instinct. The blast from their impact carves deep into the terrain, and pillars of lightning spiral upward as their weapons clash once more. In the brief flicker between blows, Suho analyzes him. He's fast and strong. Too strong. Every move his opponent makes is precise, deliberate, polished through countless battles. Suho's mind races, reading the rhythm, measuring the pressure. This isn't just brute force, it's experience. A blinding flash explodes between them as Suho blocks yet another strike, barely holding his footing as the ground splinters beneath him. His thoughts echo in the chaos. How many battles must you survive to fight like this? How hard do you have to train to strike with such mastery? He barely has time to finish the thought before he's launched into the air again by a smash of overwhelming strength. He hits the ground hard, but twists into a slide, regaining stance before the dust can even settle. Breathing hard, bloody but unbroken, Suho glares forward. His eyes burn with fire. He may be skilled, but I can't just let him defeat me. Suho's chest heaved as lightning crackled around him, his body already battered and scorched, but his resolve unshaken. Sparks ignited the space around him like a tempest barely contained. His mind focused, unwavering. His stats had reached their peak. His combat instincts honed to a razor's edge. Every cell in his body screamed readiness. Even if this opponent's stats soared far beyond his own, Suho knew he still had a chance. With a roar of conviction, he lunged forward, limbs surging with energy, aura exploding outward like a star going nova. The world around him blurred as his form streaked forward like a thunderbolt. Lightning carved the air as his blade met the overwhelming shadow of the armored figure. The impact sent him hurtling through the air, armor cracking, bones groaning under the force. Blood splattered across the white-blue ether. Then, with a single devastating hit, his gauntlet arm fractured, splintering like glass under divine pressure. The crimson shards of his armor scattered across the battlefield, and Suho crashed into the ground, rolling through the debris, coughing, bloodied but alive. His breath came ragged, but his spirit unyielding. Even in pain, even against an enemy like this, he couldn't help but respect the power before him. His heart pulsed not with fear, but with admiration. If only he could be that strong. A furious surge of willpower flooded through him. His eyes burned with determination. He screamed, not in agony, but with the primal hunger to grow, to surpass, to evolve. Lightning howled as his battered form surged forward again, defying all logic. He could become as strong as him. He had to believe that. But just as he launched with newfound momentum, something touched his head. A single hand. Calm. Fatherly. Suho froze. His momentum shattered. The energy that had engulfed him vanished like mist in the wind. A gentle voice spoke. Did you have fun playing this game? His eyes widened in disbelief. That voice, it was familiar. Too familiar. Game. The soft, steady tone continued. Your performance was pretty impressive. That voice, no. It couldn't be. Dad? From the glow of an ethereal portal, the man emerged. A towering silhouette cloaked in radiance, watching with a calm, knowing gaze. But you've still got a long way to go, the man said with a slight smile. And with one effortless push of the hand, Suho was cast backward, weightlessly, like a child being sent home after playtime. Light swallowed everything. And then he gasped awake. Ack. His eyes snapped open as the cold fluorescent light of the classroom ceiling greeted him. Desks. Chairs. Daylight slipping in through the windows. He sat upright, drenched in sweat, heart pounding like a war drum. It took him a moment to realize he was back in his school uniform. His classroom. His world. He staggered forward, hands planted on the desk as the golden hue of the setting sun washed over his trembling frame. It had been a dream. A vivid, terrifying, exhilarating dream. Maybe he had been playing too many games lately. The memory of a bizarre dungeon still echoed in Suho's mind, where the final boss had taken on the form of his father. It wasn't just a dream, it felt real, visceral, and disorienting. Startled by a sound, a classmate peeked in, surprised to see someone still in the room. What the? There's still someone here? She asked from the doorway. Aren't you going home? I'm going to lock up the classroom. The light from the hallway spilled over her frame as she stood there, expectant and mildly curious. Suho turned slowly, blinking as if waking from a daze. Oh, I'll help you, he offered, adjusting his tie awkwardly. The girl nodded, her voice soft. Huh? Okay. Outside, unseen by human eyes, a trio of imposing shadows stood atop the school building. Cloaked in the colors of the dying sun, their silhouettes cast long shadows that stretched toward the horizon. One of them, standing tall and regal, observed the scene below in silence. Using the architect's remnants left in the world of eternal slumber for this game was a good idea. The Shadow Monarch's voice resonated with depth and patience. One of the generals, his armor pulsing faintly with dark power, stepped forward. My king, wouldn't it be all right to return the little monarch's powers now? The monarch did not answer right away. His gaze remained fixed on Suho, who was still within the school walls, oblivious to the grand chessboard that surrounded him. He went through this test several times, and this was the first time he managed to reach you, the general added. I believe he has passed the test this time. But the monarch remained solemn. If I had believed my power alone was enough to defeat the Dragon King, do you think we would have won? He looked out across the endless orange skyline. No matter how strong you are, you have to run away if your victory isn't guaranteed. Fighting a strong opponent without any kind of plan. Inside the glass-paneled corridor, Suho and the girl moved silently side by side. The world beyond them reflected like a sea of clouds bathed in golden light. It's just plain foolishness, the monarch finished, as if imparting wisdom through the still air. That's right, his thoughts whispered. It's still too early. The three shadows remained unmoving, sentinels of fate standing over a child destined for greatness. Someday, I'm sure he'll learn how to use his power accordingly based on the situation. Back inside, Suho smiled awkwardly as the girl giggled at something he said. The monarch's expression softened ever so slightly. And even when he doesn't know how, I'm sure he'll keep opening the door to take on the challenge. The view shifted, locking onto Suho's focused, determined face, his hand brushing back his hair as sweat ran down his temple. He didn't know the scale of the forces that watched him, but his instincts told him to be ready. Down below, the loyal ant shadow crept forward. Tears welled in its large, glimmering eyes. Little king, it whispered, the words thick with emotion. Jin-Woo, standing in the ethereal twilight between realms, allowed himself a small smile. The wind stirred around him, and petals caught the fading light like embers in the sky. I have something important to do today. In the ant's hand, a child's crayon drawing showed Suho joyfully riding on its back, a whimsical vision of friendship and simpler days. Its gaze lingered on the image with quiet reverence. Should I take my family out for dinner afterward? It has been a while. Far away, amidst the city's hum, a news broadcast played. The screen flickered. Next up in the news, the camera cut to footage of the arrested con artist brothers, Hwang Dong-suk and Hwang Dong-soo, being led away in cuffs. Their schemes, which once plagued the nation, had finally come to an end. Were arrested this afternoon. The sun dipped low against the golden horizon, casting a fiery hue over the scorched trees and ash-laden hills. Smoke curled lazily into the sky as exhausted firefighters slumped beside their trucks, their uniforms streaked with soot and sweat. A recent mountain fire had nearly devoured the neighboring residential area, but thanks to the valiant efforts of 800 firefighters and 52 trucks, the flames were finally extinguished. Among the soot-streaked survivors sat a man with golden hair, his broad shoulders hunched, his expression drained. He slowly poured cool water over his head, wincing as it splashed across his face. That's cold, he gasped, a sliver of relief breaking through his fatigue. From behind him, A steady hand extended a fresh bottle of water. "Good work," said a calm voice. He turned, surprised by the gesture. "Thank you," he murmured, touched by the simple recognition. His gaze followed the figure that walked away, Captain Sung. A quiet murmur rippled among the men. Captain Sung really is amazing, one thought. The words unspoken but clearly shared. Even after the inferno, when everyone else was crawling from exhaustion, Captain Sung still moved with unshaken composure. "We were scrambling to put out the fire just a moment ago," a young firefighter whispered, watching the captain walk past. "Yet he still has the energy to be up and about," another added, eyes lit with admiration. "I hope I can be like him someday." But amid the quiet respect, one of them squinted toward the fading sun. "Huh? I see something in the sky. Probably just an airplane," his comrade replied with a shrug, unaware of what truly hovered above. Elsewhere, the warm glow of the sunset reflected off the windows of a sleek high-rise, its polished glass catching the burning sky like a canvas painted in light. Inside its sterile hallways, a man walked with distracted steps, his co-worker jogging beside him. "Sir, are you all right?" he asked, concern in his voice. Snapped from his daze, the man blinked. "Oh yes. What were we talking about? You have to decide on a title for the VR game our company is about to release. Are you listening to me, sir?" But suddenly, the man's voice thundered down the corridor, overtaking every other thought. "Everyone," he roared. A beat of stunned silence fell across the office before his joyous announcement echoed like a celebration bell. "My wife is pregnant." He burst into laughter, eyes shining. "The baby is 6 weeks old." Cheers erupted from every corner. "Congratulations, President Yu," someone shouted. "You're finally going to be a father." Grinning from ear to ear, President Yu spun toward his team with wild inspiration. "Let's name our new game Beautiful World." A confused "what?" broke the spell. "Isn't that the perfect title?" You beamed. "After all, our game will provide a beautiful virtual world for our players." His enthusiasm met immediate resistance. "Sir, please reconsider," cried one developer, panicked. "The fate of our company depends on this game," pleaded another. "Beautiful World is a terrible name. Please don't do this." You flinched, taken aback by the outcry. Doubt crept across his face. "Am I that bad at naming things?" He clutched his chest, overwhelmed, staring at the sunset that blazed across the city skyline. The last rays of sunlight kissed the towering skyscrapers as the city began to blur beneath a golden veil. From the top floor, voices of admiration echoed, a spark of amazement born from a name now making headlines. Jin-Woo, standing proudly in a photo, smiled back from a magazine spread. The headline praised him. Ajin Software's president Jin-Woo, the young entrepreneur who refused to inherit his wealthy family business, achieves a miraculous success. Beside him, a younger man flipped through the article, intrigued. "Wow, really?" The words rang with disbelief and inspiration. But the reply came steady and full of promise. "Not yet, but there will be many more in the future." A familiar older man examined the same articles, his expression caught between disapproval and begrudging pride. "To think he abandoned the position I gave him to start a silly game company," he muttered, sighing. Around him, aides sorted documents, yet his focus drifted far beyond paperwork. Then his eyes softened. A rare, gentle smile traced the lines of his aged face. "Setting that aside, I can't wait to meet my grandchild." There was no bitterness now, only quiet anticipation and maybe a sense of peace. Beyond the glass and into the world, the city faded into clouds lit by the twilight sun. Golden hues gave way to deep rose and eventually to the quiet grays of dusk. The sky stretched wide and endless, a canvas now shifting to something far more cosmic. Above the clouds, something stirred. A rift cracked open in the heavens, not a storm, but a breach of space itself. An orb of radiant blue energy pulsed violently, suspended between dimensions. Light twisted and surged. Then, a soundless roar, whoosh, as the sphere expanded and deepened into a spiraling gate of celestial blue, swirling with power and secrets not meant for Earth. The stars held their breath. Something, or someone, was coming. No one knows what lies beyond the swirling abyss of a gate. To those who glance into its glowing, chaotic depths, it might as well be a terror in reality, unpredictable, unknowable, and unrelenting. This fear, the dread of the unknown, has ruled the hearts of people for years. What might emerge, what fate awaits on the other side, no one ever truly knows. And so, humanity lived in a world of constant anxiety, whispering prayers that the gates would remain closed, sealed, dormant. Yet even in such uncertain times, there were those brave, or perhaps desperate, enough to confront these horrors head-on. They charged into the gates without flinching, facing monsters and death itself. The world came to know these individuals by one name: hunters. In the gleaming light of day, as the city hums with activity, a group of hunters assembles before a newly emerged gate. Clad in armor, their silhouettes resolute, weapons in hand, they prepare to enter what may be their final battlefield. The swirling vortex beckons like a maw waiting to devour them whole. A phone beeps insistently in the office of the Hunters Association. A man at his desk picks it up, calm but weary. His voice, practiced and professional, answers, "Hello, this is the General Affairs Division of the Hunters Association." The calm is short-lived. On the other end, someone shouts angrily through the receiver. The worker's eyes widen slightly as the voice thunders, "I keep telling you not to send Sung, so why won't you listen to me?" The voice is full of frustration, bordering on rage. The man tries to respond politely, apologizing and explaining that it must have been a clerical error when the raid team was assigned. But the caller won't hear it. "Screw being calm," he roars. "I'm telling you I don't want anyone on my team dying." As sweat beads down his face, the staff member listens helplessly to the man's tirade. "You keep pushing this weak and scrawny hunter into my team. What the hell do you expect me to do if he dies on me? If you send him again, I'm going to quit." Elsewhere, the world moves on. Children wearing uniforms chatter excitedly on their way down the street. Ask any one of them what they want to be in the future, and their answers are nearly identical. They dream of becoming a famous hunter, a high-level guild employee, or someone working at the Hunters Association. But reality is different. Inside the association office, low-level workers stare at screens, handle complaints, and answer endless calls. One sighs inwardly, thinking, no matter where you go, you end up doing the menial jobs. From across the desks, chatter bubbles up. Someone mentions hunters getting coffee and snacks before raids. Another wants their paycheck early. Another whines about being unable to pick up their kid if they're sent on today's raid. These are the kind of calls that flood in daily, mundane yet endlessly exhausting. In the midst of this, a pair of hands type on a keyboard. A profile appears on the screen: Sung Jin-Woo. The staffer reads aloud his details with disbelief. "This Mr. Sung. His name is Jin-Woo, right?" Jin-Woo's stats are pitiful. An E-rank hunter with the lowest mana levels recorded. On paper, he's indistinguishable from an average civilian. His injury history is appalling, wounds of every type and grade. The man stares in awe. It's a miracle that he's still alive. In the sterile glow of the office lights, the low hum of computer screens fills the silence as a man leans back in his chair, eyes locked on the monitor. Thoughts echo in his mind. Why would someone so weak continue to risk their life like this? His voice breaks the quiet. Why is he going out of his way to keep working as a hunter? Is there a special reason? The answer comes from behind him, solemn and subdued. Oh. His mother is in the ICU due to her eternal slumber, and his younger sister is still in high school. A heavy pause follows. He must really need the money. Staring at the file, the man reflects quietly to himself. He's 26. That makes him 6 years younger than me. The concern becomes vocal, no longer confined to the privacy of thought. "Sir, shouldn't we make a serious effort to persuade Mr. Sung Jin-Woo to quit?" But the older officer doesn't look up from his work. "Well, we've tried before." There's a beat of silence before he adds, "Why did you join the Hunters Association?" The younger man pauses, caught off guard. "Me." His voice softens as he recalls, "Because of the news I saw as a child." His gaze drifts into memory. The story was about a hunter who got trapped inside a gate while trying to save his fellow hunters. A quiet reverence lingers in his expression as he finishes. "At first, I was curious." The memory was still vivid: hunters, battered and bloodied, stepping into chaos not for glory but to shield the helpless. And yet, a question had haunted his heart: who would protect the protectors? As a portal erupted violently behind them, crackling with searing blue light, he had seen it in their eyes: the fear, the pain, the resolve. That moment defined him. If no one else would answer their silent cries, then he would. He would be the one to stand between hunters and death, even if it cost him everything. That was the resolve he carried. Back in the present, a quiet office buzzed with thought. One voice broke the silence. Do you want Mr. Sung to quit? Or do you want to help him? The question lingered. The older man chuckled softly, caught between duty and helpless admiration. You're right, he said with a sigh. There's nothing more I can do for him, other than advise him to quit. But the younger officer wasn't ready to give up. He leaned forward, something stirring inside him. What if there's something more that you can do? A file flipped open between them, paper brushing the air. There are some who don't chase money, the senior explained, tapping the folder. They choose not to become hunters, despite their high rank. Why don't you try to convince them to support the association from behind the front lines? The officer looked down, confused, until his eyes widened at the name. Lee Ju-hee, a B-rank healer. Strong, capable, but missing from the battlefield. Fear had kept her back. His gaze then fell on another profile, familiar, humble, heartbreaking. Sung Ji-woo, an E-rank. Injuries listed line by line like scars etched in time. He had every reason to be afraid, yet he kept stepping forward. If someone can turn these hunters' fear into courage, the older man continued, a warm light glinting in his eyes, that would help the weak more than anything. He closed the file and offered the chance with a smile. So, would you like to give it a try? The reply came with no hesitation. Yes, sir. And just like that, the screen faded to the clipboard once more. Lee Ju-hee's portrait looked back, hesitant, but full of possibility. Outside, the sun began to sink behind city towers, casting golden hues across the streets. 2 students walked home as the world moved on around them. Rock, paper, scissors. One of them groaned, surrendering a bag to the winner. You really suck at this, she teased with a grin. Here, carry my bag. Yes, ma'am, he sighed, playfully obedient. But suddenly he paused, his eyes catching something in the fading sky. She turned. What's wrong? Is there something up there? He shook his head slowly, eyes narrowing on a horizon that had yet to reveal its secrets. No, it's nothing. Yet the weight of that glance said otherwise. The golden morning sun cast its light over the endless sprawl of the city, gilding the rooftops and streets in a quiet peace. From above, the world seemed calm, bathed in hazy warmth, unaware of the tremors that loomed beyond the horizon. But even amidst serenity, change was coming. A brilliant burst of violet flame tore through the sky as the colossal silhouette of a shadow dragon soared into view, its wings splitting clouds like knives. With a thunderous whoosh, it carved a path through the heavens, its form sleek, terrifying, and magnificent. Standing tall upon its back, cloaked in dusk and light, was Ji-woo. The wind whipped his coat as he stared forward, eyes sharp with resolve. Beside him stood Cha-hae-in, her hair catching the sun's fire as it trailed behind her. Her voice carried the soft awe of memory. It's been a while since I've seen this view, she said, her words filled with nostalgia. She turned gently to him. Ji-woo. Ji-woo held out a small velvet box. With care, he opened it, revealing a brilliant pendant that caught the morning light like a captured star. This is my gift to you for our 16th wedding anniversary. With a warm smile, he fastened the necklace around her neck, the gem settling softly against her chest. You go home first, Hae-in, he whispered. I'll be right behind you. She paused, looking into his eyes. You won't be long, right? Ji-woo nodded. I'll be waiting for you, she replied with a smile that trembled at the edge of understanding. She turned away, and he watched her go, eyes filled with emotion, strength cloaked in silence. As the last glimmer of her figure disappeared in the light, Ji-woo turned toward the oncoming storm. The skies rippled. Energy began to pulse around him. The atmosphere split, and the fabric of space twisted, opening a massive portal that howled with cosmic force. Shadows writhed in the air, swirling like smoke around his figure. They said a powerful being has the ability to summon terrible monsters from other worlds. He exhaled quietly. A black mist rose at his feet. Dark wings, horns, scales, forms from nightmares took shape around him. He floated calmly amidst a sea of rising darkness, his hand raised with solemn command. Arise. And the sky answered. After some time, we see. Blue fire flickers against the cold, ancient stone. The corridor is silent, but its stillness feels deceptive, like the hush before a storm. On the ground, strewn like discarded armor after battle, a figure slumps motionless. His form is armored, his breathing shallow, a ghost among the ruins. A towering, rune-etched door looms just ahead, sealed shut and ominously still. Its metallic patterns pulse faintly, as if aware, as if alive. Suho's heart pounds in his chest. What could be waiting for me beyond this door? His grip tightens, fingers twitching in hesitation. Fear slithers into his gut. I'm scared. The weight of uncertainty crushes down. What if something even stronger than every monster he's faced lies beyond? His pulse quickens. Will I die here, in a place like this? But then, resolve sharpens in his gaze. If I don't open the door, I won't ever know. A creak slices through the silence as his armored hand reaches forward, nudging the massive gate open. I don't know what's waiting behind this door, but the flames flare wildly behind him. And then, darkness. Damn it, did I die again? A moment later, Suho's body reappears, slumped again in the corridor. Gasping, worn, shaken, his tie loosened, his face pale. He looks around the lifeless corridor and mutters inside. How many days have I been here? Endless trials, endless deaths. The weight of them bears down. I'm tired. In flashes, he remembers the blinding strikes of enemies, the brutal attacks hammering his body. I want to go home. Back in the corridor, the flames flicker, one extinguishing completely. Only one remains. I only have one more chance left. He stares up at it, the last sliver of opportunity. His gaze turns hollow. Despair digs in. Then a whisper, soft, distant, echoes in his mind. A voice has been shouting at me for a while now. It's been telling me. His fingers tremble. His legs shake. Get up. That voice, it keeps calling. Over and over. Get up. This may be my last chance. He stands again, eyes focused, back turned to the door. The same door he's opened and died through countless times. But I can't just stand here and do nothing forever. This time, he doesn't hesitate. He takes a step forward. If there's a chance that I might grow stronger, the heavy door, veiled in mist and mystery, slowly creaked open with an ominous groan. Suho's heart pounded like a war drum. And yet, beneath the weight of fear, there was a surge of resolve rising within him. I want to take on the challenge. The words echoed through the empty corridor like a vow etched into fate itself. The twin gates part further, revealing nothing but darkness, and then a glimmer. A lone, flickering light in the distance, too faint to understand, yet too deliberate to ignore. It beckoned. With each passing second, the light grew stronger, no longer a flicker but a blazing flame streaking forward, bursting through the opening with righteous fury. The shadows were banished. The cold stone walls bathed in a golden hue. The door, fully opened. Suho stood still, caught in the wash of light, eyes unblinking. He could feel it. That is waiting for me beyond that door. Chapter end here. For more, like, share, and subscribe.